Yi Jingshan was awash with great sadness. Xia Fei, that troublemaker, had surely lived up to his name. He was finally quiet in those few months following his return from the Wild Star region. But his first expedition out to the ruins had resulted in the specter of trouble coming back to haunt him once more. Logically speaking, as the battalion commander of the training camp, he ought to send a search party immediately after learning that a cadet of his had gone missing. He should at least express his condolences even if this was his most hated cadet. Yet the first reaction Yi Jingshan had was frustration, blaming Xia Fei for his carelessness. Instead, it was completely out of line. Why is it him again? Yi Jingshan stood up, frowning. Yi Jingshan instantly realized his gaffe the moment he uttered that line. He sat back down on his seat and massaged his temples with his 2 fingers. Xia Fei was just a normal cadet in his training camp, so he had no reason to be so angry with the young man. What mattered was that his master, Qin Mang, was behind Xia Fei. A vast majority of people in the training camp had no idea about Qin Mang's background, thinking he was just an old coot waiting to die in that library of his. But that obese, old man actually had an extraordinarily unusual influence. And even Yi Jingshan had Qin Mang in his shadow back when he was in the Adjudicator Union's headquarters. The truth of the matter was that even Yi Jingshan could not be certain of his master's roots. When Qin Mang had first taken up the post as a librarian, Yi Jingshan was still in his teens, just a run-in-the-mill cadet in the training camp. It was only with Qin Mang's guidance at every step that he got to where he was today. That was why he had the utmost respect toward Qin Mang, never once daring to go against his master's orders. With his master's favored cadet, Xia Fei, going missing, how was he supposed to explain it to him? Could it be related to the missing cadet case that's been happening in these 2 years? Yi Jingshan pondered gravely. Bozingwa shook his head. From the records of the entire alliance, that organization only kidnaps special ability users, not just any ability users, and their targets are always girls who have yet to reach 16. Xia Fei simply doesn't fit the bill. Besides, this is a secret training ground of the Union. Few know about this location, so those people might even be unable to find the place, so I think that this should be treated as an isolated incident. Bozingwa had arrived at a very logical analysis of the situation. Yi Jingshan also felt that he had given the matter too much thought. For the past 2 years, though the Union had taken extreme precautions against this, they were still unable to prevent the abductions, and this fact had always been a lingering worry that the Adjudicator Union could not shake off. Yi Jingshan was quiet for a good time before he said, "Stop the ruins exploration at once. Begin the search of the place. I'll be sending Ho Baishan over with his men from the Reconnaissance Division to assist you right away. No matter what happens, I want you to return either with him alive or with his corpse." Bozingwa nodded without a sound. Handling the matter in this fashion was still in line with how a battalion commander should act. When Yi Jingshan blamed Xia Fei just then for being careless, Bozingwa felt an inexplicable sense of indignation rising in his chest, almost causing him to forget his place and refute Yi Jingshan. After all, this place, which was the ruins of the ancient civilization, had danger lurking at every corner. How could they blame the cadets for being careless? "I understand. I'll detail a search party right away." Turning off the communicator, Yi Jingshan instantly called the experienced Ho Baishan into his office, ordering him to take the most elite members of the Reconnaissance Division and hurry over to assist Bozingwa with their search. It was just that Yi Jingshan felt the need to continue keeping Qin Mang in the dark. After all, he could not be more familiar with his master's personality, and just the thought of how angry that man would be caused him to feel a cold sweat on his back. Anyone who had not seen Qin Mang yell in anger would never imagine that that seemingly warm and obese old man could actually turn into a demon whom everyone would seek to avoid when angered. There was even a quality that Qin Mang shared with Xia Fei, and that was how unreasonable they would become once provoked. Yi Jingshan was starting to understand why Qin Mang was so taken by Xia Fei. The pair actually had quite a lot in common. Both were equally obstinate, crafty, and shared the same worldly disdain. Qin Mang probably saw a younger version of himself in Xia Fei, which was why he had decided to keep the latter around him as a librarian. It must be said that this was the one and only time Qin Mang had taken in a librarian in the 4 decades he had been in that place. Back then, Yi Jingshan had begged for many years before he had been begrudgingly accepted as a disciple by Qin Meng, yet he was not even allowed a step in the library. Qin Meng valued that dilapidated library more than his life, and just this one point alone was enough to tell that becoming a librarian was hardly a shameful matter. Just the opposite, in fact, for it was the greatest fortune. Only no one truly understood this fact. I'll just hide this for as long as I can. Yi Jingshan leaned back in his chair, grimly telling himself this. Planet YZZ, 7626, Ancient Civilization's Underground Mineral Research Facility. Are you certain that this slash mark was left by Xia Fei? Bozingwa somewhat nervously asked. Hou Baishan stood up from the ground and nodded. This door has very obviously been destroyed with a very sharp blade, and the cut made is almost 90% similar to what Xia Fei leaves with his chasing light. The only question is, since when did he know how to crack the ancient civilization's alarm systems? Even I wouldn't have the confidence to do this without any additional support, given the complexity of it. Ahead is the last location we found before Xia Fei disappeared. I'm afraid that you'd be even more shocked by what you'd see on that door there than here, said Bozingwa even as they forged ahead. They did not expend much energy to locate this research facility. This was the most prominent structure in the city, so it naturally became the first goal for the search party, and they would, of course, not skip over the tunnels heading underground. After using a full day's time, the search party ultimately reached this point and stumbled upon the evidence that Xia Fei left behind. Right now, all they could do was wait for the expert scout Hou Baishan's final evaluation. The moment he concluded that Xia Fei was missing, the search would come to a stop, and Xia Fei's name would join the names of those people who had gone missing, squirreled away in the secret archives of the Adjudicator Union. Walking through the long corridor, Bozingwa led Hou Baishan to the secret human experimentation laboratory. Sure enough, when Hou Baishan saw that sealed door with its compound defense system, he stood there in place, completely stunned. He squatted down and examined it for the longest time before getting up. Astonishment could be heard in his voice. This is unbelievable. The defense to this door was extremely sophisticated. I can't believe that Xia Fei managed to open it without tripping the alarm in this research facility. Bozingwa nodded. Yeah, how unfortunate for that sprouting to go missing. The two were quiet for a good while, especially Hou Baishan. Lockpicking was a mandatory course the reconnaissance division had to undergo, and Xia Fei's skills in this avenue evidently surpassed his. Being unable to recruit the man was Hou Baishan's biggest regret. Everything in the human experimentation laboratory was kept the way it was. Bozingwa had not touched anything inside, and had specifically waited for Hou Baishan's arrival to infer what could have happened. Looking all around, Hou Baishan spoke. Have you informed the headquarters of what happened here? If they learn that we've discovered a human experimentation laboratory with so much of its equipment intact, they'll definitely send men to take over. Not yet. I decided to wait till we conclude this matter before reporting, Bozingwa answered. Inspecting the area outside, Bozingwa and Hou Baishan came up to the secret prison. Bozingwa pointed to a cell and said, this was Xia Fei's last known location. The laser walls in this cell have long been activated by the time we discovered the place, and we found a pair of tweezers belonging to Xia Fei in one of the cells. I believe that he got trapped in this cell and was unable to find a way out, but I simply couldn't make sense of how he disappeared. Hou Baishan was silent. As an expert scout, he needed to be ever vigilant. He was not about to come to any conclusion before he got hold of any concrete evidence. Pulling out specialized analytical instruments from his spatial ring and placing it on the ground, Hou Baishan stepped into that prison and began a detailed search, while Bozingwa stood to the side and waited with folded arms. Hou Baishan proceeded with this task slowly and carefully, as well as methodically. Every nook and cranny was being inspected by him several times, and approximately 3 hours later, Hou Baishan kept his instruments and left the prison. How is it? Are you able to draw a conclusion from all this? Bozingwa anxiously asked. Though he did not share anything resembling a deep relationship with Xia Fei, he nevertheless did not harbor the hope of him inexplicably disappearing like this. After all, that 18-year-old man had left an indelible impression on him. Be it the tenacity he demonstrated during the crisis grade assessment, his maverick ways after entering the training camp, or the courage he demonstrated while chasing an insectoid warship. Each of these recollections was hard to forget. Heaving a soft sigh, Ho Baishan replied, "The space here is stable, and traces of Xia Fei's DNA are present in the prison." Its timing coincided perfectly with the bizarre energy fluctuations, which means that Xia Fei suddenly disappeared while in a completely sealed environment. Bozinghua's eyebrows knitted tightly together. Is there no other possibility? Ho Baishan did not like others doubting him. At the end of the day, there were few in this line that had the qualifications to do so, yet this time he did not blame Bozinghua for it. Nope. It is conclusively clear that this is a unique disappearance incident. Human factors can be excluded. You can take a look after I'm done with my report. Ironically, Bozinghua felt his body relax after he heard Ho Baishan give such a resolute conclusion. Regardless, this matter did ultimately reach a conclusion, and that was better than an unexplained disappearance. The two men headed back out, side by side, when Bozinghua suddenly burst into laughter. He pointed over at all the equipment in the laboratory and asked, "Old Ho, how much do you think all this stuff is worth?" Ho Baishan thought for a moment before giving his reply. "That's hard to say. It'll probably be over 100 billion star coins, and if you include the union's contribution points on top of it, there are probably plenty of good things one can exchange for." "Why did you ask?" Bozinghua scratched his head. "I was just thinking that Xia Fei probably still doesn't know that anybody who discovers completely intact ancient civilization remnants will be granted a 10% cut of the total value. In addition to a large number of points he will automatically be given. That rascal Xia Fei has always been quite avaricious. The fact that he disappeared right after discovering this gold mine is seriously bad luck." Ho Baishan patted Bozinghua on the shoulder and chuckled. "That's true. With all the points and money he would have earned, there's no way he could spend it all even if given several lifetimes to do so. Truly, what a grave misfortune. Let's go and share a drink or two to commemorate that unlucky man." Bozinghua and Ho Baishan announced Xia Fei's disappearance to the cadets waiting outside the tunnel. Just as expected, this news did not create any wave among them. Xia Fei being in the internal division was already an aberration, and with how he only spent 3 hours in the Stygian training center every day, rarely attending any of the training courses the internal division provided, most of the instructors and cadets inside the division only knew of his name and could not even recognize him. To them, Xia Fei was no more than a librarian who managed to enter the internal division through sheer coincidence and serendipity, and he was on a completely different level from all the gifted geniuses that they were. Someone whom no one cared to understand or even recognize would naturally not draw anyone's attention. Nobody cared that he had disappeared since Xia Fei was only living in the internal division by name. His inclusion or absence hardly mattered. Yi Shaoan bowed her head low, her face maintaining that emotionless and icy features she always showed, but it was clear that, deep down, she had already lost all control and her heart was beating furiously, her mind blank. Due to her strict and Spartan upbringing, she had no idea why she was feeling this way. All she knew was that her heart ached terribly at that very moment, as if a sharp blade had pierced through it. Without a word, Yi Shaoan used her speed ability and instantly ran off. It was a habit of hers to escape from what she had no idea of facing directly, and it was the only thing she could presently do. Only Moonsong and Chundong showed expressions of grief out of all who remained. Moonsong pursed her lips and stared coldly at the expressionless cadets all around her. Chundong knew very well what Moonsong would be about to do, and just how terrifying this young tigress would become once she showed her stripes. Actually, that ferocious expression Moonsong usually wore was not actually her being angry. It was merely how she intimated her attitude, her tendency to solve her problems through violence. If anyone mistakenly assumed that Moonsong was mild-mannered, this person would be in for a huge surprise. Just what kind of attitude are you guys showing? Moonsong's icy glare shot across the others around her, her tone matching it in coldness. She fisted her 2 hands as 2 veins popped up on her forehead. It was evident that she was already infuriated, and there was no one who could stop her ensuing rampage. "Why are you guys happy with Xia Fei's disappearance?" Moonsong's voice was slightly cracked as she growled. Moonsong's voice was crisp, like the trill of a songbird. The other cadets had no idea that catastrophe was upon them. so they continued their chatter in low voices, sniggering. Bai took several steps backward in a hurry. As the only person who knew about the depths of demonic rage Moon Song could reach, he had a far better understanding of the lady than the average person. He rubbed his sore left shoulder uncomfortably, having experienced what it was like to be on the receiving end of Chen Dong's teaching. On his first day into the ruins, Chen Dong found him and beat him up without even saying a word of warning. His arm was still hurting painfully from that experience. "All right, this madam here shall let you experience Schadenfreude properly," Moon Song growled. Saying this, everyone suddenly saw everything in front of them morph and change following the unleashing of her illusion special ability. She had completed the prerequisites while she was speaking, so all these men were enfolded into a tide of monsters without warning. Countless terrifying monsters appeared in all directions, pouncing right at these gloating cadets. These were monsters that Moon Song had conjured, though none was real, that hardly made a difference to those caught in her illusion. Every strand of hair and fong was very real to them. The crowd was instantly thrown into a frenzy. Those hapless cadets that were unprepared found themselves submerged in the illusion with no hope of extricating themselves. A cadet with a flat-top hairstyle threw a punch at a bull-headed monster beside him, only to realization that it connected. The contact he felt through his hands told him that this was real. The monster truly existed. Meanwhile, this monster, which had been punched, made a wild lunge at that cadet, and the two became entangled in fisticuffs. This was the cleverness of the illusion special ability. Unbeknown to these cadets, the monsters they saw were actually the other people standing next to them, and it was only through Moon Song's amazing ability that they had this misconception. A messy brawl between the dozens of cadets outside the tunnels broke as if all had gone insane. Ho Baishan furrowed his brows. He was about to step forward and stop this, only for Bozingwa to hold him back with a tug at his sleeve. "Forget it. We aren't on campgrounds. It's only natural for these cadets to fight among themselves." Ho Baishan was no fool. He easily understood what Bozingwa meant. Since he was already feeling somewhat miffed with these cadets gloating over Xia Fei's misfortune, he might as well let Moon Song teach them a lesson this way. Besides, it was a good way for these cadets to find out how they should deal with an illusion ability user. They might just become more composed when dealing with someone with such abilities after getting the short end of the stick this time. The two men exchanged looks and laughed, taking long strides away, leaving the cadets who were caught up in that chaotic brawl to their devices. The other instructors and subordinates saw how their two bosses had turned a blind eye on this situation, so they followed suit and paid no heed to it as well. They quickly chased after the two men, all departing from the place. "Chen Dong," Moon Song yelled out loud. "What is it? Beat these people up to an inch of their lives for me." "Sure. Who do you want me to beat?" "All of them." Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months. Xia Fei's disappearance was like a stone dropped into a body of water. It hardly caused a wave, not even creating a ripple on the endless ocean's surface. On this day, Planet YZZ 7526 welcomed a group of special guests. A voyage fleet had suddenly landed not too far away from City 02. Thousands of fully armed warriors swiftly disembarked from the warships, their weapons at the ready, throwing themselves at the insectoids that were living amid the ruins. In this sense, all the insectoids here suffered from this intrusion. It was as if these warriors intended to cleanse the ruins of all insectoids, mercilessly eliminating each one they saw. Regardless of their gender and age, they were all hunted down and slain. Over time, the scent of the blood unique to these insectoids became stronger. These warriors had high cultivation, so the low-rank insectoids were no match to them. Soon, the desolate city ruins were filled with the smell of blood. The lead ship for this fleet was an Amerian Abaddon-class battleship. It had a shiny gold exterior, gigantic and sturdy in size. 8 huge laser cannons flanked the sides of this battleship, and the muzzles of these were pointed right at the sky. Just as these warriors finished clearing the insectoids in the ruins, the hatch of that warship slowly opened, and an escalator stretched from within. A 16-year-old blonde and an old man were accompanied on the escalator by a young officer in his 20s. The escalator slowly moved and delivered the teenager from the warships down to the ground. If Xia Fei were here, he would most definitely be able to identify this pretty teenager. for she was no stranger, but the girl he had come to know on the interplanetary internet, Wim he had yet to meet in person. Just that Xia Fei would never have guessed that Averil's family background was actually so extraordinary that she could have an entire fleet escorting her when she went out. This was not mentioning the other response fleet orbiting the planet as of this time, as well as the 3 reconnaissance fleets several 10,000 light-years away. Averil's face was as beautiful as ever, her delicate skin as soft as a newborn baby's. It was only that the pretty face of hers was looking sickly pale, her 2 eyes having lost their former gleam, a picture of desolation, the sight of which made people's hearts ache. A specially modified luxury shuttle sedan came driving in from afar. This shuttle had its suspension system especially modified for it to travel with ease on these roads littered with debris and collapsed buildings. It was more than 2 meters off the ground and drove with great stability, so nobody inside felt the slightest tremor from the uneven ground. A young ensign opened the door and stood at attention. Avril and her old butler called Pang sat in the back seat, while the commander of Starlink Corporation's First Fleet sat in the passenger seat. Several minutes later, the black shuttle slowly came to that tunnel where Xia Fei had disappeared previously. There were fully armed men standing on both sides of the tunnel. These elite warriors were like javelins the way they stood upright, all of them maintaining serious mugs. The shuttle stopped at the empty space in front of the mineral research facility, and Avril stepped off the car without saying a word. Elder Pang brought out a single white lily and handed it to his charge. "Mrs., why don't I help you bring that in? The air inside is a bit turbid." Jansen bowed at his waist and smartly remarked. Avril did not even throw a glance his way, treating him as nothing but air. She lifted her long white skirt slightly and made her way toward the inside of the research laboratory with quick and small steps. Anyone familiar with Avril would know that her favorite color was usually pink, and she could even be called a maniac over it. From the decorations in her room and the clothes she wore to the dolls she owned, all were in pink. However, today, she was wearing an all-white long dress, which was a very rare sight. Butler Pang stared at Jansen before following Avril closely. It had been 3 months, and Avril was like a changed woman. She barely spoke anymore, and her smiles were becoming less and less infrequent as time passed. Her body had also slowly gotten skinnier over time. The process was very simple. Avril placed that white lily at that cell of Xia Fei's last known location and whispered, "Meanie, I refuse to believe that you died just like that. If you don't come back, I'm going to." The rest of her words could not be heard, and no one had any idea what she said. In any case, Avril placed the flower down, said a few more words, and took off in that Abaddon-class battleship straight for space. Could she have traveled the millions of light-years over, all just to offer a flower and chide Xia Fei? Time continued to flow, and soon it was spring. Xia Fei had been missing from this world for close to a whole year, and people had slowly forgotten about his existence. In some unknown location in this universe, a young man in his late teens was standing on top of a mountain range, looking at the jungle in the valley below. There was a single meandering river in that valley, which led to misty grassland. The occasional cries of a wild beast sounded from this valley, and based on the noises made, it was evident that this was no nirvana. This young man slightly stretched his back, clearly somewhat exhausted. A dirty mop of hair hung off his shoulder, the beard growing on his chin thick and unkempt as if it had been a very long time since he last shaved. A cyan blade was still on his right arm. The body of the blade itself was filled with cracks and was chipped in places. It was quite apparent that the battles he had fought in this place were unimaginable to the common man, or else this top-tier blade of his would not have deteriorated to such a state. Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag before he gazed at the murderous land below, mumbling to himself, "I think it's time for me to head back." Xia Fei was standing atop the mountain with articles of clothes in tatters and a bedraggled face, like a savage who lived in a primitive society. In just a year's time, his crown of hair had actually turned slightly gray, peppered with numerous strands of silver. It was a messy and dirty mop, appearing as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He used his hand to tidy up his clothes and comb through his messy mop of hair before brushing a finger over his spatial ring and pulling out a golden bead, which he placed in his palm. Phantom quietly watched him from the side, a little unwillingly saying, "What a pity. There's still plenty of good stuff here that we can't bring back with us. What a great heritage planet. The strength of the ancient civilization is truly well beyond what we can possibly imagine. Xia Fei smiled. It's fine. I've already gotten hold of what I needed the most. Since the rules of the land are as such, we ought to abide by them. Phantom nodded. You're right. No matter how great things are, they're all for the service of man. As long as you're alive, you'll have other fortuitous encounters in the future. With a light flick of his finger, that golden bead flew in a parabolic arc down to the valley. All of a sudden, it disappeared without a trace midair, taking Xia Fei along with it. Planet YZZ 7526, Ancient Civilization, Remains of City 02. A team of instructors from Heaven Execution Training Camp were leading cadets through to the mineral research facility. The lead instructor, who went by the name of Dooley, happened to have been part of the exploration team under Beijing when Xia Fei went missing a year ago. Today, he, who had since been promoted, could now lead a team of his own. Behind him were over 50 new cadets who had just entered the internal division this year. Just like Xia Fei, they were given this chance to explore the ruins. Bringing freshmen over to this planet for a visit every 6 months was a practice the internal division strictly adhered to. This is a completely intact mineral research facility from the ancient civilization. Though the things inside are gone, you can still feel their culture then. Later, I'll bring you guys in to look around, so you can have the good fortune of seeing this ancient base with your 2 eyes. Dooley used one hand to point to the entrance of the base as he chuckled. The cadets were all very excited. A completely intact ancient facility was far more interesting than the dilapidated ruins all around them. After all, there were far and few buildings that remained standing in this universe from that time after the bloodshed caused by the robot army, so each of these buildings was precious. The alloy door that Xia Fei had once destroyed had already been repaired, and the training camp had installed their own security system in place. Now, the entire base was under the control of the Adjudicator Union. Verifying his identity through both a retina and fingerprint scans, Dooley led these cadets into the empty facility to look around. Anything valuable had long since been carted off by the Union, so the entire research facility was all the more empty than before. Even though none of them could see these intricate machinery and devices, the living spaces and residents of this base remained well preserved, and the cadets curiously examined the bedroom that the ancient humans had once lived in, looking around to see if they had left any clothes behind, even lying on the bed for a try and tasting the food made by the ancient humans' food synthesizers. The synthesized food tasted extremely bad, yet these cadets enjoyed every morsel of it. They imagined the scene of their ancestors living here in this space, and their eyes were filled with yearning and admiration. Come, let me bring you all to this facility's greatest secret, a laboratory hidden away for human experimentation in an ancient prison. The cadet who had discovered this research facility had disappeared right in one of this facility's prison cells. Not a trace of his existence could be found ever since. All of you need to keep close, or else I can't guarantee that you won't be the next to get swallowed by that hidden black hole inside the prison, Dooley joked. Is there really a secret black hole here? How did that cadet go missing? Everyone discussed it avidly, extremely curious about the case of Xia Fei's mysterious disappearance. They were a bit frightened. After all, their senior had once abruptly disappeared in that secret room, and they could not help but conjure up wild associations to it. Dooley brought them along that secret passageway and into the secret lab, circling around the place before heading into the prison. Just as Dooley opened the door, he was stunned. In front of him was a young man, who was staring right back, dressed in ragged clothes with a cigarette between his lips. Cadets from behind Dooley each pulled out their weapons, all getting into stances as they waited. The way Xia Fei looked was a little shocking, so they could not be blamed for being alarmed. Scratching his head, Xia Fei flashed a smile at Dooley before he strode right up to them. Dooley suddenly found this person to be very familiar. Though this person was now sporting a beard and had unkempt hair unlike a year ago, he was still able to clearly discern his facial features. "Xia Fei!" exclaimed Dooley. His 2 eyes widened in bewilderment, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. "You're back? How did you return? Where have you been in this past year?" Dooley sputtered a barrage of questions, his voice full of disbelief. Xia Fei knitted his brows and thought to himself, That's a troublesome question. How should I explain it to them? The Gaian Catalyst-class destroyer was still the ship that ferried the cadets to the planet, and after Xia Fei was assigned to a secluded room, he simply minded his business by staying in it. Regarding all the questions that everyone had thrown his way, he gave them all the same one line. Just call me when it's mealtime. Xia Fei closed the door behind him, leaving Dooley and the others dry outside, and the sound of running water was soon heard from inside the room. Everyone, return to your rooms. Don't just stay rooted around here. Dooley snapped and dispersed all the cadets before he went inside the control room to make a direct video call to the training camp's headquarters. He's back. Dooley anxiously blurted out the moment Yi Jingshan's figure appeared on the screen. Yi Jingshan's face was placid. Look at you gasp for breath. What sort of example are you setting? Be concise. Who's back? Xia Fei. Xia Fei's back. Yi Jingshan was stunned. What? What did you just say? Dooley recounted the matter in a flurry, giving his report to Yi Jingshan about how he had led the new cadets over to the ancient research facility to look around, only to bump into Xia Fei inside. Yi Jingshan heaved a long sigh after hearing everything. Did he say anything about where he's been in this past year? Not at all. Dooley shook his head repeatedly. No matter what I probed and asked, Xia Fei simply refused to answer. From the injuries he sustained and the clothes on his body, he must have been through a lot in this past year. Yi Jingshan contemplated this for some time before saying, Do this, then, you will make a return trip with Xia Fei to the training camp right away. I want you to handle this matter personally. Plus, make sure to keep this under wraps. Don't tell anyone yet, and listen only to my orders. Dooley had a difficult expression on his face. What about the cadets if I send Xia Fei back now, Commander Yi? Yi Jingshan furrowed his brows. Do you need to ask me such a simple question? Leave them there, and leave a few other instructors behind to monitor them. Get the warship to send Xia Fei back first, then we'll make arrangements after. Understood. Dooley nodded. Yi Jingshan was as cold as an iceberg, and it was a severe test every time he had to face the battalion commander. Turning off the display, Dooley placed a hand over his heart, which was now going at over 200 beats a minute. He waited for it to settle before he stepped out of the control room and acted in accordance with what Yi Jingshan had instructed. Icy cool water splashed upon his face, an invigorating sense of freshness spreading through him as a result. His hair was tangled, so Xia Fei used a pair of scissors to cut it off at random, then a shaver to remove all the beard on his face. If anyone stood outside the bathroom, they would immediately notice how different Xia Fei's body had become. Xia Fei was a lot skinnier than before, but his muscles were also leaner. There were countless scars on his back, thighs, and chest, and all of them were not left by light wounds. In fact, some directly extended to the inside of his muscles. This collection of innumerable scars made him give off a very scary and savage sensation. After a simple wipe of his body with a bath towel, Xia Fei stepped out of the bathroom and walked to his bed, picking up that Windshade Mark IV combat suit from the ground. Examining the combat suit under the lights, Xia Fei grimaced and shook his head. This legendary-grade protective suit for special ability users was now riddled with holes of varying width, length, and shape. Lights passed through, unimpeded, these many holes, forming motley shadows on the floor. Forget it. This combat suit can't be worn anymore, so just throw it away, Phantom said nonchalantly. Xia Fei nodded and tossed it to the ground. Though in his heart, he found it to be a bit of a waste. The fact was that the combat suit had sustained so much damage that it was simply impossible for it to be repaired. A combat suit that could not protect its user in battle had essentially outlived its use. That's over 200 million star coins. Xia Fei laughed bitterly. Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. It's just a combat suit. Is there a need for this? You've never been poor, so how would you understand the importance of money? Xia Fei immediately riposted. It is as the old saying goes. Money isn't omnipotent, but the lack of it makes one omnipotent. Phantom thought about it carefully. Indeed, he had never been worried about money in his life, so it was hard for him to appreciate Xia Fei's attachment to it. Xia Fei took out an old-fashioned tracksuit from his spatial ring and put it on before picking up his chasing light. He wanted to clasp it onto his right arm. It had been a habit of his to have that blade bound to his right forearm. He simply could not sleep well if he was not holding chasing light, feeling as if he were missing something. Holding chasing light in his hand to inspect it, that cyan blade had a web of thin cracks, with many chips on the bite of the blade, making it look as if it were sawtoothed. Xia Fei clearly remembered each crack on the blade. All those tough and dangerous battles that he had been through flashed right before his eyes, as if it happened yesterday. Phantom was about to say something, but Xia Fei raised his hand. Enough. I understand. Chasing light is already worthless, so that's another 200 million star coins gone. That wind-eye ring was also tossed to the ground. With his present rank, that trinket was already useless to him. After cleaning up everything, Xia Fei could only feel a sense of discomfort wash over him. Without the Windshade Mark IV combat suit and chasing light, it was as if he had lost two of his arms, giving rise to this feeling of restlessness inside him. He took out his things from inside his spatial ring and did an inventory. After a grueling year, not only was his combat suit gone, even the medicines that he had stored were already all used up. He had also used that ancient killer robot, Golden Cicada, in a time of crisis, so there was pretty much nothing left in his spatial ring. Placing all that was left on the table, Xia Fei suddenly discovered that the circular ancient signal receiver that Old Porter had left for him was shining, dimming, and glowing periodically. Old Porter had especially left him a golden ball, which was this very signal receiver, and the fiery red glow of it was presently flickering, going bright and dimming periodically. In the past year, this signal receiver had remained dormant, yet now that he was back in the Alliance territory, it suddenly kept flashing. Could Old Porter have sent a message to him? Xia Fei anxiously picked up the receiver. In his eyes, Old Porter was a very mysterious person. From his outward appearance, he was merely a highly skilled mechanic when it came to maintenance and retrofitting, but this very mechanic gave Xia Fei a long-range signal receiver, as well as an overclocking chip from the ancient civilization. Just how could a normal mechanic have come to possess such things? Even stranger was how he could actually use the Meteor script, which only the major families in the Alliance would come to know after decades of studying. Clearly, this was an indication that Porter's background was far from ordinary. Xia Fei was holding that golden ball when, all of a sudden, a display screen shot out to display several words. Head to the Black Abyss Star Region, D1C3. Locate Windchime, Xia Fei read to himself aloud. The Black Abyss. Phantom exclaimed in surprise, his two eyes wide, as if very afraid of something at the mention of that place. What's with the Black Abyss? Xia Fei furrowed his brows in question. Phantom pursed his lips. The Black Abyss isn't a good place. You'll understand once you see the star map. Why would Old Porter run to the Black Abyss all by himself? From the date, Old Porter appeared to have sent this message 2 months ago, and he had only received it today probably because the Heritage Planet did not allow contact to the outside. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. It's already been so long. Could something have happened to Old Porter? Turning on his microcomputer, Xia Fei quickly pulled out the star map to look. The computer system's star map covered all the known star regions to humanity, and the Pan-Human Alliance spanned over 300 star regions. Beyond that, there were plenty of star regions that humanity had no knowledge of, which would therefore not be included within the star map. Entering Black Abyss into the address bar, the star region, including those near it, very quickly appeared on the star map. It was projected in 3D, so it conveniently included a flight path from Indero Star Region to the Black Abyss Star Region right away. After some time, Xia Fei sucked in a cold breath. There was no cardinal direction in space, so he had to rely on up, down, left, right in order to determine position. Indero Star Region, which was closer to the insectoid territory, could be considered as one of the more distant star regions in the Alliance. Going from Indero Star Region to Black Abyss Star Region would pretty much require Xia Fei to traverse through the entire Pan-Human Alliance territory, a distance that was more than 10 million light-years away. More importantly, though Indero was considered distant, it was at least within known star regions, and anyone could reach the insectoid territory as long as they passed through the Wild Star Region, which humans had a semblance of understanding toward. Meanwhile, Black Abyss was completely different. Traveling from that star region would mean wandering into a large swathe of the unknown expanse. Naturally, nobody knew what was beyond Black Abyss. What sorts of life forms were there, or what dangers existed beyond? Looking at the surrounding star regions of Black Abyss again, he saw names such as Evil Gulfstream Star Region, Terminus Star Region. Just the mention of their names, and anyone would know how terrifying and dangerous they were. If the massive pan-human alliance was likened to Earth, then Black Abyss, Evil Gulfstream, and Terminus Star Regions would be like the Moon, for they were all tightly packed together like a round cluster, more than 10 million light-years away from the pan-human alliance, far away from the human galactic society. Why is the Black Abyss Star Region so far away from the pan-human alliance? Xia Fei asked. Phantom sighed. Those 3-star regions are also called Death's Corner. A very, very long time ago, there was a stable wormhole that connected the place directly to Kurusu Star Region inside Alliance territory. Many humans, either because they had nowhere to go or were seeking for an adventure, went through the wormhole and arrived there, settling down in the 3-star regions. Over 400 years ago, that wormhole suddenly collapsed, and Death's Corner became a pan-human alliance's enclave. Though it belonged to the Alliance in name, it had in fact since been independent. There's no way for the Alliance to keep control of the place since it was so far away. Xia Fei realized how serious this matter was. He used the flight calculation system to plot a path from Indero Star Region to Black Abyss Star Region, and even the shortest route would take him at least 2.5 months' time, and half a month would be spent flying blind in the uninhabited territories. It must be said that in this age of warp engines being highly popular, taking over 2 months to get from one place to another essentially meant crossing an unimaginably far distance. How do people live there? Is there any military presence protecting those 3-star regions? Xia Fei asked. They do have a military, but these are troops that no longer follow the Alliance Naval Dispatch, now working in a feudalist monarch system. They each is taken to commanding their respective dominion and viewed one another with animosity. The natives mainly depend on their local produce, as well as the biannual large-scale military convoy. Because those 3-star regions are essentially independent, the supply the Alliance offered toward them is already reducing over time. Ultimately, the place is a chaotic mess, without any unified management or supplies, and the lives of the citizens there are as lowly as ants, Phantom explained. Xia Fei pondered for a moment. In that sense, isn't the Death Trio Star Region similar to the Wild Star Region? Phantom waved his hand dismissively. The Wild Star Region is populated by pirates, not having any major military strength to their name. But the Death Trio Star Region has over 100 combined fleet garrisoned, and those fleets are already operating as private mercenaries for the local warlords and tyrants. They are far more vicious than pirates, and considering the existence of many other fleets and pirates, the place has since become chaotic to the extreme. With how powerful the Pan-Human Alliance is, why haven't they gone over to restore order? The Alliance ought to have the ability to do so, Xia Fei asked again. Phantom coldly snorted. The Pan-Human Alliance is actually a loose coalition of organizations, and the Alliance itself actually does not have many fleets under their name. The real, large-scale armies are all in the control of several major territories, while the Death Trio Star Region is extremely barren, lacking any material wealth. None of these major territories care to pay any attention toward it. Why would the politicians care about the life or death of the citizens there? Xia Fei slowly came to realize that the Death Trio Star Regions were not just 3 regions that had been ignored. Instead, they had left the human galactic society and formed their own culture and rules. It was akin to how the different territories did not have to listen to one another's orders, only conforming to the Pan-Human Alliance in name. Indeed, this is somewhat troublesome. Xia Fei, who was lying in bed, mumbled to himself. And I still have no idea why old Porter wants me to visit such a place. The Catalyst-class destroyer slowly took off, heading in the direction of Heaven Execution Training Camp. The moment the warship departed from YZ-7526 and left the planet's communications restriction barrier, Xia Fei's microcomputer automatically connected to the interplanetary internet. And just like what had happened when he had gone to Wild Star Region, a barrage of emails filled his inbox, and the amount this time around was way more than what he received before. It seemed that it was a habit of Xia Fei's to disappear for a time every so often, but it was because of just how sudden his disappearance had been this time around and the fact that he had been gone for a longer duration than usual. Xia Fei closed the emails and patiently waited, knowing that the mischievous Sprite Avril would come contacting him. As long as he was somewhere with an interplanetary internet connection, that girl would always appear sooner or later. It was as if she were omnipresent, and as if no rules of the interplanetary internet bound her. Alas, after waiting for a whole 10 minutes, Avril still did not contact him. That was when Xia Fei began to wonder, which slowly turned into a feeling of unease. Could something have happened to Avril? Xia Fei pretty much knew nothing about the mysterious Avril. He did not even know her contact number or her address, much less confirm if her name was real. Opening his email, Xia Fei composed a message addressed to Avril, informing her of his return and, at the same time, asking about what she had been up to recently. This email was the only method of contact he had with Avril, and Xia Fei had no other means to locate her aside from this. In the past, the lady could always reach him whenever she wanted, and he had not been able to shake her off even after changing to an anonymous account. Conversely, if Xia Fei wished to contact Avril, he needed to send out an email. If she was free, she would very quickly send a video call to him. In fact, even if she was ill-disposed, she would still send him a reply, arranging for a time that they could meet and chat. However, this time, this email of his was like a stone dropped in the middle of a boundless sea. There was no reply at all. Avril not only did not connect with him, but also did not reply to his message. Xia Fei felt very melancholic. The two of them were like old friends. Even though they seldom saw each other, he did miss her somewhat. Now that this person he had been missing was no more, he could not help but feel sad. He tapped the screen and was about to send another email when Xia Fei stopped in the middle of composing it. The facts were very apparent. Given how Avril had such amazing means on her fingertips that she could reach him whenever she wanted, what use would there be in composing a million emails if she simply did not wish to chat? What Xia Fei was most worried about was whether something had happened to Avril or not, and he did not really care about all the other things. There's no telling if old Porter is alive in the dark abyss, and I haven't gotten any word back from Avril, either. Just what is going on here? Xia Fei mumbled to himself in bed. The soft mattress made it easy to lull people to sleep, and as Xia Fei contemplated these worrisome matters, he slowly began to drift into dreamland and was soon fast asleep. Phantom, standing all alone in that cabin, stared at the star map of the Death Trio star region for a very long time, seemingly muttering something under his breath. His expression looked somewhat lost, which the dreaming Xia Fei was completely unaware of. Planet Heck was still as beautiful as ever. After a whole year living a perilous existence, Xia Fei actually felt somewhat uneasy being at ease. Arriving at the Heaven Execution training camp, Xia Fei observed his surroundings as he strolled along, softly saying, "I suddenly think that making the training center so luxurious and comfortable actually isn't a good thing at all. Though this sort of safe and secure environment is conducive to improving warriors' cultivation, they will be unable to gain greater crisis awareness, and a warrior not having that can very well be a fatal flaw." Phantom was unfazed. "The main reason I advised you to join the training camp is mainly their special cultivation improvement system and abundance of medicinal ingredients, as well as equipment. It seems that people have been overestimating the Heaven Execution training camp nowadays, and all the rumors have eventually turned this place into a holy land for all warriors." Xia Fei nodded and did not say another word. Of course, it was a wondrous thing that this place had a method of allowing people to absorb the universe origin energy for their own use. But it was unfortunate that the internal division strictly guarded it, making it far from something someone of Xia Fei's caliber to come in contact with. Pushing open the door, Xia Fei stepped into the library and saw elderly Qin Meng with his leg in a figure of four sitting in his usual spot. A pot of tea on the table. There was even a cigarette between his lips. Seeing Xia Fei step in, Qin Meng did not reveal any look of surprise, but merely nodded his head and commented lightly, "You're back." Xia Fei chuckled as he got approached. "Old man, why did you start smoking as well? I recall you mentioning more than once how smelly you find the smell of cigarettes." Qin Meng flicked the butt into an ashtray on the table and stretched. "Oh, I was bored while you were gone and remembered how much pleasure you showed whenever you smoked them. So I got myself a few packs to try, only to end up getting addicted to them. The taste of cigarettes is very overwhelming at the start, but once you get used to this strong flavor, it'll help the smoker calm down, which can be considered as its unique aspect." As if he had never left, Xia Fei habitually made Qin Meng a fresh pot of tea before he began cleaning the library once again. When that was done, the old man and young man sat across each other, both holding cigarettes between their fingers, puffing away with gusto. "Where did you go off to this time?" Qin Meng curiously asked. Xia Fei shook his head and laughed bitterly. "All I can say is that it's an amazing place. I'm not allowed to tell anyone about it due to the restriction of the rules imposed on me. So it's best if you don't hound me. Just take me at my word. Can't tell anyone about it." "Not a soul." Xia Fei was being very sincere and honest, so Qin Meng sighed somewhat disappointedly. "There's actually such a thing in this universe? Forget it. Everyone has their secrets, so I won't bother pursuing this matter further. I noticed that your speed has improved quite a lot from the last time I saw you. Enhancing your speed ability is no walk in the park. For you to have improved it to such a degree in a year's time, I can tell that you've been through a lot. What's your rank now?" "Intermediate star domain," Xia Fei bluntly answered. "Intermediate rank." Qin Meng was quite taken aback after hearing this before his demeanor returned to normal. For a speed ability user to reach intermediate star domain was already a tremendous achievement. The speed ability was the hardest to improve out of all the special abilities, and Bozingwa had only cultivated until advanced star domain to this date, while Yi Shaohan, who had always been recognized as extremely talented, was also only at intermediate star domain like Xia Fei. After all, Bozingwa and Yi Shaohan were both instructors within the internal division, not to mention that Bozingwa had once been part of the Glorious 13. For Xia Fei to have attained the intermediate star domain rank at the age of 19, the rate of his improvement was simply astounding. Old Black, nuzzled in Qin Meng's arms, paced over to Xia Fei with its cat-like laziness. It meowed twice, and Xia Fei smiled and took Old Black into his arms, his right hand stroking it gently across the back. "Looks like Old Black missed you. You ought to hang around for a while now that you're back. Honestly speaking, you're not at all steadfast, always causing some trouble after some time passes." Qin Meng chuckled. Xia Fei was left speechless for a good while. It was not as if he wished for such things to happen, but if incidents kept occurring left and right to him, what could he do about any of it? "I still won't be staying for long this time around, I'm afraid. I'll be reporting to Battalion Commander Yi this afternoon and will be leaving tonight," Xia Fei said. "So soon?" Qin Meng knitted his eyebrows. "Just what exactly is going on with you? Why do you have to leave after returning so soon?" Xia Fei thought about it and decided to tell him about old Porter's situation. A strange smile appeared across Qin Meng's face after he heard everything. "In that case, you do indeed have to go and take a look." This time, it was Xia Fei who was nonplussed. He had only come to the decision of going to the Black Abyss to look for old Porter after struggling with it inside for some time. After all, this trip would be fraught with dangers, and there was simply no telling what he might encounter. The reason why Xia Fei had ultimately decided to take this risk was down to the curiosity he harbored and his keen intuition telling him that he should look for old Porter, yet Qin Meng had readily agreed to his decision. So why was that? As he thought about this, Qin Meng suddenly asked him, "What do you know about that Porter person?" Xia Fei took some time to mull over the question before he vaguely answered. "My only contact with him was when I went to the warship graveyard, hearing that he had once served in the army and opened his factory to become his boss after retiring." Xia Fei only revealed a portion of what he knew. He did not reveal how old Porter had gifted him an overclocking chip or his knowledge of Meteor script. These were all the old mechanic's secrets, and since Xia Fei did not like people prying in his secrets, he naturally also disliked divulging other people's secrets. Qin Meng nodded. "Since he's asked you to go, you should. Anyway, Porter is no ordinary man, so being with him will bring you lots of benefits." Qin Meng gave a similarly cryptic answer, and Xia Fei did not dig further. It was evident that the other knew something about old Porter, but was unwilling to speak about it. Trying to find out more when the person did not wish to elaborate would effectively be pointless. In any case, Qin Meng was always profoundly unfathomable to Xia Fei. So if even this obese librarian agreed that he should look for Porter, it only served to steel his resolve. However, before he left, there were still several things he needed to take care of. He needed to check in with Quantum Holdings, and Avril's current status was also a source of worry for Xia Fei. That cute lady had pretty much become an enigmatic affliction in his heart, and her sudden disappearance left Xia Fei feeling restless. The minor changes on Xia Fei's face from all these thoughts did not escape Qin Meng's eyes. The wise, old man that he was could be said to be a master when it came to observing people and their moods. You seem to have something on your mind. Xia Fei forced a smile. It's nothing, actually. Just a friend of mine whom I suddenly couldn't get hold of, so it's making me somewhat worried. If you're so worried, why don't you go visit your friend in person? Xia Fei somewhat awkwardly explained. If I knew where she lives, I would have already gone and paid her a visit. That friend of mine is quite special. She's always been the one to initiate contact with me, while I know nothing about her. Qin Meng seemed to be somewhat hesitant as he adopted an inscrutable expression. Are you talking about Avril? Xia Fei's heart palpitated, the cigarette in his hand shaking, nearly causing him to drop it to the ground. Xia Fei had never mentioned anything about Avril, so how did Qin Meng learn of her? That's right. It's Avril. Do you know her? Xia Fei asked, puzzled. Qin Meng burst into raucous laughter, his chubby hand patting Xia Fei's shoulder hard. I'm not telling you. He clearly knows something, but is unwilling to tell me. Just what sort of game is he playing? Xia Fei felt a bout of sadness wash over him, feeling an ache in his chest. Qin Meng was satisfied upon seeing Xia Fei look so defeated and smiled. How is it? Not a nice feeling, right? Not telling me what you've been up to this whole year. Now, you aren't getting anything from me about Avril as payback. Xia Fei was completely helpless. Qin Meng and he had known each other for some time, and he had never seen this obese, old coot demonstrate such a side of petty resentment. Since Xia Fei had not revealed anything about the heritage planet to him, he was quick to return the favor to him. I really can't tell you about it, Xia Fei said gravely. His expression was very serious. Xia Fei would never be ambiguous when the issue concerned life or death. Even if he could never see Avril for the rest of his life, Xia Fei needed to keep the secret. He knew deep down what was the heftier price. Qin Meng's laughter ended. He originally wanted to joke about this with Xia Fei and, at the same time, vent a bit of his foul mood, but who knew that Xia Fei would show such a decisive attitude, which went well beyond Qin Meng's expectation. You do have something you can't disclose, huh? Qin Meng said, more to himself than to Xia Fei. It seems that this matter is actually quite serious. Xia Fei's brows were furrowed as he lightly nodded his head. Avril tried finding you after you went missing, and she even went to where you had gone missing to look. It seems that that lady is very concerned about you. But Qin Meng stopped talking once more, suddenly laughing to himself as he mumbled under his breath. Why should an old man like me intervene with the matters of the young? With that, Qin Meng found some paper and pen, then he wrote down an address, handing it over to Xia Fei once he was done writing. Don't say that I didn't warn you, but your friend isn't of the same breed. There's a large gap between you two. Qin Meng gave his sincere advice. As a human, you ought to do everything within your means. Xia Fei did not understand what Qin Meng meant. He anxiously took that piece of paper and looked to see a single address written on it. Conid Star Region, Venal Galaxy, Capital Planet, Sunset Villa. Conid Star was the core region of the Pan-Human Alliance. Its technological and prosperity levels were at the height of the entire alliance. Even the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance was based there. This meant that Avril was living in the capital of the Pan-Human Alliance in a place called Sunset Villa. There were hundreds of millions of humans living in the universe, and only a rare few could stay in the capital of the Alliance. It was said that there were a variety of strict access systems on that planet. The vast majority of humans would never even get the chance to step 1 foot on that planet. Yet Avril's family actually lived there? Xia Fei kept the piece of paper into his spatial ring without making another sound. The keen intuition that he possessed gave him a very bad feeling, though he simply could not put a finger on why that was the case. Given who you are right now, there's no way you'll be able to enter the capital, but I can lend you a hand. I'll obtain a temporary visa for you to be allowed 72 hours of stay there, Qin Meng said. Xia Fei thought about this for a moment. Thank you very much for this. Since I'll be passing by Conid Star region on my way to Black Abyss, I want to pay her a visit. A glance at the time on his microcomputer, and he saw that it was already noon, meaning that it was about time for his appointment with Yi Jingshan. Xia Fei got up. Old man, I'm going to see Battalion Commander Yi now. I'll come and find you later. Qin Meng waved offhandedly. Go on. Remember to come back earlier. I have some things I want to give to you. Just as Xia Fei stepped out of the library, Qin Meng made a video call to Yi Jingshan. As always, Yi Jingshan appeared on that display screen with a look of reverence. "Master, are you looking for me?" "Yes." Qin Meng nodded slightly. "There are a few things I need you to do." Yi Jingshan was startled. It was very rare for his master to approach him first for anything, much less make a request to him. This was truly unprecedented. "Master, just instruct me whatever you wish, and Jingshan will obey them all." Yi Jingshan lowered his head. Qin Meng cleared his throat. "Since Xia Fei has returned, the reward for his discovery of complete ancient relics back then ought to be remunerated, right?" Yi Jingshan's face momentarily darkened. He never would have guessed that what his master wanted to discuss was actually Xia Fei, and that he had personally made this call all for that young man's sake. This realization did not sit well with him. He was uncertain of this feeling. In terms of qualifications, he and Xia Fei were about the same, and in terms of respecting his master, Xia Fei and Yi Jingshan were miles apart. These past few decades, Yi Jingshan had been exceptionally deferential to his master, while Xia Fei was the exact opposite, calling his master old man so nonchalantly. However, it just so happened that Qin Meng did not mind and, instead, felt that Xia Fei was more to his liking. Xia Fei would often gift Qin Meng tea leaves, snacks, and other such small treats to curry favor with him, and in Yi Jingshan's eyes, he was no more than putting on an act. Yet Qin Meng happened to enjoy it, and had even learned the vice of smoking from Xia Fei. Yi Jingshan was a very old-fashioned person. The way he saw things, Xia Fei was no different from a rogue fresh off the streets, neither knowing how to act nor caring to learn it, only knowing how to go about his crooked ways. His most respected master ended up being fooled senseless after having been exposed to Xia Fei's unorthodox ways. How could Yi Jingshan be reconciled with this? "Master, going by union rules, Xia Fei can indeed be rewarded with 10% of the total value of his discovery and will additionally get 100,000 contribution points. I'll be sure that not a point less will be given to him, post-haste." Yi Jingshan did his best to control the seething rage in his heart as he gave his answer. Qin Meng nodded his head with satisfaction. "Very good. Since you've already decided to give Xia Fei the reward he deserves, why don't you let him exchange points for items in the high-tier database? That kid has had it rough. His head's turned white in just a year, and he's looking so much skinnier. Plus, all his fairly decent equipment has received damage beyond repair. It's truly hard to imagine how he managed to survive that whole year." Qin Meng said it so lightly. Xia Fei's Windshade Mark IV combat suit and Chasing Light were both legendary-grade equipment. Yet these two precious treasures had merely gotten a SOSO evaluation in Qin Meng's eyes. Yi Jingshan's shoulders shuddered slightly, thinking to himself, "Master, you've only known Xia Fei for a handful of days, yet you're already considering so much for his sake. I have been loyally following you for over 40 years. When have you ever treated me like that?" Sighing, Yi Jingshan said, "Master, you probably don't know, but Xia Fei doesn't have the authorization to access the high-tier database. I'm afraid tongues will wag if I privately let him access it." Qin Meng glared at him with his old eyes. Though they were separated by a screen, Yi Jingshan was still jumping in his skin from that shocking aura his master gave off. "Does it mean that you're not willing to do it?" Qin Meng's forehead creased as he asked. Yi Jingshan nervously waved his hand. "No, that's not what I mean to say, master." "Then, what do you mean?" Qin Meng did not let the matter go, pressing like a teacher inquiring for an explanation. Helpless, Yi Jingshan blinked a few times. He now knew that his master was not joking this time around, and he was afraid that he would get the short end of the stick if he did not obey his request. "Fine, I promise to let Xia Fei choose 3 items from the C-tier database. Make it the B-tier, with no limits," Qin Meng said angrily. "Look at you being so stingy. The training camp isn't even some family business you've opened. What are you guarding all that crap as if everything's treasure?" Though Yi Jingshan looked very dignified in the eyes of the other instructors of the training camp, with all of them wishing that they could take a detour to avoid him, the very same Yi Jingshan was actually the most afraid of his master, Qin Meng. Furthermore, this fear was not a pretense, but a sort of horror etched in his very psyche. Gritting his teeth, Yi Jingshan nodded. "I'll listen to you. B-tier database, no limits." Now that Yi Jingshan had agreed to his request, Qin Meng did not make things difficult for him. He stroked Old Black in his arms and smiled. Actually, you won't have to trouble yourself much further very soon, for Xia Fei is leaving tonight. You've always disliked him, so at least you will be rid of this frustrating eyesore. Yi Jingshan did not show anything outwardly, which itself was a silent admission to Qin Meng's words. His attitude toward Xia Fei kept changing, from the initial appreciation to the eventual loathing. Even President Robert, who had strongly recommended Xia Fei in the beginning, was the same. In fact, Robert even wished that he could expel Xia Fei as soon as he could, preventing him from causing trouble all day long. Except Yi Jingshan could not make sense of why he would be heading off after returning so soon. Why did it seem that the young Xia Fei was busier than him, a battalion commander? Just what sort of trouble had he gotten himself into again from behind the scenes? Qin Meng said some more words of consolation to Yi Jingshan, who was so busy stewing in his resentment that nothing else registered on his head. Turning off the screen after, Yi Jingshan fitfully waited for Xia Fei to knock at the door before permitting him entry. Xia Fei smartly arrived at his office and stood right before Yi Jingshan. "Battalion commander, were you looking for me?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Actually, Xia Fei's expression and tone were completely normal, and it did not have a hint of sarcasm or flattery toward Yi Jingshan, but every word coming out of his mouth ended up becoming unbearable to the older man's ears. "Where have you been in this whole year? You need to give an account of things to the camp," Yi Jingshan snapped with that emotionless mug of his. Xia Fei shrugged, offering the line that he had already prepared for such a question. "I don't remember. All I recall is falling asleep inside that secret laboratory, and when I next woke up, an entire year has passed." Yi Jingshan sighed. Xia Fei had actually used amnesia as an excuse for himself. With someone like his master, Qin Meng, backing this young man up, Yi Jingshan could only helplessly accept such an outrageous lie. "Fine, I'll report this matter thusly to the Union. As for your contribution in discovering completely intact ancient civilization remnants and relics on YZZ 7526, the Union has decided to reward you with 10% of their total market value, as well as an additional 100,000 contribution points," Yi Jingshan said. He was now in a hurry to get rid of himself, this troublemaker Xia Fei, which was why he had skipped past the interrogation and went straight to allocating the latter rewards. He figured that there was no point in trying to probe the young man further. He could tell that Xia Fei had no intentions of revealing anything. "It's only 10%, but I guess that's better than nothing," Xia Fei thought to himself. There was still that mantis carcass inside his spatial ring. Due to the fact that the space within a spatial ring was completely devoid of air, the carcass remained perfectly preserved. Xia Fei thought about it and decided not to take it out now. He would first see if there were other research institutions outside that would be willing to buy it for a high price. He was not about to let the adjudicator union profit off his labor like this. Everything within that research facility, when converted into cash, comes up to 80 billion star coins. 10% of that will be 8 billion star coins, and the contribution points can be used on the union's item exchange database at your discretion. Whether you wish to exchange all now or save them for the future is up to you. Yi Jingshan rapidly rattled off. 8 billion star coins. Xia Fei was stunned for quite a long time. He originally thought that the 10% he would be getting was not much, but who knew that it would actually be as high as 8 billion star coins? After swallowing a mouthful of spit, Xia Fei answered, "I'd like to redeem them immediately." All his equipment had pretty much been completely destroyed, and even his supplement supplies had been used up until he was nearly out. Right now, Xia Fei was essentially destitute, and since he was given this chance, he would of course be willing to replenish some of his necessities. Without another word, Yi Jingshan accessed the item database, entered a password, and pulled out a screen. Panels upon panels of equipment and items appeared on it, leaving Xia Fei dumbfounded. Xia Fei had looked through the internal item exchange database quite a few times himself, but what had been on offer was not even a tenth as good as what was before his sight at this moment, with the grade of the items far outstripping those he had seen before. What happened? Did the database of the training camp get expanded? Xia Fei wondered to himself. He was completely unaware that this was a B-tier database Yi Jingshan had given Xia Fei access to, and it did not belong to the camp, but the entire Indero Star region's adjudicator union branch. The Heaven Execution Training Camp was only a subsidiary of the union, So the items that they could exchange for were of course much fewer than what would be available to the entire Union. Besides, a B-tier database was leaps and bounds better than the database cadets could have access to in the internal database. Therefore, there were plenty of high-grade items appearing on the screen that had usually been hidden deep in the Union warehouses. Even Phantom could not help but exclaim in awe, "Not bad. Not bad at all. These items are all very decent in terms of grade. That's why I say that the Distinguished Adjudicator Union couldn't possibly be just trash." Yi Jingshan purposely coughed a few times. "I'm going to leave now. You have 30 minutes to choose the items you need, so don't dawdle." With that, Yi Jingshan marched off his office. Actually, he did not have any other business to attend to, but merely did not wish to stay in the same room as Xia Fei. 30 minutes? Xia Fei muttered to himself. He immediately realized that there might be some chicanery behind this, but no matter the case might be, a chance was a chance. It was only the possibility that this chance might not come by again, which was why he was determined to find the most valuable item to exchange for. His journey to the Black Abyss was about to begin, and any worker would need to sharpen their tools if they wished to do well. Xia Fei prioritized the need to acquire some good equipment right now, and given how his cultivation was no longer what it used to be, it was all the more important that he found some top-grade equipment that could further augment his capabilities. Should I buy a normal edition Windshade Mark IV combat suit since the one I originally owned can't be used anymore? Xia Fei said this as he saw a similar combat suit to the one owned before appearing on the list, so he asked Phantom for his opinion. Don't. Since you have access to even better products now, why settle for something less? Phantom shook his head. Let's take a good look at everything that's on offer first, find all the top grade, and filter them out after. Quick, don't just stand there. 30 minutes isn't a lot of time. Hurry up and go through the pages, Phantom excitedly urged. The two of them acted as if they had been plunged into a thrilling battle, with only their eyes swiftly scanning through the screen in front of them, showing a solemn countenance to the task at hand. Yi Jingshan stood outside the door and silently counted the time, not sure why he felt somewhat worried. The B-tier database of the Union had several very valuable high-grade items, and Yi Jingshan was worried that Xia Fei would end up choosing one of these, which meant that he would really be suffering a loss here. A B-tier database was prepared for those members who had made a significant contribution to the Adjudicator Union. Not only was there a great variety of items inside, even the price was lower than their market price. Yi Jingshan was not willing to let Xia Fei obtain these top-grade items from within, which was why he had pulled a stunt. He had the complete database of B-tier and below all opened up so that these top-grade items would be hidden in the tens of thousands of trash, making it that much more difficult for Xia Fei to pick and choose. Xia Fei is only a cadet, so he should not know about these items. Besides, he only has 100,000 points on him. I doubt he'll be willing to use it all just to buy one item, Yi Jingshan thought in an attempt to console himself. Time passed quickly, and after 20 minutes had gone by, Xia Fei managed to pick out 57 of the most valuable items. Some of these were no doubt top grade, and the price happened to be within the acceptable range in Xia Fei's eyes. Yi Jingshan was correct. Xia Fei did not have any way to discern these top-grade items, but what he was unaware of was the presence of this strange master of his, Phantom. The Comet 90 combat suit is very good. In terms of its grade, it's more than half a rank higher than the Windshade Mark IV, reaching peak legendary standards. Though the speed enhancement it provides is slightly lower than that of Windshade Mark IV, it possesses very powerful defensive capabilities, and I don't think you need me to tell you twice why you'll need defense, Phantom somberly commented. Xia Fei nodded. If he was just doing a singular assassination, it was only natural for the Windshade series to be much better, but when actual combat began, especially in sustained combat situations, a combat suit's defense rating would clearly become important. His year-long fighting on the Heritage Planet was already proof of this point, and just having a single combat suit was insufficient for a top-rank warrior. This was especially important in Xia Fei's case, who was a warrior not only possessing great strength in assassination, but also capable of mass destruction and powerful offensive. He would at least need 3 sets ready to deal with different combat needs. Of course, he would also need weapons he could swap between for a more targeted impact, for different scenarios. Xia Fei presently did not have that many points to exchange for all this equipment, so he could only settle for a set of combat suits in the meantime. He could not have it both ways, so Xia Fei had to make his choice between a speed increase or a higher defense rating. If I go with the Comet 90 combat suit, I'll still be able to match it with a Wind Spirit ring to boost my speed. This way, I can attain a sort of middle ground, having both a powerful defense as well as a decent speed increase. Then, there are weapons. With your present cultivation, choosing the higher grade weapon, Extreme Light, will be a better fit than Chasing Light. After all, you're already used to the combat style of having a hidden glade up in your sleeve, and you're extremely handy with it, too. With the additional Concealed Wheel Lock as an auxiliary weapon, you'll thus possess the capability to engage in ranged combat. If I were you, these are the 4 pieces of equipment that I would choose. Being of sufficiently high grade, and with the total coming up to just about 98 points, this will be well within the range you're able to afford. Phantom very clearly laid things out point by point to Xia Fei. Phantom's analysis was sound, comprehensively considering factors from every angle. Though this second-rate assassin was not particularly practiced with his profession, he was still quite accomplished in his knowledge of medicines and equipment. While 100,000 contribution points did not seem small, it was actually not that much in reality. Especially in the face of all this top-grade equipment, each of them exceptional, so their price matched in excellence as well. His contribution points could buy plenty of average equipment, though it would be a stretch if used to purchase top-grade equipment. At the end of the day, being a warrior was an expensive profession, and a warrior's need for top-grade equipment could be described as insane. Xia Fei very quickly calculated everything in his mind, until his gaze fell upon an anomalous weapon that was listed at the very bottom of his screen. This anomalous weapon was called Celestial Moon, and it was a transformation weapon. From its outer appearance, it looked like a phoenix's tail from the legends, formed out of 18 sectional circular blades, and that dark gray color faintly giving off a murderous aura. Celestial Moon was made from a supercrow alloy. Its blade was paper-thin, yet it was imaginably hard and keen. It was tightly linked, loop by loop, through a complex mechanism, and when it was not in use, it would look like a frisbee disc, seemingly clasped onto the user's arm with the same arm-binding method Chasing Light had. He could adjust the length of Celestial Moon through a mechanism when in use, and every sectional blade boasted a 15-centimeter diameter, roller-shaped in appearance. Unleashing 3 would form a strange-looking short sword, which was around the length of 45 centimeters, while 10 would create a 1.5-meter long-length longsword. All 18 sectional blades completely unleashed would turn into an almost 3-meter-long claymore, more than capable of splitting mountains and parting the sea. Celestial Moon was not only able to change its length, but also let the user use the built-in mechanism to change its shape however they liked according to the 18 sectional blades. It could turn into a long whip to create a swing attack or form into a shield to defend against an opponent's ferocious attack. As long as it could be imagined, the weapon could conform arbitrarily to the user's desire. There was no doubt it was a top-grade anomalous weapon. It was strange not only in its transformation, it even demonstrated its crazy form of attack. In addition to the Celestial Moon's capabilities as mentioned, it could also do dispersion attacks. All it took was a push of a button and the 18 thin sectional blades would immediately break away from the main mechanism and form a single circular knife, able to attack enemies in all directions. It would not be easy to predict where the attacks came from, leaving the enemies nowhere to hide. Beyond that, just the anomalous and variations that Celestial Moon was designed meant it had already reached the pinnacle of human weapon designs, historically speaking. Only the most insane genius could possibly design a weapon so complex and weird. Furthermore, it was still able to maintain sturdiness while using a complex mechanism. No matter how he looked at it, this weapon could only be considered marvelous. Phantom followed Xia Fei's gaze and chuckled. "What? You're still not giving up on that Celestial Moon?" Xia Fei nodded. "That's right. I can't think of another weapon that suits me more than Celestial Moon. It's almost as if this weapon has been specially made for me." Phantom sighed. Though the Celestial Moon is great, choosing that weapon means you won't be able to exchange your points for other equipment. Xia Fei did not respond. His expression was stoic. Right now, he needed to use his brains to determine what to take or let go. As the word suggested, taking was easy, and anyone could do that. But as for the other option, letting go was always the hardest. If he wanted to leave the place with something, he would have to abandon the other. And if the value between the two choices happened to be about the same, that would make the choice all that more difficult. Xia Fei smirked as he began to chuckle. He took out a hongtishan from his pocket, appearing to be very at ease. I've made my decision. I'm going with Celestial Moon, Xia Fei softly concluded. Phantom broke out into a self-deprecating laugh. I spent all that time trying to plan the perfect purchase, yet you're still gone with Celestial Moon, or should I say, even when it comes to choosing your equipment, you're still taking the lesser road traveled. I think you're just mad to the bones. Do you understand that? Though choosing Celestial Moon will afford you the strongest defensive power, you'll do so at the loss of your defense, and your overall combat capabilities will be far lower as a result. That is why I've picked out 4 pieces of equipment to help balance you out better. This is no more than spending the same amount of money to achieve one thing when you can achieve 4. You've always been stingy, so why are you suddenly willing to spend all the points you have on just a single weapon today? Xia Fei smiled. I'm not stingy. It's just that some expenditures are spent unnecessarily, so it is best to save what we can, but in crucial moments, I'll most definitely not feel heartbroken spending money. Though choosing Celestial Moon loses me the chance to gain the other equipment, I'll give me the most powerful offensive power in return. When doing something, we ought to do it to the best of your abilities, or else we're better off not doing anything at all. Phantom sighed. Xia Fei was a stubborn man. Since he had already made his choice with Celestial Moon, nothing else he said could convince him otherwise. Thus, he opted to just soundlessly dive back into his nest in the more stone. Yi Jingshan pushed open the door and returned to his office in a timely fashion. He was abruptly stunned when he saw the list of equipment Xia Fei had single-handedly picked out on the screen. How is it possible? He actually managed to pick out all the most valuable equipment in the database. Just which did he choose in the end? Yi Jingshan was apprehensive as he sat back down in his chair and asked Xia Fei, "Are you done choosing yet?" Xia Fei nodded, gesturing with one hand to Celestial Moon, which seemed to be exuding a sanguinary aura on the screen. "Commander Yi, I'd like to redeem this Celestial Moon." Yi Jingshan's expression changed. "Are you certain that you want to spend 105,000 contribution points to purchase Celestial Moon?" Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed, though I currently only have 100,000 points. Is it possible for me to use star coins to make up the remaining 5,000 that I lack?" Hearing that Xia Fei did not have enough points, Yi Jingshan instantly felt his mood alleviate quite a lot. That weapon was one of the few eternal rank weapons in the B-tier database. The previous president in Robert's place had been the one who used the weapon, and he had bequeathed it to the Union after his death. Because no one knew how to use it, it had remained in the Union's warehouse, collecting dust, for so many years, and the value of this weapon was most definitely incalculable. What a joke! How can the Union's contribution points be substituted with star coins? It's best if you choose something else, Yi Jingshan said. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and thought for a while before saying, "Command Yi, may I give a call to old man Qin Mang to borrow the contribution points I lack? I'm sure he has some save up after working for so many years here in the training camp." Yi Jingshan instantly got nervous. Xia Fei had no idea that Qin Mang was actually his master, so he would surely be taken to task if his master learned about this matter. At this point, all he could do was not further anger his master. Yi Jingshan would be willing to jump right in a pit if he had to. "Hang on." Yi Jingshan gritted his teeth. "There's no need for you to do that. I'll just record down the 5,000 contribution points you owe for you to pay back at a later date." Xia Fei was elated, never expecting Yi Jingshan to be so amenable. "That works too. Then, I will have to thank you. Commander Yi, you're really a nice guy." After Xia Fei departed, Yi Jingshan secretly transferred 5,000 points from his own account right into the Union's account, shaking his head as he muttered to himself, "Truly, not only have I failed to gain what I sought, I ended up losing out instead. Master, just how did you find such a rascally disciple?" Xia Fei was in a great mood now that he had acquired Celestial Moon. He sprinted back to the library and told old man Qin Mang excitedly about everything that had just happened. Qin Mang's eyes were squinting as he asked skeptically, "You chose Celestial Moon? I recall that it isn't a weapon that speed ability users use. Only mental ability users are able to unleash its full potential. You can only use 40% of its combat capabilities at best. A weapon like Celestial Moon is full of variations, able to be soft, disperse, or concentrate. Furthermore, Crow Alloy itself was specially made for mental ability users, able to improve interaction frequency between the weapon and the brainwaves. The weapon would be more suited to a mental ability warrior than a speed ability user, for its greatest strength was the dispersion attacks. Unleashing all 18 sectional blades and using psychokinesis to make it fly around, attacking unpredictably, that was the proper way to use the weapon. Though speed ability users were able to use the length and hardiness transformation to attack, that would still be lacking the strongest combat style that mental ability users had access to. Xia Fei chuckled softly. Old man, what a speed ability user emphasizes is a flexible combat style that has plenty of variations. Though I may not be as powerful as a psychokinetic ability user with Celestial Moon, I'll still be able to provide plenty of supplementary potency with my attacks. Besides, this Celestial Moon is very hard to use. If I am able to exchange it with others for the equipment that I need, it'll also be a great bargaining chip, no? Qin Meng nodded. What Xia Fei had said was logical. The value of Celestial Moon was plain to see. If there was ever a day when Xia Fei came across a top-grade weapon that he could better take advantage of, there was a good chance that he could swap for it with Celestial Moon. Meanwhile, Celestial Moon's transformational combat style could still be considered highly practical for Xia Fei to use in the meantime. Xia Fei had always been very astute, and Qin Meng did not really suspect his explanation to be anything but the truth. Pulling out 2 letters he had personally written from his pocket as well as a memory chip, he handed them all to Xia Fei. These are what I am giving to you. Out of these 2 letters, one is for an old friend who is living in the capital, and the other is for a disciple of mine that is in the Black Abyss Star region. Help me pass these along to them. The memory chip contains the books that I've prepared for you. This time, I'm afraid that you won't be returning from the Death Trio Star region in a year and a half's time. It's necessary for you to train and fight, but you must neglect to regularly read books. Knowledge is an equally important aspect to a strong warrior. As for the visa to enter the capital, I've already applied for it on your behalf. I reckon that it'll be delivered to your inbox 2 days from now. You'll be allowed entry to the capital for a whole year, granting you permit to stay in the city for 72 hours. This is already the best I can do. Qin Meng confessed with great concern and heavy-heartedness, almost as if he somewhat could not bear to see Xia Fei leave. Xia Fei stored the 2 letters into his spatial ring and inserted the memory chip into his microcomputer. Opening it to take a look, Xia Fei was instantly stunned. All he saw in the catalog of books was the first row of words, which read an introduction to coding robots. Old man, this. Xia Fei was completely taken aback by this. He had never expected that Qin Meng would actually store that book on coding robots from the ancient civilization into a memory chip. After all, this was a book about AI, and it was considered to be the greatest taboo topic in the Pan-Human Alliance. Xia Fei was about to open his mouth to ask, when Qin Meng promptly reached his hand out and stopped him. Don't say a word. Now, let me speak and you listen. Xia Fei nodded anxiously, his expression turning solemn. I have nothing to say. Qin Meng spoke each word out slowly, his 2 cloudy eyes flashing craftily. Xia Fei immediately understood what he meant and silently kept that memory chip. Smiling, he said, Thank you. Qin Meng calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip, his other hand stroking Old Black's back repeatedly. Be sure to store everything properly. After receiving those letters I personally penned, the 2 recipients of the letter will treat you as one of their own, so look for them directly if you have any issues. As for those books, read them whenever you find the time. Qin Meng had intentionally emphasized the word those. His intentions were already apparent, and it was his hope that Xia Fei would learn what was inside that introduction to robot coding book. Xia Fei had gotten himself even more acquainted with old man Qin Meng's mysteriousness. Gaining entry into the Alliance capital was extremely difficult, yet Qin Meng had managed to get it sorted in the time it took to boil a fresh pot of tea. Furthermore, his recommendation of people whom he personally trusted to Xia Fei, just this extension of fellowship itself was enough to make Xia Fei cast a sidelong glance. Old man, I'm beginning to realize more and more that you're really mysterious. Xia Fei jokingly commented as he helped top up Qin Meng's tea. Qin Meng took the teacup and chortled. Rascal, you're not the only expert when it comes to having secrets. Anyone and everyone has their share as well. That night, Xia Fei invited Moon Song, Chen Dong, as well as Beihai, Manjun, Bo Xinghua, and Yi Shaohan to share a meal, bidding them all a simple farewell before he immediately set off for the Alliance capital in Konidstar region. Vampire slowly lifted off into space. After Xia Fei switched the warship to autopilot, he retired into his cabin to carefully study and research. The journey from Indero Star region to Konidstar region would take at least 20 days, and since Xia Fei had nothing to do during this time, he got ready to study how he could get Quantum Holdings to carry out a large-scale industrial upgrade as soon as possible, from a small company that could only produce the cheapest products to a medium-sized business that could compete with others in the alliance. From his video calls with Charlie, Xia Fei learned that Quantum Holdings had not only managed to survive and become a fierce competitor on the market, but also achieved a net profit of 1.5 billion star coins. This bit of money was nothing to Xia Fei, but to Quantum Holdings, a company that had just taken the first step in establishing themselves, it was a critical sum. After all, every money earned was from the pockets of extraterrestrials, and it was the first time in history that an Earth-based company had profited from interstellar trade. This was not only good for Quantum Holdings, but also a great encouragement for the whole planet. The facts prove that as long as humans put their heart to it, they too could compete for their position within the Pan-Human Alliance. They were all humans, so there was no reason Earthlings would not be up to par against extraterrestrials. Now, Andre had already taken a back seat and was managing everything as an aide, only participating in board meetings when pertaining to important decisions that Quantum Holdings would be making. The burden of being the chief executive officer, CEO, had already befallen on the young Charlie's shoulders. Though Charlie was 2 years younger than Xia Fei, born into the Rothschild family, he was gifted with a head for business. After shadowing Andre all those years, Charlie had slowly begun to shed away his initial shyness and was now turning into a shrewd and bold businessman in his rights. Xia Fei had a hands-off approach toward Quantum Holdings. He had never once participated in its day-to-day operations, leaving it for Andre, Wulong, and the others to operate. Xia Fei trusted those men, and their performance had not disappointed him thus far. He believed that it would only be a matter of time before Quantum Holdings became a heavyweight company in interstellar trade. Boting, Sarah, Alan, Sunny, and their family were people whom Xia Fei had recruited from all across the universe to help him with the company, as they slowly began to play a more important role in it. Boting and Sarah were providing support for the company's transport fleet in their own way, with Boting responsible for fleet maintenance and Sarah in charge of fleet operations. Both of them performed to their best of abilities to help the fleet become outstanding. Alan, who had joined the company's technological research team, used his experience with radars to create a small radar called Dust. This radar was not particularly powerful, but it demonstrated its uniqueness by collecting weak signals with higher precision. Last year, almost 1/3 of their profits came from the sale of this Dust radar, becoming a representing product of their company. Sunny, who had a more cheerful personality, had joined Quantum Holdings' sales department as their business representative, specifically responsible for negotiations with other companies. This man who started out driving a taxi had managed to demonstrate his talent in diplomacy, spending his time traveling to various locations in space, discussing contracts with other companies on behalf of Quantum Holdings, establishing business deals left and right. Xia Fei had once been worried that Sunny growing up in the warship graveyard would give him an aura of a hoodlum which could not be washed off, and he might not be able to greatly contribute to any measure. But now, it appeared that he had truly been worried over nothing. That slick and persuasive personality had become Sunny's greatest weapon, and it was reported to him that if the company were to come across someone who was tough to talk sense with, Sunny would be sent. It was as the saying went, everything has its vanquisher, and it takes a crook to fight a crook. Xia Fei was beginning to feel that everyone actually had the potential as long as they were placed in the right position to shine fully. Who would have thought Alan, a man who barely had enough to eat, could become an inventor on Earth, and that Sunny, with his ruffian mannerisms, could become a qualified business representative? In the past year, Quantum Holdings had already accomplished its acquisition and reorganization of the planet's productivity, now wielding a great manufacturing capacity that spanned across the globe. Now, the question was how to turn productivity into profits. As Earth was starting to become more prosperous as it traded with other sovereign territories more and more frequently, the Federation dollar was rapidly increasing in value as well. Presently, a star coin could be exchanged for about 1,200 Federation dollars, and in the future, the Federation dollars would surely reach its true purchasing power and be accepted by the Alliance, too. It would then be accepted into the universal currency system, and the Federation dollar would be completely replaced at this stage, bringing Earth into the Star Coins era. Even if Earth Federation's dollars could not be entered into the Alliance's universal currency system, Xia Fei had no plans of depending on low-end products to develop the company. Low-value products had terrible profit margins, only a few hundreds of star coins per tonnage even after adjusting the operating costs. It was hardly profitable and was definitely not a long-term plan. The screen was blank, the thought-assisted composition program on standby. As long as Xia Fei had a thought, the screen would immediately display what he was thinking about. Lighting a cigarette, Xia Fei sat down in a chair and quietly contemplated. Industrial design was a broad and profound field of study, and the products that Quantum Holdings could produce were not too high-tech, for it would be extremely difficult to produce if it was too high-tech. Even if they relied on extraterrestrials to ship in equipment and forcibly get them started on production, the yield rate would be a huge problem. After all, Quantum Holdings did not have the experience or the capabilities to produce complex products yet. Furthermore, industrial designs also needed Xia Fei to have a handle on the technical foundations. There was no way that he could come up with anything beyond his standard even if he died trying. Electronics, machinery, pharmaceuticals. These were the three main topics Xia Fei was focusing on at the moment, and also the things that he was mainly learning outside of his training. He had gotten the foundation, but the lack of experience in product designing was greatly restricting him. Industrial design and designing something were two entirely different concepts. The top priority of industrial design was cost control. Every cent the base cost of a product lowered meant another cent to profit and competitiveness. In contrast, a product made for personal use did not need to be so particular, where pricing was not an issue as long as it was suitable for use. After pondering on this for a good while, Xia Fei was still clueless on how to proceed. To someone who had no experience in product design, it was difficult to come up with a complete design for industrialized products. Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei asked Phantom, who was seated in a corner of the cabin, "Is it possible to mass-produce those medicinal formulas of yours?" Phantom slowly opened both eyes and sniggered. "First, these formulas are from my discipleship, so you don't have the right to take it and mass-produce them. Second, it isn't as if you haven't tried the medicines yourself. All of them are extreme to a great degree, potentially becoming lethal if even the slightest mistake is made during the process. Even if you can reproduce them, that sort of pain is not something the average individual can handle. If you were to attempt and produce these as you claim, you might very well end up becoming a pauper." Xia Fei was silent for a good while. Phantom's pharmaceutical methodology all depended on using medicinal ingredients with conflicting properties, which created insane effects, and the risk to partake in these was a lot. It appeared as if Xia Fei would have to eliminate pharmaceuticals from the plan, leaving him to find opportunities within the fields of electronics and machinery. Though the saying, "Once the fundamentals are understood, the rest will follow," rang true, and Xia Fei had a better understanding of mechanical principles after learning ship maintenance and retrofitting, he was still fairly mediocre when it came to the principle of modifying machinery. The former was through picking up old Porter's lifetime worth of experience in the field, while the latter was merely just what Xia Fei slowly figured through plenty of practice, and it was hardly fitting to compare the two. As such, he had to eliminate the machinery option as well, leaving just electronics for Xia Fei to dabble in. Electronics was what Xia Fei had picked up in the last year or so from ancient civilization books, and there was no question that it was technologically advanced. However, the problem with this sort of advanced technology was the necessity of a strong production capacity to support. So even if Xia Fei was able to come up with an entirely new product by imitating the ancient technological designs, he would still face plenty of trouble mass-producing it back on Earth. After going a whole round, Xia Fei was back to where he started. It seemed that product designing was not as simple as what Xia Fei had imagined. Somewhat dejected, he lay down on his bed and started reading. Putting the introduction to robot coding Qin Meng had given him on the screen, Xia Fei began to read it studiously from the contents page. After reading dozens of pages, Xia Fei gradually realized that this book was not simply an introduction to computational programming, but the entire process of robotics manufacturing as well as AI coding. The book was just a simple introductory text, and the theoretical information presented could not be considered unfathomable. Yet it also provided a grand blueprint on how to manufacture robots for all its readers' sake. From the very basics of how to design the appearance and balance control of the robots all the way to the kernel code-to-code robots, including the theoretical knowledge and practical application. Everything was described in great detail in the book. Most importantly, the book even provided many practical cases of robot manufacturing, enabling readers to form a series of scenes, as if they were watching a movie, on how or could be smelted into metal, creating the robot's appearance, until finally the installation of an AI system, which would let a robot possess intelligence and emotions, just like humans. Xia Fei voraciously read page after page, deeply absorbed in every word in the book. As he read the cases of research and development failures of the robots, Xia Fei shared in the sadness of these researchers, and when reading about the successful development of robots, Xia Fei also shared in their excitement. Xia Fei had completely lost track of time and space. He was like a plant that was rapidly growing at that moment, continuously absorbing the nutrients found in the book as he immersed in that robot world, unable and unwilling to extricate himself. The Beast Spirit Codex had given Xia Fei superhuman vision, and his keen nervous system allowed him to register 10 lines at a single glance. His completely open seventh region of the brain made it so that he could understand the problems raised within the book exceedingly fast, and Xia Fei took only 3 whole days to completely finish reading the tome with over 10,000 pages. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei closed his eyes and tried to rest for a while. Despite his fatigue, his brain managed to retain the memory of what he had just read, and a feeling of extreme excitement made it hard for him to fall asleep. I might as well read it again, Xia Fei muttered to himself. He had no words to describe that excitement he felt inside him. It was like each freshly minted robot was being placed in front of him, and Xia Fei could even see these robots interact with one another, working busily. Though they appeared cold and emotionless, he could see the indubitably human heart in them. Happiness, anger, sadness, and joy, the myriad of emotions under the sun. All these feelings uniquely humans could all be found in the robot's expression and words. Xia Fei did not receive the indoctrination of how robots had wiped out humanity. Though it was a reality that nobody could change, Xia Fei was ultimately unable to feel any aversion or antipathy toward the robots. Since robots were capable of the range of emotions humans possessed, then the qualities, which had once defined them, had essentially gone well past the scope of basic machinery, becoming completely human in the process. War was human nature, and Xia Fei felt perhaps there was some yet unknown catalyst that triggered humans and robots to clash, which ultimately devolved into war. He continued to read on with great enthusiasm, and by doing so again and again, he was inadvertently repeatedly absorbing the many high-tech theories found within, which had been developed by the ancient civilization. Meanings could be discovered after reading 1,000 times. Concepts and portions of the book that Xia Fei could not make sense of the first time he read it began to make sense after he did so a second and a third time, persisting until he could comprehend all that what was written. Xia Fei's reading style was not like those geniuses out there. Repeated reading was actually a very clumsy method, yet Xia Fei had never once solved this problem. He had no other options, for his foundation was way lacking compared to others. The Earth Federation's education standard itself was fairly limited, and since Xia Fei was essentially someone who hardly had any education to speak of, the difference in terms of his reading techniques and knowledge retention could hardly compare to the top students from more advanced planets. Fortunately, Xia Fei was resolute. He was like a foolish man moving a mountain, using the most rudimentary method to study and dissect the profound knowledge in the text bit by bit, not once giving up or complaining about how arduous this was. Time passed very quickly, and Xia Fei, who had spent half a month living on his ship, would be arriving at the Alliance capital in 5 days' time. Xia Fei had not rested for even a minute in this half-month. He would casually eat mouthfuls of cold rice whenever he was hungry and drink tap water from the bathroom whenever he felt thirsty. He did not even spend time showering or shaving, dedicating all of it to reading, unaware of the passage of time. 9 times. This was the number of times Xia Fei had read the introduction to robot coding when inspiration struck, when, suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. Just like how, when a rainstorm began, the water droplets would gradually gather to form puddles before finally becoming a river that flowed on a path of its creation. Xia Fei knew that when inspiration came to him, he needed to hold on to it tightly in order to develop this idea into a complete plan, which could be put into practice. Hopping off his bed, Xia Fei was in front of his desk in a jiffy, rapidly formulating and fleshing his idea out. That blank screen began to be filled out via the utilization of the thought-assisted composition program, as several complex lines were conjured unceasingly. In a handful of hours, a complete drawing of a mechanical composition appeared on the screen. This was a design that came as a result of Xia Fei's knowledge and inspiration, an original creation that he came up with, which borrowed the technological accomplishments of the ancients. A creation was like an inventor's child, and Xia Fei, of course, loved it very much. What he must do now was nurture this child into a man, to breathe in a complete personality and life to it. The drawing was repeatedly amended and revised, every detail needing improvement. Furthermore, the ideas that kept coming to Xia Fei's mind fueled him with further inspiration as he made progress on this design toward perfection, step by step. 3 days later, Xia Fei lit a cigarette and admired the design diagram on the display screen with satisfaction. He was in a surprisingly calm mood, almost as if this was not the first time he had done such a thing. "What is this?" Phantom finally could not resist asking this question. Xia Fei smiled. "A product, something that can be sold all over the universe." Xia Fei's video call to Quantum Holdings connected, and the screen was filled with figures one after another. Upon hearing that Xia Fei was calling a meeting, the company's main team all came. Having not seen one another for a year, these people that Xia Fei trusted had all changed by quite a bit. Sarah had learned how to put on makeup and was becoming more particular with her clothing choices. Her light blue attire was professional and adequate, even wearing a pair of subtle diamond earrings. She was giving off more of the air that a young woman should have than before, though that sense of wildness in her had not entirely faded. Sunny was wearing a suit. That gleeful grin on his face was unchanged, though he did seem a lot calmer and more capable. The only one who was still the same was Boateng. He was still wearing denim overalls, a work cap on his head, and a pair of universal pliers strapped to his waist. Xia Fei did not tell Boateng that he was on his way to the dark abyss to find old Porter, and he was feeling somewhat guilty about it. The journey there and back would not only take a long time, but also be fraught with danger. Boateng, who was just a regular mechanic, would probably have difficulties protecting himself and might likely require Xia Fei's protection if they went there together, which would bring him unnecessary trouble. Besides, there was no telling whether old Porter was dead or alive. Boateng would surely be inconsolable if Porter was dead, which was something Xia Fei would be unwilling to see. To such a staunchly honest man, death would be an indescribable pain, so he decided it was better off keeping this from him to give him a bit of hope. Xia Fei smiled at everyone present. "Very good. Since everyone's here, we can officially begin this meeting." With a light tap of his finger, Xia Fei transmitted the blueprint right to everyone's hands via the interplanetary internet. "This is a new product called the Energy Shield Booster. I've already done my research, and up until now, there's not one manufacturer making this type of product anywhere in the Alliance. The next step for us would be to make this Energy Shield Booster our company's flagship product, mass produce and sell them. But you all must look at the blueprint first and ask me if you have any questions about it." Everyone anxiously nodded their heads and checked the information in their hands. Sarah glanced at the design and continued to stare at Xia Fei. She could not make heads or tails of the diagram in front of her, so she decided to just sit there and observe the facial changes Xia Fei would make. Her gaze was fiery, seemingly able to channel her passion through it. This woman who came from the Wild Star region was straightforward in presenting her emotions, not at all beating around the bush. Xia Fei was unperturbed, letting her gaze fall on him however she liked. Boting was the first to understand what had been drawn. After all, warship components was his line of work, and the decades of ship maintenance experience had given him a decent foundation. Xia Fei, that's quite the bold product you've envisioned. In all my years doing ship maintenance, I've never once come across such a thing. Will it really work? Boting asked, astonished. Charlie also set aside the blueprint and laughed bitterly. These diagrams are too profound. I can't understand anything about them at all. Mind if you give a simple introduction on what we are seeing? Xia Fei's design had borrowed plenty of advanced technology from the ancient civilization. Even Boting only managed to make sense of the energy shield booster's uses. As for the theory behind the product, he could not make sense of it either. However, any space vessel in the vast space, small or big, would have energy shields, be it to protect their ship from random floating space debris or to defend them from attacks. It was a piece of very common equipment to have on all warships. Upon encountering an assault or ambush, the strength of the energy shields would continuously drop until, finally, they collapsed completely. This was when an energy shield recharger would be helpful. Shield rechargers worked like a maintenance mechanic, able to rapidly replenish the damaged shields, and it was especially important when in a space battle or when dealing with a meteor shower. What Xia Fei had designed was a piece of equipment called Energy Shield Booster, which was able to further improve the effects of the shield rechargers without any additional consumption of energy. If they were able to put it into production, it would definitely be a new line of products transcending ages. For example, if the shield strength of a warship was rated at 100 and it dropped by half after taking damage, shield rechargers would need 5 minutes to get it fully repaired. But by installing the booster, the time needed would be reduced to 3 minutes, greatly reducing the repair time and effectively increasing a warship's defense. By improving the recharge speed by 30%, while taking up less than 30% of the energy required, this was essentially quite the superior equipment for any warship. Everyone was utterly shocked when they heard this explanation. Even a fool could understand the immense value that an energy shield booster represented. Be it in a practical viewpoint or a military angle, installing such equipment in a ship would grant it greater defense, and if all the ships in the Alliance were fitted with it, Quantum Holdings would most likely see unimaginable profits. Alan wrinkled his brows. After examining this design, the idea of using the energy fluctuation of the shields to power themselves, compressing and then supplementing, is definitely well ahead in our time. But the technology behind this molecular compression tank isn't simple, and I'm afraid that our current production capabilities just aren't there yet. Alan's worries were all very reasonable. The technological level of this equipment could even be considered as the top standards in the entire Pan-Human Alliance, and the demand for the production would be fairly high. At the moment, there was no way the Earth Federation could mass-produce such a design. Xia Fei nodded. I've already considered that issue you raised, but we can't let the difficulty stop us from taking this step. I've decided to establish a secret facility for doing further research regarding the feasibility of manufacturing energy shield boosters. Anyone and everyone participating in this project must keep things strictly confidential. Find an inconspicuous location that has no contact to the outside world. Also, Wulong and Alan, you two will be overseeing this. Wulong and Alan nodded their heads repeatedly, agreeing to Xia Fei's assignment. Xia Fei paused for a moment before saying, I'll be sending over all the funds you will need right away. Plus, I'll be registering the patent in the Alliance capital as soon as I can, just in case. Charlie, before the feasibility study is complete, our factories must be ready for the transition, making sure all the machineries and facilities will be devoted to this product in preparation for its mass production. If my calculations are correct, the demand for this product in the Alliance will be astronomical. This is a major opportunity for our company, so everyone must give it their all to make it a success. Xia Fei slowly gave out his orders one by one. Everyone was excited at the prospect. There were millions and millions of spacecraft of different types all over the Alliance. Even if only a third of them could have this booster equipped, that was still an imaginable sum. When the time comes, Quantum Holdings subsidiaries would all be devoted to its production, and the production rate might be unable to match the demand. As such, what they needed was the company to make prior preparations, concentrating every available resource to ensure a successful mass production. Xia Fei thought about it some more before mentioning. Boateng, Sarah, how's the development of the transport ship pilot training for now? Sarah deftly tapped on the screen like a professional office lady and very quickly pulled out the training program on display as she reported. At the moment, our flight school has successfully nurtured 2 batches of pilots, ship mechanics, and a handful of scheduling and management talents. In our current manpower capacity, we are able to operate a fleet of 30 industrial ships at any given time, with no problems on the logistics and ground support. Xia Fei nodded. Very good. Boateng, contact all your old friends in the warship graveyard and buy from them 42 industrial ships, as well as 8 frigates. This way, we will have a total of 50 industrial ships and 10 frigates to form a complete transportation convoy. We need to quickly get people to recognize what we do. Once we are able to mass-produce the energy shield boosters, our transportation orders will surely increase in scope and frequency as well. Boateng nodded. I'll get on it right away. Plenty of my old friends in the warship graveyard will surely give me face. Give me 3 months, and the entire transportation fleet will become a sizable force to be reckoned with. Actually, if talking about large-scale transportation trading, only freighters would qualify as heavy lifters. After all, a single freighter could fit 10 million cubic meters of goods, comparable to what 40 industrial ships were able to ferry. Furthermore, the automation of a freighter was far more advanced, and the crew requirements were much less compared to industrial ships. However, the 4 billion star coins price tag of a freighter was a big problem for Xia Fei, and Quantum Holdings as of present could simply not rear such an expensive beast in their backyard. Xia Fei still had around 8.2 billion in his bank account, but a significant portion of this money would be used in research and development, as well as buying the raw materials and the machinery necessary on top of building the transportation fleet. Furthermore, Xia Fei still had to buy a set of equipment for himself. He had to make preparations for his very long-distance trip, so Xia Fei had to save what he could on the fleet front. Charlie, calculate the funds the company will need to upgrade the equipment, expand our production capacity, and to purchase raw materials. I'll transfer the money to the company's account in a moment, Xia Fei said. Charlie nodded as he began to very quickly calculate the capital needed for this expansion right there in front of the screen. Meanwhile, Andre, who was mulling over something, hesitantly spoke. Xia Fei, if we really do put this high-end energy shield booster into production, are we considering hiring researchers and technical engineers from other planets? That way, we can further increase the efficiency of our research by another level, greatly shortening our development time. Xia Fei dismissed this with a wave of his hand. It isn't the time to do that yet. I've already shown you all the blueprint for the energy shield booster. What you need to research now is how to mass produce it. This matter is of grave importance. Before our product makes it on the market, we mustn't let anyone else gain access to our trade secrets. We ought to take precaution even against our fellow researchers from Earth. Xia Fei's goal was very simple, and that was to leave a deep imprint of Made on Earth through Quantum Holdings. To accomplish something independently without any extraterrestrials' help was a type of challenge, and it was also a form of training. After all, there were plenty of problems and crises that the company would face in the future, so it was a good chance to help nurture talents while the company was still in its infancy. After some time, Charlie halted the movement of his hand as he said, Xia Fei, as per your request, for the company to undergo mass production on a grand scale, it requires plenty of new equipment and raw materials. I've already transferred all the available company funds and done my best to reduce costs, but we still need 3.7 billion star coins more as an investment. Everyone was momentarily knocked out of their breath hearing that they required 3.7 billion star coins. It must be mentioned that Quantum Holdings' total assets were approximately around 1 billion star coins at the moment, meaning that this project they were about to undertake far outstripped their company's financial capacity. Xia Fei nodded and, with a wave of his hand, generously transferred 4 billion star coins into the company's accounts. I've already made the transfer of 4 billion star coins. If that still isn't enough, report to me as soon as possible. No matter what, we need to work together and get this project off the ground and operational. The moment we start mass-producing the energy shield boosters, Quantum Holdings won't just be a small company that manufactures low-end products, but will become a highly competitive manufacturer of battleship equipment in one fell swoop. Everyone felt extremely excited upon hearing this, their faces aglow with passion, especially the earthbound Wulong, Charlie, and the others. Establishing a company that could compete with other companies in alliance from the Backward Earth Federation. It was the aspiration all Earthlings shared. Now that the hope of fulfilling this dream of theirs was within grasp, there was no way these native Earthlings would not feel exhilarated. Xia Fei spent some more time discussing the details of how the company would operate in the future before ending the meeting. Each of them, after being given a new directive, was eager to dive into work. Andre alone was asked by Xia Fei to stay, and once the rest had turned off their screen and exited the video conference room, Xia Fei asked, "How is Xiao Yu's family doing?" Xia Fei wanted to visit Xiao Yu's home many times, but ended up rejecting his thoughts every time. For some reason, he always felt that he owed that girl, which was why he had secretly gotten Andre to take care of Xiao Yu's family. It was his way of making up to her. Andre chuckled. "It's been so long. I didn't think you'd still be hung up on her. Actually, her disappearance had nothing to do with you. Her family is well taken care of, so don't you worry. I'm around to see this." Xia Fei nodded. "Then, I'll leave it to you. As long as Xiao Yu's family can lead a good life, money is not an issue." With that done, Xia Fei did a search on the interplanetary internet for Sunset Villa's address. He would be arriving in the capital's star cluster tomorrow, so as per usual, he wanted to prepare everything in advance. The tract of land that Sunset Villa covered was much larger than what Xia Fei had imagined. There was a crystal-clear pool by the foot of Half Moon Mountain, called Half Moon Lake, and the locals called the piece of land Half Moon Mountain and Lake. The mountain and lake were part of Sunset Villa and, in fact, formed its backyard. The distance from this end of the villa to the other was around 30 kilometers. Xia Fei sucked in a cold breath, knitting his eyebrows together as he mumbled, "Avril's residence is huge." The fact that this was the Alliance capital meant even having a small house was already a symbol of unimaginable prestige and wealth. What more if one owned an entire manor encompassing a massive plot of land with a beautiful backdrop? Xia Fei took a closer look at the description of the villa. Sunset Villa, owner of Starlink Corporation, the residence of the Jian family. The capital was actually just a general term. It was more accurate to call it a capital ring. That was because 23 habitable planets, as well as 7 militarized planets, were all located in the venal galaxy and made up what was known as the capital. Earth was merely the only habitable planet in the Milky Way, while the venal galaxy had a total of 51 planets, with 29 of them being habitable. It was simply God's gift to mankind. Every single planet had its set of coordinates. Venal 17 was where the Alliance Congress, Alliance Parliament, and Supreme Court. In fact, most government agencies were based on this planet. Venal 20 was the Alliance's commercial hub, filled with pretty much the headquarters of all the heavyweight banks, securities firms, and financial companies. Venal 36 was the main camp of the Alliance Army, where the General Staff Center of Operations, Naval Headquarters, Equipment Depot, and other military organizations were based. It was said that mankind originated from the venal galaxy many centuries ago. It was historically the place where the first humans had learned to stand on their 2 feet, use tools, and created their respective language. Due to how long ago this was, there was no way to prove the validity of the theory, but no one could deny the prosperity of the venal galaxy. Xia Fei had yet to enter the capital ring, but he was already awestruck at the view that greeted him. Countless spaceships were on the other side of the porthole, and even further was a sea of battleships. The venal galaxy was under stringent ship restriction. Every foreign warship was not allowed into the capital ring, and these ships of varying sizes could only wait to be led into their berth at the edge of this galaxy, while those on board the spaceships were only permitted entry through the Star Transit Company. Somewhere far away from where Vampire was, a massive defensive fleet was slowly floating in the inky black space. A normal, combined fleet would comprise a single capital ship as well as 12 battleships, while this super fleet, which was in charge of protecting the capital, had 2 large carriers, 12 small carriers, and 12 dreadnoughts. The battleships and ships smaller than that were all like ants, uncountable in the vast backdrop of darkness. It was rumored that 8 such super fleets were stationed near the capital, which could very well be seen as a super defense force. Xia Fei's eyes did not stay on the fleet for long. He was anxiously waiting to enter the capital ring. The closer he got to Avril's location, the more excited he felt. I only hope nothing bad happened to her, thought Xia Fei as he lit a cigarette. The Star Transit pilot led Vampire toward a planet beyond the galaxy, especially used for docking ships. After paying the berthing fee, Xia Fei hurried to Star Transit's visitor center and prepared to disembark in the capital ring. After some miscellaneous procedure, Xia Fei was finally able to board a high-speed passenger spacecraft as he wanted, heading straight for his first destination, Venal 15. Before dropping by to see Avril, Xia Fei needed to visit the Adjudicator Union's headquarters and deliver Qin Mang's letter to someone named Serum, then proceed to Venal 21 for the patent registration of his energy shield booster, and finally go to Venal 24 to see Avril. Xia Fei was very nervous about this 72 hours window he had, but it was a good thing that the passenger spacecraft of Star Transit was fairly efficient, shuttling people between the planets 24/7, nonstop. There would be a passenger spacecraft going off every 5 minutes, spending no more than an hour from planet to another, making it as convenient as riding a train, except the speed they were going between planets was much faster. Just like the other planets in the galaxy, Venal 15 had its own coordinates as well, and this was where the headquarters of Adjudicator Union and Monastic Order was located. The headquarters of other warrior and mercenary organizations of varying sizes were also based there, and it could be said that this was the main camp of many independent forces in the Alliance, where tens of thousands of elite warriors gathered. Walking off from the spaceport, Xia Fei could feel the difference in Venal 15 from the local conditions. The wide streets had elite warriors everywhere, each of them dressed in different organization uniforms. Shiny emblems shone on their chests as these men walked around, looking all heroic and upright. Xia Fei got into a taxi to make his way to the Adjudicator's headquarters. The old taxi driver was very talkative, and upon hearing Xia Fei's destination, he began praising the organization to high heavens, professing his admiration toward it and its contributions. Xia Fei had plenty of things in his mind, so he did not really care for casual chatter, vaguely engaging in the conversation as they traveled. The hovercar entered an underground tunnel and began speeding off at top speed. About 30 minutes later, the hovercar emerged from the tunnel, and in front of Xia Fei was a huge metropolis. This metropolis was constructed on an island, with dozens of cross-sea highways connecting it from every direction. The clear, blue sea with its rolling waves made for a breathtaking view. Opening the car door, Xia Fei stepped out and took a deep breath of the salty sea breeze, instantly feeling his senses come alive. The headquarters of the Adjudicator Union built here was rather delightful. The headquarters of the Union was open to the public, as long as anyone was willing to pay the required fee of 1,000,000 star coins for a tour. There were also additional surcharges if anyone wanted to gain entry into the various departments within. Even the headquarters could be turned into a tourist attraction for a fee. The commercialization of the Adjudicator Union has been bred in the bones to such a degree. Phantom said excitedly beside Xia Fei. This was also his first time entering the Pan-Human Alliance capital ring, and his excitement was no less compared to Xia Fei's. Xia Fei smiled. I, instead, find this to be very normal. How many of the warriors in the Union will be fighting for scraps if they don't engage in commerce? Besides, doing it this way can create a sense of endearment toward the citizens, letting the public feel that the Union is approachable. The leaders of it are sure shrewd. Phantom did not agree with Xia Fei's assessment, gravely saying, "Don't forget that we are warriors. How could warriors have money earning at its forefront? We should be devoting ourselves to cultivation." Xia Fei flashed the official ID the Union had given him and easily gained access into the headquarters. The city where the headquarters was located had a very simple layout. Not only was the road narrow and cramped, even the buildings along it looked as if they had been constructed a long time ago, all of various heights, made of red ceramic tiles and white stone bricks, similar to Rome on Earth. What made it all the more remarkable was the existence of bars, shops, nightclubs, and casinos on the main street. The vibrant nightlife here was apparent, and the elite adjudicators stationed at the headquarters were sure never to feel lonely. The city was huge, so the taxi took 7 or 8 turns in over an hour before they arrived at Xia Fei's destination. Adjudicator's headquarters, weapon and equipment department. Xia Fei had the taxi wait for him, as he still had another place to go after he was done here. Time was of the essence, so he needed to seize every minute. From its outer appearance, the weapon and equipment department was made up of several old castles. Its white sandstone walls had long become mottled, with green creepers climbing all along the outer walls. The place looked like it had borne silent witness to the many lives passing by. There were 4 guards outside the entrance, the badges from the Union pinned on their chests. The highest among them was a silver 4-star, while the lowest was silver 2-star. The headquarters sure is different. A silver rank adjudicator in Indero Star region can be considered the Union's pillar and is responsible for very important tasks, yet they can only be guards here. Phantom gleefully gloated. Xia Fei agreed with his observation. Using silver rank adjudicator as guards was indeed a little too extravagant. As an apprentice adjudicator, he would not even qualify as a help here in the headquarters. The moment he presented his official ID and showed the letter he was requested to give to Serum, the guard took out a phone. A curly-haired, young man bearing a silver 5-star badge soon came walking out from within the castle. "Hello. I am the personal secretary of Department Head Serum. Are you Xia Fei?" The curly-haired young man extended his hand and smiled in greeting at Xia Fei. "Department Head?" Xia Fei was somewhat puzzled, shaking the person's hand. "Yes, I am Xia Fei. Old man Qin Meng asked me to pass this letter to Department Head Serum." The curly-haired man was slightly taken aback, his eyes revealing some degree of shock by how casual Xia Fei had referred to Qin Meng as old man. He was quite flabbergasted by it, and his gaze on Xia Fei turned respectful. "Please follow me." What greeted his eyes upon entering the place was a large garden, with 4 castles to his left and right. Right in the middle was a 5-story quaint building. This one at the center was the largest out of all the structures within, and the curly-haired young man brought Xia Fei directly to it. The old castle was dimly lit, and several portraits of men from different eras hung on the walls. From the description text, Xia Fei learned that these were all elite adjudicators who had once made great contributions to the Union, and each of them had since passed. Taking the stairs to the 5th floor and going left to reach Serum's office, the curly-haired young man first got Xia Fei to wait outside as he went in alone to report. Several minutes later, Xia Fei was invited into the office, and he saw a man, who looked to be in his 70s, propping his chin on his 2 hands, his eyes staring right at Xia Fei. This man was wearing the Adjudicator Union's uniform, a transparent badge on his chest. "Diamond rank adjudicator," Xia Fei exclaimed in his heart. The transparent badge represented the highest rank in the Union. It seemed that this elderly man was Serum. To think Qin Meng's friend was actually a diamond rank adjudicator, Xia Fei was quite surprised at this realization, though he did not reveal any of these emotions outwardly and still maintained his calm and placid countenance. Though he was getting on in years, Serum's 2 eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. His piercing gaze shot forth as a cold, killing intent was directed at Xia Fei. Killing intent. Xia Fei was completely baffled on why this calm and collected department head would show such a killing intent toward him. His finger hovered over his spatial ring. No matter who he was up against, no matter their goal, that icy cold killing intent had already stirred Xia Fei's vigilance. Serum might be very powerful, but Xia Fei was not one to give up without a fight. As long as this other person made any peculiar move, Celestial Moon would immediately be unsheathed without any hesitation. This strange atmosphere between the 2 men, who were 7 or 8 meters away from each other, continued for some time. Serum wielded his gaze as a weapon, which he unleashed on Xia Fei. An unseen challenge unfolded soundlessly. That curly-haired young man at the side sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he thought to himself, "Oh dear. Looks like the department head's old habit is rearing its ugly head again." Xia Fei, who had seen plenty of death in that year he was on Heritage Planet, had experienced all kinds of killing aura. Though Serum's killing intent was strong, it was still within realms that Xia Fei could bear. Both his heart and mind were unfazed by this assault. Serum was slightly amazed, and the more Xia Fei defied him strongly, the more it roused his long, silent warrior's heart. "Humph." Serum coldly harumphed, his figure suddenly moving. Leaping up high like a hawk striking from the skies, Serum pounced right at Xia Fei. Conversely, Xia Fei made his move right where he stood. Serum was about the same age as Qin Mang. The latter, who had retired and lived his life a long time ago, was chubby like a balloon. The former, who had continued his training even today, still kept his amazing body, with broad shoulders, thick legs, and agile movement despite being over 70 years old. This body was quick as lightning as he rushed towards Xia Fei with a pounce. His arms were in the air with fingers as sharp as an eagle's claws. The air was charged with murderous intent and a mixture of insanity, which would strike fear into anyone. Xia Fei did not use his speed ability to dodge, but charged to meet the other. Instead, speed ability users specialized in agility, and charging straight at their enemies was comparable to using his worst flaw to fight at others' strength. How was this any different from giving himself a handicap with the martial arts he had learnt? Furrowing his brows, Xia Fei put his arms in a defensive stance across his face. He stamped on the ground with his legs and flew parallel to it toward Serum's knees like a cannonball. Serum said under his breath before jerking his upper body, suddenly changing his stance midair. At that moment, his body tilted as he stepped towards Xia Fei like a dragonfly gliding across the water's surface. This attack did not have as much power behind it as before. If Xia Fei were stepped on by Serum at full strength, he would not be at ease at all. Obviously, Serum's skills had surpassed Xia Fei long ago. Xia Fei was a speed ability user who happened to have learned crafty approach, so he was able to change his attack style at any moment. Serum was not a speed ability user, nor did he learn crafty approach, yet he was still able to change his attack method mid-air in a short time. Evidently, he had superhuman abilities, able to turn the impossible possible. What incredible speed! Xia Fei was shocked as he curled into a ball, increasing his speed. The two passed by each other. As Xia Fei increased his speed all of a sudden in mid-air, Serum's feet missed Xia Fei entirely. Interesting. Let's fight 300 times in the future. Serum let out a hearty laugh after hitting the ground. His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked incredibly unrestrained. Xia Fei was left speechless. This old man had gone at him heavy-handedly, without a word of warning. Not only that, he even requested a rematch. With Avril still in his mind, Xia Fei did not have any intentions of fighting Serum anew, so he rushed to greet the elderly man with a smile on his face and one hand over the other fist. This young one would obviously like to entertain your request, but I'm here to deliver a letter on behalf of old man Qin Mang. How about we continue sparring some other time? Serum let you a cold snort. Xia Fei now played the role of a respectful junior. No matter how excited he was, he could not help but be embarrassed to ask more of this young man. Xia Fei's humble gesture had dissolved any of Serum's intent to combat, which only put the latter in an awkward spot. However, as Xia Fei was indeed his junior, he still had to play the role of the elder. You may leave, Serum said to his secretary. He then returned to his seat, obviously a bit deflated. A measure of strength between warriors was as addicting as drugs, and exchanging just the one move left Serum completely unsatisfied. Is Qin Mang doing well? Serum placed Qin Mang's letter on the desk without opening it, chatting with Xia Fei instead. The old man is still full of vigor, but his black cat called Old Black's been growing weaker day by day, and the old man is a bit worried about it, Xia Fei said with a smile. Oh, Old Black. That's Qin Mang's lifeblood. He treated that cat as he would a son. Serum then asked, why didn't you dodge my attack and aimed for my knee instead? Xia Fei replied, unfazed, you must be joking. Your attack appeared menacing, but was actually a feint. The real kicker was to come. It didn't matter where I dodged, so the only option I had was to counter your feint. Serum's eyes glistened with excitement before gesturing to a chair, inviting Xia Fei to take a seat. Your master must have told you about my move raptor illusions. How could that old man Qin Mang explain it to you? Xia Fei was slightly shocked before shaking his head. Old man Qin Mang isn't my master, nor has he explained your moves to me. What? Serum gave the desk a good, solid slap, exclaiming, Qin Mang isn't your master? Xia Fei nodded. The old man is the curator of a library, and I'm just a librarian working under him. Technically, it's a boss-subordinate relationship. So you figured out my move, then countered it? Not really. I just noticed that retreating or dodging would put me in greater danger, so I decided to take a gamble. Oh, is that so? Thurum leaned backward, stroking his white goatee that was not too long as he muttered. You aren't his disciple, yet he got you to deliver a letter for him? Thurum proceeded to read the letter on the table. He started laughing as he read it before having an incredibly serious look descended on his face. Xia Fei did not know what was written, so he stood quietly at one side. After reading it, Thurum put the letter away in his drawer and asked Xia Fei with furrowed brows. You're going to Black Abyss, and you're looking for your friend? Xia Fei was a bit embarrassed. It was fine that Qin Mang told Thurum in his letter that he was heading to Black Abyss, but why did he tell him about Avril, too? What happened to respecting his privacy? That is the case, Xia Fei admitted plainly. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. The old man said that you like tea, too, so I brought along a few different types of tea leaves from my hometown for you to try. Xia Fei produced 3 tins of tea leaves and placed them on his desk. They were not huge tins, storing half a caddy of tea leaves in each of them at least. These are Tiguanyin, Yunwu, and Minqianlongjing. If you like them, I'll bring more next time, said Xia Fei. Xia Fei got on his feet, ready to leave, as he finished speaking, but Thurum signaled him to stay seated. Although Xia Fei wanted to meet Avril as soon as he could, he had to respect Thurum's authority, returning to his seat. Do you know what Qin Mang wrote in this letter? Asked Thurum. Xia Fei shook his head. No, the old man didn't tell me anything about it. Thurum laughed. Heh, I've known Qin Mang for dozens of years, yet it's the first time I've seen him treat someone so well. Do you know what his nickname used to be when he was younger? Nope. The old man you know was known as Living Hades when he was younger. Whoever got on his wrong side would lose some skin at the very least, if they didn't end up dead. He was famous for being unreasonable and vicious. In all these years, you're the first person who dared refer to him as Old Man. Even I refer to him as Old Qin, and that's only when he's in a good mood, or else he'll turn sour. Thurum spoke with some lingering fear. Xia Fei observed that Thurum was telling the truth. Could it be that Qin Mang was really that scary? He gently shook his head. In Xia Fei's eyes, Qin Mang was just a quirky, fat, old man. The two of them were used to messing around with each other, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine Qin Mang being nasty. Xia Fei's interest was piqued, and the mystery that was Qin Mang captivated his interest greatly. The old man never mentioned anything about this to me. Ever since day one, he's been incredibly kind with a good temper. He has a good temper? Thurum smirked, rolling up his right sleeve to reveal a horrible black scar. Do you see this? This is what your old man with a good temper left me with. Do you know why we fought? Nope. Because I looked at him funny, Thurum said, looking deflated. When we were training in the training camp, I thought that Qin Mang was quite chubby and cute, so I stared at him for a few moments longer. Your old man came at me using his full strength, no questions asked. We fought hundreds of times in the 2 years we were in the training camp. Half the scars I have on my body were from him. Of course, Qin Mang didn't get off easy, either. I ripped off half his buttocks with the move I just used on you. In the end, there's no clear winner or loser between us. Plus, we got to know each other as we fought, so we ended up becoming friends. I sure missed the days fighting him. We've both gotten old now. As Thurum spoke, he seemed to have lost himself, reminiscing his younger days. Xia Fei stayed silent as he tried to imagine the scene of old man Qin Mang fighting someone else. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not imagine that obese man exchanging blows with someone else. Xia Fei found it even harder to imagine Qin Mang looking fierce. One could only imagine how short-tempered he was if he went all out on someone who just looked at him wrongly. Thurum let out another sigh as he returned to reality. Although you aren't his disciple, he treats you better than he does any of his other disciples. Have you had a clue how you got on his good side? Xia Fei had nothing to add. He did not give Qin Mang any special treatment other than giving him tea and snacks every so often, chatting with him when he was free, and helping him look after old Black, who was as fat as he was, nothing else. Probably because we get along well, Xia Fei replied vaguely. Thurum stared at Xia Fei with his piercing eyes for quite a long time, making Xia Fei feel uncomfortable. Actually, you're quite similar to Qin Mang when he was younger, though you're much more mature than he was back then. He was a complete scumbag when he was younger. Qin Man wanted me to provide you with a suitable warship for your travel to Black Abyss. Xia Fei was shocked. Turned out Qin Mang wanted to get him a new ship. Xia Fei did not actually need a new ship as Vampire was already worthy, probably good enough to face Black Abyss Star Region. Unless Qin Man thought that Vampire was not enough to challenge the Death Trio Star Region? As he was in the middle of his thought, Thuram added, Qin Mang said you had an Anathema-class Special Ops frigate. Xia Fei nodded. That's right. An Anathema performs well, but it's still a frigate, slightly lacking in firepower and defense. Although it fares well against ships of the same class, you'll be at a disadvantage against larger ships. Qin Man wanted me to get you a battlecruiser, and you can park your Anathema in the hangar as a backup. What a rare occurrence for Qin Mang to lend a hand and help you work things out to such an extent. You should really thank him once you get back, said Thuram. Battlecruiser. Xia Fei was utterly shocked when he heard Thuram's words. According to the tiers of warships, frigates were the lowest, followed by destroyers. Next were battlecruisers, then battleships, and, finally, the largest, the capital ships. Battlecruisers possessed incredible firepower and top-of-the-line, long-distance traveling capabilities. If someone planned to travel from Indero Star Region to Black Abyss, which was tens of millions of light-years away, cruisers were obviously better than frigates. For example, if there was an unexpected meteor shower in the middle of the journey, the cruiser would be able to utilize its large energy shield and proceed as usual, but the same situation would be a disaster for the smaller frigate. The advantages of the frigate were its mobility and difficulty of detection, whereas battlecruisers did not have such bells or whistles. There was only one course of action when it encountered an enemy: blast them with its huge firepower. Using its incredible firepower and heavy armor to defend itself was what these larger warships were built for. As frigates and battlecruisers were characteristically different, their styles of combat were also different. Of course, Xia Fei understood that it was better to travel to the Death Trio Star Region, which was filled with danger, using a larger warship. More importantly, Xia Fei was still in Cadet Adjudicator, so he still was not allowed to own a destroyer of his own, much less the larger battlecruiser. Of course, the price of the battlecruisers, which was in the billions, was also a huge obstacle. Traveling through endless galaxies, a good warship was like a good pair of shoes, bringing one to anywhere they wanted to go. Every traveler of the universe would do their best to work toward better warships because their lives depended on it. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. I can't even get a license, as I'm still only an apprentice adjudicator, so I am unable to pilot one even if I receive a battlecruiser. Besides, I can't pay for one either. Thuram let out a hearty laugh. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways around that. You just need to pick one that catches your eyes. Of course, only among those discarded by the Union. Thuram then turned on the projected screen as rows upon rows of battleships appeared on it. Because of how huge the Adjudicator Union was, it owned thousands of fleets, meaning that the number of ships discarded each year was incredible. The vast majority of these were not because they were broken, but because they had reached their expiry date. Battleships were made of alloy components. Once used for a certain number of years, the chances of it breaking would dramatically increase. This, however, did not mean that they were unfit for use. They were still worthy of space travel after a suitable amount of maintenance, though the performance might be lacking compared to a brand new one. Being able to obtain a second-hand battlecruiser was great news to Xia Fei, and he was not about to be picky. A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, or so they said, and a battlecruiser past its use-by date was still better in firepower and defense than a small warship. This won't do. This won't do either. This one's all right. Thuram showed off the reason he was the head of weapons and equipment department, as he knew the pros and cons of the ships extremely well. With a wave of his hand, a majority of battlecruisers were removed from the screen, which left them with 20 or so to choose from. The performance index of these ships are decent. Any one of them should be enough for you and your travels, so go ahead and pick one. Thuram said, pointing at the projected screen. Xia Fei nodded, scanning through the ships on the projected screen, paying great attention to even the inspection report. A few moments later, Xia Fei pointed at a Gaian Vexor-class battlecruiser. I'll take this one if possible. Thuram followed Xia Fei's gaze and immediately started laughing. 65% new. Not bad. The ship was well maintained. Vexor battlecruisers were quite unique among cruisers. Xia Fei picked this ship not only because it was well-maintained, but also because of its unique attack style. Unlike other battlecruisers that used artillery and missiles, Vexor's main weapon was the dozens of drones in the drone bay. It could release 20 heavy drones to swarm their enemies, while the warship could just watch the battle unfold far away, leaving the enemies to deal with the swarm of drones that did not have a concept of death. This was not the most effective way of battle, but it was the most vicious one. It was like being able to eat an ice cream while watching the opponents be eradicated. What other way of combat could be safer than this? Xia Fei always gravitated toward warships which had unique points. Be it Lunar Eclipse or Vampire, both had their unique features. Since Xia Fei had a chance to get a battlecruiser, he would of course pick the most unique one. Moreover, using drones to torture the opponents was not all the Vexor could do. If it was possible to retrofit it, it possessed incredible potential, which was the biggest reason why Xia Fei had set his eyes on it. With a few taps on the projected screen, the estimated price of the ship of 1.52 billion star coins became 520 million star coins. "You can accept this price, right?" asked Thurum. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. It was as if Thurum owned the ships himself, being able to change the prices as he wished. Xia Fei thought that it was incredible that he could get a battlecruiser, but spending 500 million for the Vexor battlecruiser was the best thing that could have happened. "I can't take this. Aren't the others going to talk badly of you behind your back?" "They wouldn't dare. I've already been feeling incredibly angry to be demoted to this awful weapons and equipment department. If anyone else comes looking for trouble, they should worry about me strangling them to death," Thurum said viciously. Xia Fei was left speechless. Turned out Thurum got to where he was today through a demotion. What position did he hold before this? Still in the middle of his thought, Thurum suddenly said slyly, "As long as you promise me this one condition, the Vexor battlecruiser will be all yours. I'll even help you register it to the Alliance." Xia Fei had a bad feeling seeing how strange Thurum was acting. "So he's still waiting for me." About 3 hours later, in a training room of the weapons and equipment department, Thurum wiped the sweat off his satisfied face, giving Xia Fei a hand to help him off the ground. Turned out Thurum did not want anything else other than having Xia Fei spar with him. Xia Fei felt a wave of soreness throughout his body as he tried to move around. He and Thurum were on completely different levels. In the last 3 hours, Xia Fei was dodging left and right using crafty approach and his speed ability, yet he still took 10 or so solid hits from Thurum, feeling as if his skeleton was about to fall apart. "I haven't been active for some time. I've been so bored cooped up in the office every day. Where did you learn your dodging skills?" "It's not often I face opponents who could dodge my hits for 3 hours, Thurum asked with a smile. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he sat. Crafty approach was the ultimate move of Phantom and his discipleship, but of course he could not reveal it. Changing the topic, instead. "You're a shift ability user, right? I felt that you didn't use your full strength as though you're just trying to figure out my moves." "What? You want me to go all out?" Thurum let out a sinister smile as he turned the question around. Xia Fei was shocked. The full strength of a diamond rank adjudicator was no joke. He did not think Thurum would take it seriously. "I'm just kidding," Thurum said, laughing. "That's right. I am indeed a shift ability user. I can freely move every bone in my body to shift the appearance to my preference." The battle just then was a normal one, no abilities. "No matter what, you're still someone sent by the old psychopath Qin Meng. If I were to hurt you, that old man would try to take my life," Thurum said with a trace of fear in his eyes. It appeared that he was still afraid of Qin Meng. Xia Fei pursed his lips, thinking, diamond rank are indeed insane, able to be at that level without using any abilities. If he really had gone all out, my insignificant life would have been snuffed out in an instant. After a few moments of resting, the two of them walked side by side out of the training room. The curly-haired secretary, who had been waiting outside, quickly handed Thurum a fresh set of uniform as they walked out before giving them drinks. Xia Fei emptied the glass. The sweet and sour drink seemed to have an incredible effect on the pain on his body. Once the drink settled in his stomach, his pain was almost all gone. "Could you come again before you leave? We'll use weapons next time," suggested Thurum. Xia Fei waved his hands. "I really want to, but I'm short on time. I'm afraid there won't be another opportunity." Thurum patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. "All right, then. We'll see when you make it out of Black Abyss. If you make it out, that is. As far as I know, it's been getting worse and worse there. The tenuous relationship between the local warlords has been becoming more and more strained, and it is likely for a large-scale battle to erupt within a year. Don't think that Qin Mang asking you to come here is just something that he casually does. I've known that guy for dozens of years. Although his temper is terrible, he is really clever. Xia Fei was stunned. You said that the Death Trio Star region is on the brink of war. How have I never seen any hint of that when I was doing my research? It would be terrible if the Death Trio Star region entered war at this time, for it just had to be right when Xia Fei was traveling there. Thurum laughed. Heh, the truth will always only be in the hands of a few. It's normal that you didn't know. Qin Mang has quite a capable disciple in the Black Abyss. Did he hand you a letter, asking you to find him as well? Xia Fei nodded. If I were you, I'd go search for Qin Mang's disciple right after you reach the Black Abyss. Get your bearings a bit before tending to your matters. Qin Mang has never been a simple guy. Following what he advises can only do you good, Thurum advised sincerely. Xia Fei would have never thought that it only took Qin Mang a few hours to plan all this out after realizing that he was heading to Black Abyss, and every step was right on the dot. He did not stop Xia Fei, but used his powers to make as many arrangements as possible for him. Instead, such planning and strategizing was superhuman. Xia Fei always felt that Qin Mang was not as simple as he led him to believe, yet he still surpassed his expectations. The power of the obese old man was simply incredible. If it were not for how talkative Thurum had been, Xia Fei might not have figured out that Qin Mang had done so much planning for him. With that in mind, Xia Fei muttered, "Old man, I'm really in your debt this time." Before even setting off, Xia Fei's journey to Black Abyss was more depressing and difficult than he thought. Shaking his head, Xia Fei bid farewell to Thurum before he headed to Venal 24. Who knew how the beautiful Avril was doing right now? After leaving the equipment department, Thurum returned to his office to video call Qin Mang. On the projected screen, Qin Mang looked at ease with the black cat in his arms. "Old Qin, where did you find that kid?" Thurum asked as he loosened his tie. There was not anyone else in the room, so he was not worried about having someone see him dress sloppily. "I didn't really find him. Xia Fei was the one who came to me," Qin Mang replied, laughing. "How did the thing I asked you to do go?" Thurum raised the corner of his mouth. "Obviously, the warships weren't a problem, but I didn't manage to learn where he learned his techniques from. It's as if he hadn't gone all out when he was fighting me." Qin Mang let out a hearty laugh, picked up a teacup from the table, and took a sip. "A venerable diamond rank adjudicator, master of combat, yet you failed to figure out the skills behind a young man. If he didn't go all out, you should have forced him to do so." Qin Mang's jesting made Thurum feel uncomfortable, yet he did not refute it. "You think I didn't want to? I was actually being quite serious against him, but he'd rather take a few hits than show his cards. I was afraid that I'd hurt him, so I went easy on him. But really, why do you think Xia Fei had other cards hidden in his sleeve other than improvements to his speed and body?" Qin Mang set down the teacup, stroking the chubby old black. "I felt that his temperament was completely different when he came back. If I'm right, it's probably because he made a huge leap in his self-cultivation. I refuse to believe that he could be so confident in himself if it's just an improvement in his speed ability. I think that he likely made a shocking improvement in some other aspect. Did he ever panic going up against a master in combat like you?" No, Thurum shook his head and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he show no panic, he also looked really composed while exchanging blows. He was always trying to figure out how to break my techniques, but who knows why he never retaliated. Qin Mang lowered his head and thought for a few moments. Exactly. He must have something even stronger in his hands, or else he wouldn't have a performance like that. Confidence is built upon the foundation of his self-cultivation. Confidence without any foundation is just arrogance, and Xia Fei is definitely not someone like that. Thurum scratched his beard with one hand, questioning. His ability to twist his body around however he wants is already shocking. If he really has something else under his sleeve, that young man's background might not be as simple as he appears. "That's exactly what I don't understand," Qin Mang casually said. "I've looked through his upbringing, and there's nothing noteworthy. His abilities seem to have appeared out of thin air, and he just managed to master them like it was nothing." Thurum thought for a few moments. His aura was always quite weak. You wouldn't be able to detect it if you didn't pay attention. Could he be associated with the assassins? Qin Meng laughed. I've noticed that long ago. His footwork and techniques do strongly resemble the assassins. Even the way he attacks strongly resemble that. One move and you're dead. But would you believe that a kid from Earth had ties to the mysterious assassin? Thuram shook his head. No way. The assassin clan is rumored to start their training from young and will spend their entire lives in obscurity. No matter how you look at it, Xia Fei couldn't be a successor to the assassins. There's no way anyone from the assassin would be so high profile. Qin Meng sighed. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Some things can't be hidden forever, and Xia Fei will surely show his cards when the time comes. And when will that be? When he's really angry or on the brink of death, Qin Meng said slyly. The process for getting a patent of the energy shield booster was incredibly complicated. When Xia Fei was finally heading to Venal, 24, he had already spent 36 hours in the capital planet, leaving him with just over a day's time. On the high-speed passenger spacecraft, Xia Fei stood by the window, staring at the blue planet in the distance. With Avril now in such close proximity, Xia Fei was feeling calmer. It's not hard to tell from a simple search using the interplanetary internet that Avril is a possible member of Starlink Corporation's Jian family. That's Starlink Corporation, ranked 14 in the top 500 businesses in the alliance that's likely to make it to the top 10 in a few years. The whole universe looks up to their existence, said Phantom. So what? Xia Fei scowled. Phantom laughed, looking out of the window like Xia Fei. You're just some broke kid from Earth, whereas Avril may well be the successor of Starlink Corporation. Do you really think that there's nothing wrong with that? Are you saying that there's a gap or a difference in social standing? Xia Fei asked with a smile. Exactly. Qin Meng's parting words also meant exactly just that. Xia Fei remained silent for a few moments and said cheerfully, You've read the ancient books from Earth for a while now. Haven't you heard of such a saying? What saying? The lack of want is the key to virtuosity. The lack of want is the key to virtuosity. Yes, it doesn't matter if Avril is rich or poor. I'm not asking anything of her. It means that I've never tried and will never try to benefit from her. So why should I feel inferior? In other words, say that I want Avril, but that will only be because I like her as a person and not who she represents. Phantom let out a hearty laugh, his eyes sparkling with joy. It's great that you think that way. I'm just reminding you because you'll be deflated in her household and enter a state of unrest. It seems that all that worry is for nothing. I still don't quite understand the phrase. The lack of want is the key to virtuosity. But I've learned another phrase from your ancestors. Fling enough dirt, and some will stick. Even if you have an innocent view on it, others might not. You still have to be careful of bad rumors, expressed Phantom. That was just how the world worked. Once someone like Xia Fei was associated with someone from the peak like Avril, a majority of people would most certainly think that he was only friends with her because of money. Nobody would care what Xia Fei's motivations were. They would not believe them even if they knew. In the end, the whole world would despise Xia Fei. The high-speed passenger spacecraft landed on the port at this moment. Xia Fei followed the throng of people disembarking and asked plainly, You've known me for some time now. Do you think I'm someone who would care about that? Phantom was left speechless. Xia Fei was right. If he cared about what others thought, he would never have become a librarian who was looked down on by his peers, nor would he acquaint himself with Qin Meng. Xia Fei got where he was now because of his hard work and his unique insights to everything. He never chose the path usually traveled by, instead picking the seldom traversed, difficult path through the woods time and again. Phantom suddenly saw the rebel inside Xia Fei. After all, he had nothing to be afraid of since he started off as a poor bicycle delivery boy. Worst comes to worst, I'll just go back to being a delivery boy, so what? That was what kept Xia Fei going. Someone unafraid of failure was naturally unafraid of anything. This was something that many who lived comfortable lives did not possess. The more comfortable their lives were, the more afraid they were of failure and suffering. Xia Fei, on the other hand, did not care a single bit about any of these. Xia Fei was still smoking the cheapest cigarettes and eating the $5 bowls of fried paste noodles despite already being worth billions. The worst thing that could happen to him was to return to his previous life and continue living by Hongtashan cigarettes and eating fried paste noodles. Venal, 24 was the technology hub of the Alliance. There were huge projected screens on the streets for advertisements, with shops selling high-tech products left and right. Apparently, there were over 8% of technology companies in their headquarters on this planet, a place where all the tech elites gathered, so any normal Andy on the streets may just be an incredible programmer. Xia Fei then boarded a hovercar and headed towards Sunset Villa. The hovercar passed the bustling city on its way to the incredibly scenic countryside, and soon a mountain and a lake was within sight. Half Moon Mountain was not tall and Half Moon Lake was not large, yet both were right next to each other, their beauties complementing the other. There was a set of automatic escalators at the bottom of the mountain that led to the top. There was a huge green building halfway up the mountain and at the peak, where one could probably enjoy viewing the lake at the foot of the mountain from it. There was an even larger, rectangular building at the foot of the mountain, though there was not anything special about it. If Avril actually lived here, it would probably be in the building halfway up the mountain or the one on the peak. An alloy fence surrounded Half Moon Mountain and Half Moon Lake, so the taxi could only follow the perimeter. However, tourists could be seen from time to time standing outside of the fence, taking photos of the beautiful Half Moon Lake with their cameras in their hands. The Jin family had never tried to stop these people, allowing them to sightsee and take photos of the scenery from outside the fence. Evidently, this family got along fine with the public. The taxi stopped right at the front door. After paying, Xia Fei walked toward the heavily guarded gate. There were two burly men in suits outside, quietly watching over the tightly shut alloy gate. The two men were shocked to see Xia Fei walking toward them, and they quickly intercepted him. "Sir, this is private property. Do you have any business here?" a crew-cut man asked politely. Xia Fei stopped in his tracks and replied with a smile. "I'm here for Avril." The other man with blonde hair furrowed his eyebrows. "You're here for our young mistress? May I ask if you have an appointment?" Xia Fei shook his head, thinking, who would have thought that Avril was actually the lady of the Jin family? No wonder she's always avoided my questions every time I would bring it up. "Nope. Could you two please let her know that Xia Fei is here?" Xia Fei requested cheerfully. He had fully expected Avril's background, so he managed to remain calm. "Sorry," the crew-cut bodyguard said. "Visitors are handled by Butler Pang. We're just the security. If you want to meet the young mistress, please book an appointment with Butler Pang. There's not much we can do." As the two security guards had been extremely polite, Xia Fei naturally showed the appropriate respect to them. With a swipe of his spatial ring, Xia Fei secretly handed them the money that he had prepared earlier. Bribing guards was an incredibly technical skill. First, one must know how much they should give. Too little, and they would not care. Too much, and they would think that one had ulterior motives and be on higher alert. Second, one should take care of how they passed over the money. 2 100,000 star coins, bills folded into a square, sandwiched between the index and middle finger, as inconspicuous as possible. "I am Avril's friend from another planet and didn't get the chance to notify the lady herself. Could you guys pass this to her and let her know?" "Thank you," Xia Fei said humbly, handing them the 2 bills with his right hand and a smile on his face. The crew-cut guard noticed that there was something in Xia Fei's hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 massive 100,000 bills. The bills were folded incredibly well, the number was facing the top, and the huge sum could be easily noticed at a glance. The blonde-haired man also looked down at the money before the two of them exchanged glances. The blonde-haired man nodded to his coworker, to which the short-haired man replied with a smile. "Please hold on a moment, sir. I'll let them know, but it's not up to us if the lady is willing to meet you." "Thanks so much," Xia Fei bowed slightly and said with a smile. Although bribing guards was an ancient technique, it was a tried and true one. Everybody had greed inside them, after all. These security guards were not paid much at all, so they would naturally be incredibly happy to receive payment outside of their salary. However, passing up on pocketing 200,000 stare coins just to pass a message along would be the joke of the century. A few moments later, the crew-cut man angrily walked out of the manor. He was breathing heavily, and his face was completely flushed. Xia Fei scowled. Although he did not know what had happened, it could not have been anything good. The crew-cut man threw the money at Xia Fei's face. "Can't believe I got yelled at like that this early in the morning. Take your money and get out of my sight. The young mistress doesn't want to see you." The money he had given them was insultingly thrown back at his face. Xia Fei remained stoic despite feeling a coldness in his heart. However, an unknown fire brewed inside him. Was it Avril who didn't want to see me, or did someone else say so? Xia Fei put his hands in his pocket, saying coldly as he looked up into the distance. The young mistress said that she doesn't know you at all. Now, get out of here, the crew-cut man hastily replied. He went in excitedly, yet came back to Xia Fei with a foul mouth. Something must have happened in between. All right, since Avril told me so herself, I'll take my leave, Xia Fei said calmly, suppressing his anger. Who do you think you are? You think you can meet the young mistress whenever you want? Leave, get out of my sight. The crew-cut man viciously hit Xia Fei without any mercy. A group of men started marching out from inside the gates. They also wore black suits with bow ties on their necks. A bald man with sunglasses had his arms crossed as he openly looked at Xia Fei with eyes full of nasty killing intent, clearly having no intentions to hide it. Everyone was focused on Xia Fei. It appeared that he was their target. At this moment, Xia Fei's microcomputer rang with flashing red lights. Xia Fei looked over with furrowed eyebrows. It was a notice from the security department to leave immediately. The notice stated that Xia Fei's time in the capital was up, and he had 3 hours to leave, or else he would be prosecuted for violating the laws of the capital. Outstanding move, Phantom said bitterly. You obviously had 34 hours until your visa expired, but it expired immediately once the message got out. Surely, you understand that the Jian family is forcing you to leave. The feelings inside Xia Fei were about to explode, yet he did not lose his cool because of that. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei appeared in front of the man with the sunglasses. I just want to know one thing. Is it Avril who doesn't want to see me? Or is there someone who doesn't want me to see Avril? The other bodyguards panicked at how sudden this occurred. Xia Fei was not slow at all, and many of the guards did not have a chance against someone of Xia Fei's caliber. But this bald man in sunglasses was incredibly calm. 3 hours isn't a lot of time. It's better for everybody if you leave now. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth curved up, and then he laughed loudly all of a sudden. What if I don't leave? There was a strong, vicious undertone. Xia Fei's aura suddenly changed, emanating an incredible killing intent. The man in the sunglasses furrowed his brows. He noticed that Xia Fei's killing intent was no less than his. It even sent a chill down into his spine. This was not a threat, but a true intent to kill, instead, which only someone who had experienced countless hardships could possess. If you don't leave, I'll have to force you to leave, the man in the sunglasses said calmly. The two killing intents collided, clamoring and provoking each other. It might seem that Xia Fei was about to face over 10 security guards from the Jian family, but it was actually a duel between two. Because of their training, the others would never play a role in a battle like this. In the face of Xia Fei's audacious challenge, the man in sunglasses had chosen to respond in kind, emanating an even stronger aura to overwhelm Xia Fei's. However, Xia Fei's killing intent also increased as a result, with no intentions of giving in. Whatever, we have our ways even if he doesn't allow it. Let's head behind the mountain and sneak in to reach the peak using breath control to get to Avril, Phantom said with a worried tone. Normally, Xia Fei was indeed more used to assassination techniques, which also happened to be the method he was best at. Phantom knew that although Xia Fei had been learning crafty thrust from him for a long time, his warrior spirit had never gone away. Xia Fei was now angry, like a volcano that could erupt any time. At this moment, he could not control himself anymore, letting out all the pent-up anger inside him. He could end up in a lot of trouble like this. They were in the capital ring. After all, not a place where everyone could act as they pleased. Either way, these people were part of Avril's household, so he still had to take it into consideration to avoid future awkwardness. Phantom's words made sense, but Xia Fei was not having any of that. Rage was comparable to water, and it was not something one could take back once they let it out. Great joke, Xia Fei said coldly. Why do I need to be all sneaky to meet my woman? He usually communicated with Phantom through his consciousness, but Xia Fei was completely overtaken by anger, so much so that he yelled out his response. All the securities had rage in their eyes when they heard that. What did you call the young mistress? Kid, you have balls of steel to act so unruly in here. Xia Fei did not flinch at all. With a gentle swipe on the spatial ring, he pulled out the dazzling celestial moon, making everyone shudder at its strange shape. Celestial moon. The cool face of the man in sunglasses wore off, and he had a serious look in his eyes. This is your last warning. You're forcing my hand if you don't disappear in the next minute. Equipping Celestial Moon to his right arm, Xia Fei replied in a deep voice, less talking. If it's a battle you want, let's battle. The short and simple statement was filled with the intent to battle. Everyone, back off, yelled the man in sunglasses, and the other bodyguards quickly backed far away. The man in sunglasses took an offensive stance as he pulled out a 13-section, 6-sided alloy wind whip and held it across his chest. Know your place. You're being so unreasonable, trying to force your way in even though you're not given permission. You brought this upon yourself? The man in sunglasses said fiercely with fire in his eyes. One of the security guards finally understood the weight of the situation. Xing Bro, HSA, actually pulled out his weapon. Could this kid really be that strong? Right? It's my first time seeing Xing Bro using his weapon. Should we call the cops? Call the cops. When is it ever the cops' turn to poke their heads in the matters of the Jian family? We should at least let Butler Pang know. True. Let's give Butler Pang a call. There was a lot of chatter among the security guards as though this Xing Bro was well respected among them, and it was a big deal for him to bring out his weapon. Reason. Xia Fei responded without hesitation. I reason if I want to, and I don't reason if I don't want to. At the exact same moment, the two figures clashed. The 13-sectioned alloy whip and Xia Fei's celestial moon bounced apart after briefly making contact. A piercing hum from metal pierced the air as it spread far and wide. Nobody gained an inch from that clash. Again, Xia Fei yelled as his eyes filled with anger. At the same moment, celestial moon changed forms, from its original 6-disc blades form to 12-disc blades, doubling its length. The man in the sunglasses lashed out his whip at Xia Fei's lower body. Blasts of wind whipped about. With a gentle tap onto the ground using his toes, Xia Fei flew in the air and slashed downward using celestial moon. Crafty thrusts specialized in assassinations, but Xia Fei did not attack as he usually would this time. Instead, he was using huge, sweeping attacks. Evidently, the rage in his heart had yet to subside. With the celestial moon in front of his eyes, the man in sunglasses blew air out his mouth gently. A gust of wind suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. All Xia Fei felt was a blast of wind toward his face as he twisted his body in unbelievable ways to the left to dodge the attack. An undetectable gust of wind flew past Xia Fei, ripping a hole into his top. This guy has the pneumatic meteor ability. In short, he can shoot wind out at incredible speeds with his mouth, making him great at both ranged and close combat. Be careful, Phantom said hastily. Seeing that Xia Fei was overtaken by rage, he might as well focus on helping him analyze the flow of the battle. The security guards were cheering them on. Xing Bro, teach that rascal, who doesn't know his place, a lesson. You're about to die, chap. Xia Fei didn't pay any attention to their taunts. With both feet planted solidly on the ground, Xia Fei pressed the button on Celestial Moon, and all 18 disc blades were now in full display. Celestial's most violent form, Mountain and Sea Breaker. You're not using that, are you? Xia Fei smirked. Am I not allowed to? It was undeniable that Xia Fei was a calm person. He liked analysis, critical thinking, and gently leaving a red mark on his opponent's neck when they were the most vulnerable, but it did not translate to Xia Fei not having a temper. Any man would have a measure of impulsiveness, a time of anger, for his blood was always boiling. And at this moment, the anger, which had been suppressed deep inside him for long, had finally reached its boiling point. There was no stopping him. Anyone who gets in my way dies. Xia Fei angrily declared with the celestial moon in his hand. The ice-cold, killing intent filled the air with a trace of menace. What a horrible killing intent, muttered the man in sunglasses. There's no way I can let you go now. He spat a mouthful of air, which traveled at incredible speeds. The puff of compressed air shot out like a cannonball. Although it was invisible, a clear killing intent emanated from it. Go away. Xia Fei's eyes went bloodshot. Not only did he not dodge, he also charged toward the pneumatic meteor. Like a flash of lightning, Celestial Moon slashed downward, destroying that formless air shot. As the incredibly compressed puff of air was destroyed, a huge explosion followed. Strong gusts of wind stirred up. The surrounding land was blown left and right by the shockwave, and the guards nearby quickly covered their eyes. The massive flow of air even managed to knock down some of these well-trained warriors. Nobody knew how Xia Fei got past that violent flow of air, but when they managed to look at him again, Celestial Moon was already clashing toward the head of the man in sunglasses. Celestial Moon ripped through the air, whooshing downward in the most barbaric way possible. Not good. The man in sunglasses did not expect that Xia Fei would be willing to cause losses on both sides by attacking in such a reckless manner. Celestial Moon was in its most violent form. There was so much momentum behind it that it was impossible to go head-to-head against it. Stamping both feet on the ground, the man in sunglasses quickly retreated. The moment his toes left the ground, Celestial Moon took its place. The weapon, which had barely missed his body, hit the ground, instead, with the strength of a great hammer that weighed hundreds of caddies. The blow was devastating. The white stone slab that was the ground instantly turned into dust as countless debris shot forth in all directions, leaving behind a meter-deep crater in its wake. The man in sunglasses was in so much of a hurry to retreat that he lost his balance as a result. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he pushed his hand against it, regaining his balance before retreating 10 or so steps and stopping. The rubble had peppered him with wounds and slashes, so the beautiful black suit on him was now in tatters, exposing his beige thigh tainted with blood. That was close, thought the man in sunglasses as he wiped off his sweat. Xia Fei's hit had greatly surpassed this man's limits. If he had chosen to take it head-on instead of retreating, the result would have been dire. "Are you all right, Xing bro?" The watching guards were utterly stunned. The Xing bro that they respected so much actually sustained damage from Xia Fei's attack, striking fear and shock in their hearts. Where did this young man come from? And how did he manage to injure their Xing bro? As the dust settled, the guards were even more scared to see what Xia Fei looked like. As he was not wearing a combat suit, the short and old Li-Ning brand t-shirt was blown into smithereens. Now Xia Fei was only wearing tattered shorts, with the rest of his body bare under the sun. The shorts, as well as the horrible combat shoes on his feet, were part of the Windshade Mark IV combat suit. Other than these two articles of clothing, everything else was blown pieces, leaving behind strips of fabric, barely hanging onto Xia Fei, like a display of flags of different countries. The man in sunglasses suddenly realized that Xia Fei's body was riddled with dark red scars, so many of them that they overlapped with one another. In addition to Xia Fei's salt and pepper hair, fierce stance and expression, he gave off a shocking vibe, as if he were a demon who had climbed out from the depths of hell. Impossible. How could someone who isn't even 20 years of age experience that many battles? Breathed the man in sunglasses. By the looks of it, not only did Xia Fei have more scars on his body than he did, his desire to kill was even stronger and more merciless than his. Perhaps the scars were fake, but this incredible killing intent could not be faked. He was incredibly uneasy as the thought of being at a disadvantage against a teen who was not even in his 20s sank in. It should be made known that he was an ability user with pneumatic meteor ability at the intermediate legendary rank. There was no way he was fine with losing to someone who was not even 20 years old like Xia Fei, not to mention that the result of their fight would not just be considered a failure, but a complete failure, too. He was not as skilled as Xia Fei, his killing intent was not as strong as Xia Fei's, and by the looks of it, he was not even as experienced as Xia Fei in battle. The youth before him was not even in his 20s yet. The blood of the man in sunglasses boiled as he began to doubt if Xia Fei was even human. Whoosh! With a slight smirk, Xia Fei jumped away from the battlefield toward Half Moon Mountain as his lust for fight subsided. Xia Fei's aim was simple. No matter what, he wanted to at least meet Avril. If anyone got in his way, Xia Fei would find a way through them with no mercy given. It was obviously not a good time to be fighting the man in sunglasses, so Xia Fei decided to go directly to the villa and seek Avril directly. Upon seeing that Xia Fei was heading toward the villa, he quickly followed after him. Unfortunately, his speed was not even comparable to Xia Fei's. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bursts of air were fired one after another, hurtling through the air as they headed towards Xia Fei's back. Without even looking behind him, Xia Fei weaved through the 3 streams of air, using his well-practiced crafty approach as he continued to go up the mountain. There was a large old-fashioned building halfway up the mountain, as well as a wide platform to let people take in their surroundings. Just as he was about to set foot on the platform, His body froze as if there was an invisible wall keeping Xia Fei outside. "Get out of my way," yelled Xia Fei, exerting every inch of his body to fight against this invisible wall. Veins popped out his forehead, and his muscles bulged. This was a battle of energy. Xia Fei's body was expanding and contracting like a spring, and if he gave up, he would be launched to a faraway wall. Give up? Xia Fei had never even considered that. Avril was not that far away, so why would he give up? He was not going to, anyway. As Xia Fei was struggling for his life, the surrounding air was heavily disrupted. The invisible wall was all dented thanks to Xia Fei. At this moment, the man in sunglasses finally caught up, launching 3 pneumatic meteors from afar. In the blink of an eye, the shots were right behind him. Xia Fei bit down on his lip as he took a few steps to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 pneumatic meteors landed right onto the wall, creating a deafening explosion. Ripples, which were barely visible, appeared on the invisible wall, rippling outward. Now's the time. Extending Celestial Moon from his right hand, he pushed it into the wall. He used all the strength he had in his legs, causing the white rock paving the platform to shatter under him, leaving behind 2 deep footprints. Break! The wall had barely recovered from the pneumatic meteors. Combined with Xia Fei's all-out blow, a gap was forced open on the wall. Xia Fei quickly slipped through the cracks, doing a few somersaults before continuing into the mansion. 2 steps later, Xia Fei was met with yet another invisible wall. This time, it was not just blocking Xia Fei and his steps, but also, like a rectangular jar, trapping him within. Xia Fei's rage brewed as he prepared to rip apart the wall again. At this moment, an old raspy voice could be heard from afar. "You're Xia Fei, aren't you?" Accompanying the voice as it traveled down the mountain towards Xia Fei was an old man dressed in black. He looked to be around 70. His black suit was similar to what the guards outside were wearing, but his outfit had a black tie with a matching pair of silk gloves. He was cleanly shaven, and his silver hair was neatly combed. A ray of light could be seen from his foggy eyes as they stared at Xia Fei. Standing upright, Xia Fei set the nearly 4-meter-long celestial moon across his shoulder. "That's right. Do you know me?" The old man approached within 20 meters of Xia Fei and said with a smile, "I do, and I don't." "What do you mean?" Xia Fei took a step forward as he spoke in a deep voice. "The young mistress knows you, and I'm the butler, so of course I know you," the old man explained calmly. "So you're Butler Pang." "That's right. I'm Pang Hai. The Pang family has been the caretakers of the Jian family for 7 or 8 generations now," Pang Hai recalled. Xia Fei did not care to hear about this elderly butler family's history and, instead, went straight to the point. "I want to meet Avril." Pang Hai smiled as he shook his head. "I understand where you're coming from, but you can't see the young mistress." "Why?" "It's for your own good." Xia Fei laughed at that response. "For my own good? That must be the joke of the century. It's none of your concern what's good or bad for me." At this point, the security guards behind him had finally caught up. Upon seeing Pang Hai, they all bowed and greeted. The man in the sunglasses, on the other hand, greeted with his fist on top of the other. "Father." Pang Hai nodded and told Pang Xing, who looked untidy, "Xing, go change your clothes. You won't be needed here anymore. Everyone else can leave, too." Pang Xing and the other security guards quickly nodded as they retreated down the mountain with tired looks on their faces, leaving Pang Hai and Xia Fei halfway up the mountain. Turns out they're father and son. No wonder their abilities are both air-based, but Pang Sr.'s pneumatic mountain river is way stronger than his son's pneumatic meteor. "He's quite the opponent," said Phantom. None of these registered in Xia Fei's mind. The only thing on his mind was to hurry up to the peak and see Avril. "Your son couldn't stop me, and you can't either," Xia Fei said in a deep voice. Pang Hai smiled. "How would I know if I didn't try?" Xia Fei clicked the mechanism on Celestial Moon, and the 18 blades separated from one another. Using his thoughts, the round blades started spinning in the air. Pang Hai was utterly shocked. "Xia Fei, turns out you have the psychokinetic ability aside from your speed ability." The 18, 9-sided round blades spun in the air at varying speeds. "Break!" Xia Fei yelled as all the disc blades gathered before shooting toward the invisible air wall like a meteor across the sky. The 9-sided disc blades spun at incredible speeds like a chainsaw, spinning so fast that only its afterimage could be seen. A spinning attack like this was one of the best against a wall of compressed air. It was like an electric drill, ripping apart the densely packed air. Peng Hai was utterly shocked. He then put his hands together, superimposing the first wall with another to prevent it from breaking under Xia Fei's disc blades. Unfortunately, Peng Hai had still underestimated the power of psychokinesis. Whoosh whoosh, the disc blades broke through the air walls after clashing against it for a few moments. These walls were like paper against such a powerful display of skill. Crack! Xia Fei ripped through the broken air wall with his hands, as if he were tearing fabric apart before he walked through the walls. Return. The spinning disc blades returned onto Celestial Moon as the weapon reverted to its original, incredible form. He's a psychokinetic ability user, too. That means he has two abilities. How is that even possible? Peng Hai knitted his eyebrows. He never would have thought that Xia Fei not only possessed speed ability, but psychokinesis as well. There was an unwritten rule in the alliance. If one wanted to become an elite warrior, they must not have multiple abilities. Nobody had ever managed to cultivate two completely different abilities up to the same level. One could not eat the cake and have it, but Xia Fei broke this unwritten rule. Not only did he have two abilities, both abilities were evenly trained to star domain rank. One person bearing two abilities was not just a case of 1 + 1 would equal 2, but rather a case where the sum was greater than its parts. Qin Meng had previously managed to detect a change in Xia Fei's temperament. He thought that Xia Fei had acquired a new technique and gained a bunch of confidence from it, possessing the calmness of a true warrior, but he was only half right. Xia Fei did indeed become stronger and was now calmer than before, but his strength was not built on the basis of new techniques, but a whole new ability, instead. Psychokinesis. This was the biggest power behind Xia Fei. He was now an incredibly unique dual ability user. Although he had not managed to realize both abilities to their fullest potential, he now had more resources against a stronger foe. Battle experience from countless near-death encounters. The horrifying combination of two abilities. All these allowed Xia Fei to possess an incredible confidence and calmness. Xia Fei spoke calmly as he pointed Celestial Moon at Peng Hai. I'm meeting Avril no matter what, and nobody can stop me. Aura. Incredible aura. An unstoppable aura emanated from Xia Fei. The rage was still brewing within Xia Fei. There was no question that anyone who got in his way would be blown into smithereens sans mercy. Peng Hai's surprise could be seen on his face, for he was truly, utterly shocked by Xia Fei's aura. However, he quickly managed to regain his composure. Psychokinesis was one of the countless abilities that humans possessed. Xia Fei's newly acquired ability could be used for manipulation, allowing him to control anything he wanted with his second ability as long as the item's weight and volume was what he could manage. In truth, even Xia Fei himself did not know that he had been training his mental powers since he started cultivating the Beast Spirit Codex. Beast Spirit Codex was not just an ability that allowed for control of beasts, but also a cultivation handbook. Not only would its learners eventually be able to communicate with beasts, but they could also develop a new mental ability through it. It was only after all the bloodshed on Heritage Planet that his ability to manipulate had been fully realized, and from then on, Xia Fei had become an actual psychokinesis ability user. Xia Fei picked Celestial Moon as his new weapon, for it was made with a material called Crow Alloy. Crow Alloy resonated with human brainwaves, making it suitable to be controlled using mental energy. This is Sunset Villa. Do you know what happens when you trespass here? Peng Hai showed great manners as he spoke with a smile. I don't know, nor do I want to know. You and the mistress are completely different people living in different worlds, Peng Hai said deeply. Xia Fei had heard the same phrase so many times recently that he had gotten sick of it by then. It was as if everyone thought that he would use Avril for her money. I know, Xia Fei replied with furrowed eyebrows. Yet you're still insisting on meeting the young mistress. I'm not looking for your young mistress. I'm looking for Avril. Avril is the young mistress, and the young mistress is Avril. I know. You know? Xia Fei asked back with a dry laugh. What are you trying to say? I hope that you'll stop harassing the young mistress, said Peng Hai after a few moments. Harass. Xia Fei curled the corner of his lips. Avril will be the judge whether I'm harassing her or not. You guys just need to stay out of it. After saying that, Xia Fei continued up the mountain. He did not run this time. instead walking up the steps slowly and purposefully, as though nothing else in Sunset Villa could stop him. Those guards who had retreated down the mountain, as well as those guarding the peak and the halfway point, started gathering. They had weapons in their hands as they stared at Xia Fei from afar. Xia Fei did not say a word as he got surrounded. His face was stoic and his footsteps were just as resolute as before. "Get him!" Who knew who yelled that command? But the guards quickly charged towards Xia Fei with their weapons raised, hoping that they could take down Xia Fei through sheer numbers alone. Peng Hai shook his head and let out a dry laugh. He walked toward the peak behind Xia Fei with no intent of stopping the guards or Xia Fei. Not long after, the first 7 or 8 guards who had led the charge fell onto the ground under excruciating pain. Xia Fei was quite measured with his attacks, disabling their ability to fight, but not to the point of incapacitating them for life. The remaining guards quickly retreated, taking one step back each time Xia Fei took a step forward. Xia Fei, who was presently like an enraged beast, had his bloodshot eyes wide open as he struck fear into the surrounding people's hearts with his cold, emotionless face. "Mr. Pang, what should we do?" "Yes, Mr. Pang, we need to stop him. The master is going to be angry otherwise." "Mr. Pang, come up with something." The guards all turned to Peng Hai for help, but the elderly butler did not respond to any of their pleas as though he had gone deaf. It was a weird scene. Hundreds of people had Xia Fei surrounded, yet nobody dared to make a move, allowing him to walk freely around Sunset Villa with no one to oppose it. Meanwhile, Xia Fei had a look on his face that seemed to declare, "I would do what I want." He was not going to listen to any voice of reason anymore. He was as stubborn as a mule, doing whatever his heart desired. Suddenly, Xia Fei was shocked. His superhuman perception picked up a dangerous aura. It was as if something odd was happening at the peak of Half Moon Mountain. There's a violent aura. At this moment, almost all the guards had him surrounded, meaning that the defense on the peak had become the weakest. This was the best chance for someone to pull something sneaky. Avril. Without missing a beat, Xia Fei stomped his feet into the ground and traveled to the peak as fast as he could. "Get out of my way." With only Avril in mind, he did not care about showing mercy anymore. With a sweep using Celestial Moon, the dozens of guards who were blocking his way got raked away. At this moment, Peng Hai also sensed that there was something wrong at the peak and quickly followed behind Xia Fei. "Get to the peak. Hurry," yelled Peng Hai. Everyone was shocked. Why did Peng Hai and Xia Fei become like 2 peas in a pod in the blink of an eye, both saying the same thing? All of them were clueless and incredibly confused as they followed Xia Fei and Peng Hai and rushed up to the peak. Whoosh! At full speed, Xia Fei could travel over 3,000 meters per second, reaching the peak in 2 seconds. The peak of Half Moon Mountain had been flattened long ago. The floor was paved neatly with stone slabs, and 3 majestic buildings stood there in a row. The one in the middle was 5 stories high, and the ones next to it were 4 stories high. In addition to the rocks, trees, and shrubs, there was a flat spot at the side of them to park small spacecraft. Before he even regained his balance, Xia Fei felt numbness in his scalp. There were a few guards lying on the ground with cuts in their necks. Blood was still gushing out of their wounds, and it appeared that they had died not too long ago. "Crap! An ambush!" exclaimed Xia Fei quickly. Phantom kneeled on the ground to examine one guard's fatal wound. "Not good. Phoenix tail feathers. Was this done by the plumagers? Anyway, there's no time to explain. Plumager is a professional hitman organization just like the assassins. We must find them as soon as we can," Phantom said in a deep voice. Xia Fei nodded, retracting Celestial Moon to 3 sections long before using breath control to sneak to the largest building. His instincts were telling him that the enemies had most likely gone inside it. Without the protection of the combat suit, Xia Fei felt pain on his body when he came dashing over at high speeds. Luckily, he was much more resilient than before, as Heritage Planet had brought him plenty of new techniques and experience in the year he spent there, and traveling at supersonic speeds without his combat suit was just one of them. However, it was unavoidable that traveling at these extreme speeds would cause some damage to his body. Suddenly, the doors to the building opened. Out came 4 men in black, all of them wielding weird weapons in hand. The weapons were like a spurt of flame, all of irregular shapes, their violent blades gleaming in dazzling silver. One of the men in black carried a rolled-up quilt on his shoulder with someone seemingly bundled inside. Just as they were leaving the door, Xia Fei charged in. Both sides noticed each other. With less than a few dozen meters of distance, it left Xia Fei 0.0001 second to react. The four men in black seemed to have tacit understanding as they split into two groups at once. The man in black who was carrying the rolled-up quilt on his shoulder retreated inside, whereas the other three charged at Xia Fei. From their looks, Xia Fei could tell that these people also had skills similar to breath control, able to make their aura be as undetectable as possible. However, their technique was not as good as breath control, so they could not completely hide their killing intent. It was evident that these were professional killers. "Release!" Xia Fei yelled, and 15 disc blades rolled out, heading straight toward the three men in black in 15 distinct, beautiful arcs. The blades were just like hurricanes, cutting off all their chances of escaping. Whoosh! In an instant before anyone could notice, Xia Fei made it past the three men in black, leaving behind three bodies. Xia Fei killed one of them by hand, and the other two were killed using his psychokinesis. When the man in black inside the building saw his subordinates get killed, he let out a cold snort and hopped out of the building toward the mountain. At the same time, he pressed a tiny device on his arm as if to send a signal somewhere. It should be made known that behind this building was an incredibly sheer drop. Anyone who fell from it would meet certain death. Xia Fei did not even have time to hesitate as he followed him down to the valley. Although he did not know if the person being carried by the man was Avril, Xia Fei would never give up even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Venal, 24 was in the middle of autumn. The sun was shining and the air was fresh, and Xia Fei had jumped off a cliff on such a fine autumn day. In truth, it would never be a good choice to jump off a cliff whenever or wherever. Most importantly, though, Xia Fei had no other choice. Whoosh! Xia Fei jumped out of the window right after the plumager. The sun outside was incredibly dazzling, and Xia Fei covered his eyes using his hand and looked down at the valley. The cliff, with a drop of 3,000 meters, was so deep the bottom was barely visible. The bottom was filled with jutting rocks, almost like incredibly sharp swords. It was never an easy task to jump into a valley like this for anyone. It was obvious that the god of death was approaching in every passing moment, watching the three fall into the valley with sinister eyes. One of them was Xia Fei, another the plumager, and finally someone that could be Avril or not Avril. As the sound of wind whizzing by filled his ears, Xia Fei fell in a parabola before hurtling straight down. Xia Fei's incredible perception sensed that something was approaching him at high speeds, but that thing had blended well with the air and the sun, so it was imperceptible to the human eye. Many said that one's brain would go blank moments before their death, but Xia Fei's remained unusually clear at this moment. He might even be calmer than before, even as his thought process reached its maximum speed at this moment. This was the talent of a true warrior. The more dangerous the situation was, the more they could stay calm and act decisively. In the face of danger, any distracting thoughts were dangerous. Xia Fei only had one thought in mind, and that was to save the abducted person no matter who they turn out to be. Quickly shifting his body in the air, Xia Fei mimicked the position of a diver and headed straight toward the bottom of the valley head before toes. The plumager was just beneath him, and by taking the most aerodynamic position, he could catch up to them in the shortest time possible. His eyes were red from being bloodshot, and his face was hideous from his anger. Xia Fei had gone completely mad at this instant. It was not a competition of strength, but rather a competition of life. A competition of who cared less about their lives. The stakes were life or death. "Let her go," Xia Fei ordered in his scariest and most terrifying voice. What came out of his mouth was not a scream per se, but his boiling rage. Instead, the 18 blades of celestial moon flew right toward the other. The sound of the air being pierced through, combined with Xia Fei's insane yell and the magnification of the valley, made it seem as if it were a shriek of a demon from hell. All of a sudden, something unthinkable happened. The plumager, who was quickly plummeting to the ground, suddenly stopped in the air as if intercepted by an invisible platform. "Crap!" Xia Fei shouted in his heart. His superhuman analytical ability allowed him to make the best judgment possible at this moment. There must be a ship, which could turn invisible, nearby. The plumager also pressed something on his arm before he jumped out of the window. That must be him sending a signal to his comrades. After receiving the signal, the ship had quickly flown by the cliff to intercept the plumager and the person on his shoulder. The plumager, who had now landed on his ship, could quickly lose Xia Fei by simply accelerating away. There was not much Xia Fei could do. "I can't let you guys get away," Xia Fei screamed inside. Ultimate manipulation technique, Demon Axe. Xia Fei was just like an injured beast, letting out a growl that sounded like a last-ditch struggle before death. A horrible scream filled the air as the world changed color. "No, don't use that," Phantom screamed with his eyes wide open. "You'll destroy your body." Unfortunately, Xia Fei had lost his ability to reason as he allowed his madness to completely consume him. The 18 blades, which were spinning in the air, suddenly accelerated, becoming dazzling rays of light as they shot forward close to the speed of light. This attack was so full of power it was unstoppable. At the same time, the invisible ship below the plumager's feet accelerated. The plumager lowered his body, tightly holding the abducted person with one arm as he grabbed hold of a grapple welded onto the ship's hull with the other to prevent himself from falling off the ship. Xia Fei only had 10,000ths of a second to make a decision. Once the ship fully accelerated, there was no way he could catch up to it. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions were heard one after another. The 18 rays of light hit the invisible ship square on, forcing it out of its invisibility mode. A middle slasher-class frigate appeared in the valley. The 18 disc blades perfectly hit the alloy hull of the ship. Then dazzling sparks and billowing smoke came up from the ship. It was unthinkable how Xia Fei had managed to damage the frigate using 18 disc blades, which were only 15 centimeters in diameter. Cough. Xia Fei spat a mouthful of blood, as forcibly unleashing the incredibly demanding demon axe had left severe damage in his body. Not spending any time worrying about his internal injuries, Xia Fei kicked his feet against the air, utilizing the counterforce to get close to the cliff on the left. Stomping his feet on the face of the cliff, his body curved and he rocketed toward the slasher-class frigate. Although Xia Fei had badly destroyed the ship's defense that its cloaking function had stopped working, the ship itself was not completely destroyed and could still move. Again, Demon Axe. Xia Fei used the ultimate move, Demon Axe, again. Even a madman would not put their own lives at risk using the move a second time after sustaining near-fatal damage to themselves in the process. The disc blades, which were already pierced through the hull, moved once more under Xia Fei's psychokinesis. They spun up and forced their way through the alloy hull. The ear-splitting noise of metal grinding on metal could be heard everywhere. While sparks flew everywhere, Xia Fei reached the front of the ship. Die! With no weapon in hand, Xia Fei raised his right arm in the air and punched the plumager in the chest. The plumager quickly blocked using his left arm. Crack! Xia Fei had incredible strength, and combined with the force from jumping off the cliff, the punch blew the kidnapper's left arm into smithereens. The redness of blood, the whites of shattered bone, and the pinkiness muscles all splattered all over the place. His fist did not stop, slamming it right onto the plumager's chest after shattering his arm. Crack, crack. 10 or so ribs shattered all at once. Xia Fei sank his fist deep into the other's chest, leaving behind a bloody hole in that plumager, who let out a grunt right before dying. The plumager's corpse started falling, and the person wrapped up in the quilt fell into the valley with him. Tapping the ship with his feet, Xia Fei charged towards the valley, holding the quilt and the person in the quilt tightly. Xia Fei could smell a faint fragrance. It appeared that the person in the quilt was still asleep and had no idea what horrible battle they went through or how much Xia Fei sacrificed just to save her. It's a good thing that you're asleep. At least you won't be scared, Xia Fei thought. At this moment, although Xia Fei managed to save the girl who was kidnapped, he was less than 200 meters from the bottom of the valley. The huge and weirdly shaped rocks were now right in front of him. Could Xia Fei still endure the impact from landing on these huge rocks after using Demon Axe twice? Celestial Moon, which was still entangled with the ship, quickly formed a saucer underneath Xia Fei with his command, laying flat under Xia Fei's feet, just like a magic carpet. The mental manipulation ability allowed the user to manipulate objects to fly, and when the user stood on the object, It was just like sword saints flying on their swords in the ancient novels. Alas, Xia Fei was not up to that level yet, and having exerted himself heavily after using Demon Axe twice, he was presently on the verge of collapsing. Although the magic carpet created using Celestial Moon caught Xia Fei, he did not have the mental energy to stop himself from falling any further. Moreover, it was not just him. There was also the person in his arms whom he had just saved. The best he could do was slow down the speed by a tiny bit. He raised the person, who may or may not be Avril, above his head. Xia Fei's body was as straight as a javelin. He decided to use himself as a cushion to prevent the person from getting hurt due to the impact of falling. It did not matter that Xia Fei was not certain if this person was Avril. He insisted on doing so because he would never risk putting the girl he liked in harm's way. Boom! A dull crash could be heard from the bottom of the valley, quickly followed by dust kicking up and rubble exploding. Xia Fei was just like a statue, standing steadily on the ground. But some of the already healed wounds on his body split open again and started bleeding anew. The moment he landed, Xia Fei lowered his arms with the force, reducing the impact it would have on the person. Under Xia Fei's total protection, the person did not even feel any pain. At this moment, the person was in Xia Fei's arms, sound asleep like a baby. The corner of Xia Fei's lips curled upward slightly, and he felt satisfied with himself, but only he knew how piercing the hum in his ears was. His body was numb from the pain, and his eyes were getting blurry as though a white gauze was blocking them, preventing him from seeing the world clearly. But this was nothing to Xia Fei. After Xiaoyu's kidnapping, Xia Fei swore that he would never let the same thing happen again. He wanted to use his strength to stop it from happening. Today he had done just that. He actually did it. The impossible was made possible, saving the person he loved from the arms of some plumagers. So what was a bit of pain when compared? Swaying unevenly, Xia Fei slowly placed the person in his arms onto the ground. Xia Fei wanted to see the one under the quilt was Avril, but his eyes had unfortunately started to close while his hands shook terribly at this point, yet he was unable to untie the knot on it. As his vision turned dark, it felt as if he was looking at a night sky dotted with stars. Xia Fei dropped onto the ground and fell to the side, yet his hand firmly gripped the person beside him, unwilling to let go. At that moment, the Slasher-class frigate landed several kilometers away. Then a big explosion could be heard, followed by smoke and flames. Xia Fei had a dream while he was passed out. He dreamed of a massive warship drifting away slowly amid a pitch-black space. No words could describe how shocking that was. The ship resembled a mushroom, which was multiple times the size of Earth. Its golden alloy hull made it stand out in the dark space. Suddenly, a dazzling ray of light shone from the core of the ship. Its white light was incredibly blinding like a million suns. Without any warning, the light started waning. When the light completely disappeared, everything in the space disappeared with it. The two planets, which were previously next to the ship, disappeared, leaving behind the empty dark space. Where did they go? Could that light have destroyed those planets? The large warship kept moving forward. It was like a huge beast, traveling forward inch by inch as if nothing in the universe could stop it. No matter where it went, nothing was left in its wake. Planets, warships, or even terrifying black holes. Everything seemed incredibly fragile under its intense attacks. It was like the ultimate destroyer of the universe, and the only task it had was to destroy all, leading itself and the endless space to propagate further demise. Xia Fei could only feel himself burn up as an indescribable sadness filled him. When he next opened his eyes, all he saw was white. Initially, his vision was blurred, but after blinking a few times, everything in front of him became clear. The white ceiling looked incredibly clean. He could also smell flowers in the air as well as a sweet, enchanting scent. His body was still quite weak, so Xia Fei had to use his arms to support himself in order to sit up on the bed. He was in a hospital ward. The room was decorated very lavishly. There was a row of vases on the windowsill, the beautiful flowers so fresh that there was still dew clinging onto them. Obviously, they had been freshly picked. There was a blonde lady lying down next to the bed. Her mouth was slightly ajar, sleeping soundly while hugging his thigh. Xia Fei's eyes lit up. Avril. Because she was lying face down on the bed, Xia Fei could not make out her face clearly, so he decided to lower his head. Taking in the girl whom he had long known, yet only officially met today. Under normal circumstances, due to the various post-processing of video communication, people usually looked better on the projected screen than in real life, but Avril actually looked prettier in real life. Her facial features were well-defined, with skin as white as snow, and thin lips just like a princess from a fairy tale. The word perfect almost aptly described her, but this princess had huge eye bags, and the markings of now dried-up tears could be seen staining her cheeks. After taking in the view, Xia Fei took out half a box of cigarettes from his spatial ring, stopping abruptly right before he was about to light it. Forget it. The smell of cigarettes is strong. It won't be good if that wakes her up. I'll just let her sleep a bit more, Xia Fei muttered. Suppressing his nicotine addiction, Xia Fei placed the cigarette and lighter on the bedside table. He then grabbed a crystal bowl on top of the table and took a drink. Xia Fei wiped his mouth with his sleeve and looked outside the window, feeling a bit bored. How long have I been asleep? Xia Fei asked Phantom. 3 days. That long? Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. What happened in these past 3 days? How did I get here? You passed out after falling into the valley. Meanwhile, that frigate with the plumager on board had gone down with the ship too, which exploded because its reactor received damage. It was a short time later when Butler Pang made it to where you were and sent you to this hospital. You've been in a coma up until now. Phantom gave a brief narration of the events that had transpired while he was unconscious. Looking at Avril, who was next to him, Xia Fei asked, "Was the person who got abducted Avril?" Phantom nodded. "It's quite fortunate that you rescued the right person. A few seconds later, and you might not have ever seen her again. She was drugged using a type of rosemary extract sedative and had only woken up 2 days ago. When she found out about you, she barged into the room and had not left your side since. She even had someone give her the video recordings of what had happened that day. She cried when she saw herself in your arms, taking the impact of the harsh landing for her, so she wouldn't get hurt. She even passed out a few times." Phantom recounted in a profound voice as he glanced at Avril. "This lady's all right. She's been blaming herself these past few days. Be sure to comfort her when she wakes up. This'll be something she has to live with for the rest of her life if you don't help her get through it now." "All right." Xia Fei nodded. He put his fingers through Avril's hair, curling it between his fingers. "Do you know why she's unwilling to see me?" asked Xia Fei. Phantom laughed. It wasn't that she didn't want to see you, but that someone else didn't want you two to meet. From what I've gathered, it's her father. He doesn't like you all that much and doesn't want to see his daughter with you. Yesterday, Avril and his father had a big row in the ward, and her father hasn't been here ever since. You know?" Phantom spoke with a mysterious smile. "Avril actually wanted to break off ties with her father for you. Despite her pretty looks, she's quite courageous." Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows and spent a moment thinking. "That's not a good thing. What's so funny about it? Familial bond is like flesh and blood, an argument here and there, and it'll just be as if nothing has happened afterward." Phantom curled the corner of his lip. "Fair point, but seeing her protecting you so fiercely, she seems to be rather serious. If her father keeps disagreeing, she might actually break off ties with her kin." Xia Fei thought for a few moments. No matter the case, it would never be a good thing if Avril broke ties with her family for his sake. So he began to think of something to dissuade her from doing so later. It was evident that Avril was skinnier than she used to be, and she looked paler than before too. A feeling of pity rose in Xia Fei as he muttered, "Who wanted to abduct Avril? I won't let them off if I catch them." "Do you have any suspects in mind?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei shook his head. "You must be joking. I've only been here for a few days. How would I know whom to suspect? Still, from my analysis, everyone here in Sunset Villa at that moment are suspects." Phantom was stunned. Why? This is a heavily guarded city. These hitmen had chosen to strike a wealthy family in broad daylight, probably because someone inside had told them that a person was causing a disturbance into this villa, an opportunity which they promptly made use to abduct Avril. Phantom could not help nodding. "That's possible. The villa was turned upside down at that time by your intrusion, but since it's a private matter, if nobody leaked the information, those people would definitely not choose to stage their kidnapping then. I believe the ones behind this had been planning such a move for a long time, and they were waiting for the right time to come. So when I happened to show up here, which inadvertently weakened the manor's tight security, they decided to go for it and abduct Avril. They probably intended to put this whole matter on my head. I caused all this ruckus, so I would never be able to clear my name. Xia Fei analyzed, scowling at the thought that somebody had come up with such an insidious plan. Phantom sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Avril with concern. No matter what, the lady here who had gotten the worst out of all this. Sometimes, being born into a rich family isn't a good thing. Xia Fei stayed silent for a few moments. Yes, it's really been troublesome for her. She didn't provoke anyone, yet she still had to go through all that. If I'm not wrong, there are two possibilities. First, this was done by Starlink Corporation's rival, or even an enemy, perhaps to threaten or take out their anger. Second, it was someone from Avril's family, someone who would benefit the most if Avril's kidnapping succeeded. They're the most suspicious. The former is still acceptable, but the latter is just horrible. Xia Fei smiled bitterly. Xia Fei and Phantom analyzed the situation, but as there was no proper evidence, everything was purely conjecture. Moreover, Xia Fei did not know Avril's entire situation, so he did not know who would benefit the most out of this. Avril had been sleeping soundly on Xia Fei's thigh this whole time. He wanted to let her sleep undisturbed for a bit longer, so he continued to sit on the bed. When afternoon turned to evening, Avril finally got up and stretched. She rubbed her eyes using her fair hands before she discovered that Xia Fei was looking at her with a smile on his face. She jumped out of her chair and exclaimed in shock, "Xia Fei, you're awake." Xia Fei smiled. His eyes were still on Avril's face, taking in the beautiful sight. She looked much better in real life than in their video calls. They've known each other for 2 years, yet this was their first time meeting in person. Nobody would have expected that this was how they would meet. "Do I have something on my face?" asked Avril. Xia Fei nodded. "Yeah. What is it?" She quickly rubbed her face. A beauty comparable to a flower. Avril was slightly taken aback before smiling heartily. Her cheeks flushed as she said in a barely audible voice, "Meanie, you're teasing me again." Xia Fei leaned backward. He had pins and needles in his legs for having stayed in this sitting position for a long time. But Xia Fei did not care as it was worth it to see the beautiful girl in front of him sleeping. "Sorry that you had to deal with those irritating guards to see me and got yourself hurt trying to save me," Avril said pitifully, her eyes glistening with tears. Xia Fei hated seeing girls cry, so he quickly said a bunch of jokes to try and cheer up Avril. The two of them gradually returned to normal after the initial bump on the road, just like good, old buddies who had not seen each other for a long time. Avril regained her sweetness and the smile on her face, laughing as she said, "I've seen the recordings. Pang Hai and Pang Xing weren't a match for you. The garbage guards weren't a match, either. You're incredible to be able to beat up everyone on your way up the mountain." Xia Fei did not say anything, just watching this glamorous lady narrate everything quietly. The Avril, who was now back to normal, was obviously more charming than when she was frowning. With a swift change of topic, Avril quietly probed with her cheeks flushed, "Did you call me your woman when you were at the entrance to Sunset Villa?" Xia Fei did say that Avril was his woman, but it was something that came out while he was seething in rage, something that he had never fully thought through before saying. Xia Fei and Avril's relationship was not at the stage to consider marriage yet, so saying that she was his woman might not have been entirely correct. "I did." Xia Fei easily admitted it. Xia Fei was a man, after all. Since it had come out of his mouth, he did not regret saying it. Moreover, he could not find any reason not to have Avril as his woman, so he might as well come clean. Xia Fei quietly observed Avril's reaction. Her beautiful cheeks turned from pink to red in a matter of moments, as if she were about to burn. She held her hands against her cheeks. Her eyes were darting around, unsure of what to do, and remained quiet for a while. After the doctor was made aware of Xia Fei regaining consciousness, he came in to ask a few simple questions before knowingly left the room to the two. Even a dunce could tell that Avril and Xia Fei did not want to be interrupted at this moment. The two of them must have a lot to say to each other now that they had finally met. Luckily, although Xia Fei had sustained a lot of injuries, they were all just flesh wounds, of which he could recover from after a few days of rest. Repeated use of demon axe had surprisingly not caused any irreversible damage to Xia Fei's brain, which even Phantom could barely believe. It should be made known that the amplitude of Xia Fei's brain waves were raised to unimaginable heights back then. Any normal human being would probably die just by entering that state for a second, let alone survive unscathed. Naturally, Phantom had attributed all this to his fully opened seventh brain region, as if it was a guardian angel of sorts, protecting Xia Fei from danger. The capital ring had the most advanced medical facilities in the alliance. Moreover, the hospital also happened to be a subsidiary of Starling Corporation, so Xia Fei's treatment was never skimped out on, receiving the best medicine and being put under the most advanced equipment the hospital had to offer irregardless of price. The doctors even performed skin grafting treatments on his scars while Xia Fei was passed out. Now, not a single scar could be seen on his body, and his skin was even as smooth as a baby's bottom. But he still had his salt and pepper hair, which made him look much older than he actually was, as if he had experienced the vicissitude of life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Avril had spent every single moment next to Xia Fei. The pair's talks were always punctuated with laughter, just like what conversations between couples would. Avril had always been a cheerful girl, but Xia Fei's sudden disappearance and the recent kidnapping incident had taken some of that cheerfulness away from her. Xia Fei realized this and decided to guide her back to her carefree and happy self. With Xia Fei's guidance, the haze in her eyes eventually receded, returning to her bubbly and cheerful personality. However, Xia Fei never brought up what happened in that year he was on Heritage Planet. He had full trust on Avril. Since he did not want to talk about it, she decided not to pry. With a red strawberry in her hand, Avril placed it next to Xia Fei's mouth, while he remained comfortably lying on the bed with his eyes closed and his mouth open, enjoying the care from the princess next to him. Sometimes, Xia Fei could not believe that he was currently experiencing something that seemed to only happen in fairy tales. "Is it sweet?" Avril asked with a smile. Xia Fei nodded before glancing at the sunny, autumn day outside the window. "How about we go for a walk outside? Cabin fever's no fun." Xia Fei was never one to sit around and do nothing, feeling exceedingly irritable after lying on the bed these past few days as if he was missing on things. In truth, Xia Fei had another reason to go out for a walk. He wanted to smoke. He was afraid that Avril would choke on the smell of cigarettes being next to him, so he had been restraining himself from smoking all this while. Only when Avril had fallen asleep would Xia Fei sneak into the bathroom to deal with his addiction. The days without cigarettes were awful, even worse than starving. "Sure, I'll have someone to get a wheelchair." Xia Fei waved his hand before getting off the bed. "Please don't. I'm not disabled, so it'll feel terrible for me to be restricted by a wheelchair." Xia Fei was adamant on not using a wheelchair, so Avril could do nothing about it. After changing into some simple sportswear, Xia Fei walked outside. At this moment, Avril quickly walked forward and clung onto his arm. Xia Fei received a slight shock if anything, but, ultimately, did not stop her. His heart was now filled with warmth. The hallway outside the ward had many bodyguards, all of them tall fierce and certainly scary looking. These weren't the same as the ones at Sunset Villa. Evidently, after Avril's kidnapping incident, the bodyguards had most certainly faced some questioning, and losing their jobs might be the least of their problems. Xia Fei did not feel sorry for them. If it were up to him, he would change all the bodyguards sans hesitation as their work was unsatisfactory. Moreover, there could be a mole among them, and it was not worth trusting the lot. The guards were utterly shocked upon seeing Avril and Xia Fei walking out of the ward while holding hands. The young lady's every movement affected the entire upper society of the alliance. Although they did not think anything was wrong with her exiting the room with Xia Fei sans a care, this would most certainly cause a commotion in the alliance if word got out. The guards were full of shock, jealousy, envy, and hatred. All kinds of eyes were cast on Xia Fei, while he could not care less, pretending that nobody was there, just like what he had done previously. The bald man from the guards before managed to remain, and this one was Butler Pang Hai's son, Pang Xing. The father and son were the only ones who had escaped interrogation, and the job of guarding the ward even fell into the hands of Pang Xing, showing the trust the Jian family had in the father-son duo. "Hurry, the lady's about to go out. Alert everyone around the hospital to provide some privacy and get a few more hands on the streets. We can't let the journalists report on what happened to the lady," ordered Pang Xing in a lowered voice. Hundreds of guards, who were around the hospital, quickly started moving upon receiving his order, securing an area of over 10 kilometers. They looked incredibly serious as they went on standby. The president probably did not get this kind of VIP treatment. Since the abduction attempt, the weak mental fortitude of the Jin family had become exceedingly on edge. There were no fewer than 1,000 guards around the hospital, including the people working in shifts, as well as the nearby Alliance police. There were probably more than 6,000 people protecting Avril now. Perhaps massive was the word for this. After ordering his subordinates, he walked next to Xia Fei and Avril with knitted eyebrows. "Young mistress, are you heading out?" Avril snapped. "Xia Fei and I will be taking a walk in the garden. Get out of my way." Pang Xing replied with a smile. "Mistress, you're mistaken. I'm not trying to stop you and Mr. Xia Fei from going out. I merely hope that you can wait for a few more moments. I'm sure you know that many members of the media have heard some rumors, so now there are many of them waiting outside the hospital for a scoop. It won't do good if news that you have someone by your side gets out." Avril hugged Xia Fei tightly and said sternly, "If they want pictures, they can have them. Xia Fei and I aren't afraid of letting others know." The girl's stubbornness became clear as day at this moment. Avril was certain that, since Xia Fei had driven himself to the ground trying to save her life, the two of them belonged to each other regardless of what others thought. Xia Fei remained quiet for a few seconds before saying, "Sure, the reporters are harmless, but the enemies hiding in the dark might try something again after hearing about this. It's still best to wait for a few more moments." Avril told Xia Fei with a smile. "Sure, we'll wait then." Pang Xing could not help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Avril had always been short-tempered, and there was nothing he could do about it. Luckily, Xia Fei was here to help him resolve the situation, or else he would have had no way to deal with the successor that was Avril. It was just that the guards could not bear the fact that Avril listened to everything Xia Fei would say. "Geez, we're all humans, but how come their lives are so much better than ours? The mistress is so well-behaved in front of this chap. Did she actually fall in love with him? Bullseye. Xia Fei can do anything he wants seeing how well the mistress treats him." The guards all had their thoughts inside. They only saw the benefits Xia Fei could reap from Avril, but ignored how Xia Fei treated her. How many other people were willing to risk their lives, ripping her from the hands of those people who wanted to harm her? Even if they were as capable as Xia Fei, how many would be as brave or have the will? How many would have the opportunity? Everything had a cause and effect. In 2 years, Xia Fei and Avril had gone from strangers superficially knowing each other to dear friends with tacit understanding, from thinking of the other who was light years apart to holding hands side by side under the sunset. Everything had causes and effects, accumulated over the years until they finally exploded. Although they were not lovers, they were a tiny step away from it. A few moments later, Xia Fei and Avril walked out of the hospital, their arms wrapped around each other, and headed to a small bridge on a small stream behind the building. Along the way, Xia Fei noticed that all the wards in the hospital were empty. He learned from Pang Xing that, in order to ensure Avril's safety, the entire hospital had been vacated. The garden was not as colorful in autumn as in summer, but it still had a different flavor. The golden leaves dancing in the wind as they fell from trees was a sight to behold. Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and walked to a pavilion with Avril, sitting down on a bench made of marble and gazing at the few lotus flowers that were about to wither. Avril quietly leaned on his arm, her face filled with happiness and warmth. "How great would it be if we could stay like this forever?" Avril shyly whispered. Xia Fei smiled without saying anything. Old Porter was still waiting for him in Black Abyss, and he would have to leave once he recovered a bit more. However, he had yet to find a chance to break it to Avril. Moreover, Xia Fei was reluctant to leave Avril here after the kidnapping incident. Having the surroundings manned by numerous guards really killed the mood. Although they carefully hid behind trees and mong bushes, Xia Fei's keen perception easily noticed them, leaving something to be desired for him. The two of them leaned against each other, chatting. After half an hour or so, Pang Xing approached Xia Fei and whispered to his ear. Xia Fei was shocked and got up immediately with eyebrows knitted. "Understood. I'll be there right away." "Where are you going?" Avril asked as she clung onto Xia Fei's arm tightly. Xia Fei smiled, extending his hand to caress Avril's golden hair. "Your father and your second uncle want to have a chat with me. It'll only be a minute." Pang Xing quickly turned his focus somewhere else, trying his best not to pay attention to this display of affection between Xia Fei and Avril. Having watched over Avril as she grew up, he naturally had a special connection to her, But in this intergalactic society, if Avril chose to marry someone minuscule like Xia Fei as opposed to someone belonging to another big corporation, it would cause irreparable damage to Starlink Corporation, yet he and his father still hoped for Avril's happiness. The two conflicting emotions were entangled with each other, placing him between a rock and a hard place, unsure of what to do. "You can't go." Avril held even tighter onto Xia Fei when she heard that her father was looking to speak with him. "My second uncle is all right, but my dad is strongly opposed to us being together. He's the reason you couldn't reach me. Just ignore them." Avril huffed angrily, evidently still have not forgiven her father. Xia Fei pinched Avril's soft cheek. "Don't worry, I'll be back in a jiffy. At the end of the day, he is still your father." Avril reluctantly let go of Xia Fei. Then he followed Pang Xing out of the pavilion. They walked along a winding path for 10 or so minutes to arrive at some artificial rockery where two middle-aged men were already waiting. There was even an incredibly cool black hovercar parked at the side. There was a table laden with fruits and tea, and two chairs were next to it behind the rocks. One of the men seated at the table had his eyes trained on Xia Fei. He had a stern face, a rigid and square jawline, as well as piercing eyes. Although he was not tall, he had broad shoulders. He gave off a trustworthy vibe. His gray suit was not anything flashy, and overall, he looked like the classic, successful businessman. The other middle-aged man was missing the lower half of his body and sat in a floating wheelchair before the table. He was dressed more casually and had a smile on his face as he looked at Xia Fei. "I'm Newman, Avril's father. This is my brother, her second uncle, Barty," the middle-aged man introduced. Barty, who was in the wheelchair, gave Xia Fei a gentle nod as a greeting. Avril's second uncle was not that bad, but her father was a bit stiff. Even his greetings were incredibly serious. "I'm Xia Fei. Nice to meet both of you." Xia Fei responded politely. "Have a seat." Avril's father pointed to a chair, inviting him to sit down and have a chat with them. Pang Xing nodded at the host before taking his leave. Evidently, today's discussion was not suitable to have anyone listening in. Xia Fei pulled over the chair and sat down before asking as he lit a cigarette, "What can I help you with?" Newman poured a cup of tea for Xia Fei. "If it hadn't been for you, Avril might have ended up in the hands of those people. We, brothers, have invited you here today to thank you for saving Avril." "Thank you." Newman and Barty humbly bowed at Xia Fei. Xia Fei took a sip of tea, then he replied, "Avril and I are friends. I'm just doing what I should be doing, so you don't need to be so polite. By the way, has the one behind it been captured?" Newman shook his head sadly. "Unfortunately, though the Capitol Police have given it their all, they haven't had any luck in finding the one behind the kidnapping attempt. The Jin family has never done anything shady, so whoever that person who tried to abduct my daughter, they're simply unforgivable." Barty patted Newman on the shoulder consolingly. "Brother, don't jump to conclusions so fast. It's the Capitol. Nothing will ever happen to Avril again with this many security personnel and police guarding the area." Xia Fei hesitated for a few moments before telling his analysis to Avril's father and second uncle. Newman then said, "We, at Starlink Corporation, have the monopoly of the entire internet in the alliance, so we obviously have competitors, but nobody stands a chance against us. Our family has been in the interplanetary internet business for so long. Our success is definitely not something that happened overnight. If not for our interplanetary internet, the communication system in the entire alliance would be difficult." Xia Fei nodded. "I know the place the interplanetary internet has within the alliance, but your enemies may not be feuding with you over business. Considering how large Starlink Corporation is, you must have some other businesses, right?" Newman was shocked. Xia Fei was correct. Starlink Corporation was massive, so of course it had many other businesses outside of the main one, such as mining, machinery, even military, and more, just that they were not as influential as the interplanetary internet. Any conflict might have risen from any of these other businesses of theirs. He decided in his heart that he would look through all his businesses in detail once he got back. Newman nodded in agreement with Xia Fei's hypothesis, but did not continue the topic. The latter was an outsider, after all, so it was normal that the former would not want to talk to him about the sensitive matters of his company. He completely skipped Xia Fei's other hypothesis that it was someone from the family, as it was a familial matter, and it was not up to an outsider like Xia Fei to comment. Xia Fei merely narrowed his eyes and smiled. He knew that Newman did not invite him here just to talk about catching the killer, so he must have something else in mind. Sure enough, Newman and Barty exchanged glances. Barty did not seem to care, but Newman appeared exceedingly resolute. They turned around and looked at Xia Fei. Newman said seriously, "Xia Fei, everybody in the Jian family is incredibly thankful that you saved Avril, but do you know that you're not the same as Avril? She is the first in line to the Jian family fortune and has a lot of responsibility on her shoulders." Xia Fei shook his head. "I didn't know, but I do now." Newman might look serious and upright, but he was still a businessman who possessed an astuteness well beyond an ordinary man. He said just enough, leaving the rest of it for Xia Fei to consider. Xia Fei clearly understood his meaning. The middle-aged man was reminding him not to get too close to Avril. As for the reason, it was one that everybody knew. Xia Fei pretended not to understand. Indeed, there are many eyes on Avril. Her safety should be an even higher priority, so hopefully, kidnappings like this won't happen again in the future. Newman locked his eyebrows. He now had doubts in his mind. From the information he had gathered, Xia Fei shouldn't be a dunce. Everything he had done throughout the years could be described as astute. He could not have failed to understand his meaning. So could he just be giving the expected response facetiously? Barty let out a gentle smile, as though he did not care if Avril and Xia Fei got together. Xia Fei became suspicious because of this, and he started to observe each expression Barty made. Basically, the Jian family has to thank you for saving Avril no matter what, or else would have been the butt of jokes in the high society. I've prepared a gift for you. I'll get someone to deliver it to you once you leave the capital. Newman expressed his thoughts in another way. The words had two meanings to them. First, he was telling Xia Fei that they belonged to the higher society, a completely different social status from his. Second, he was telling Xia Fei that there were benefits to be gained if he left Avril. Xia Fei smiled bitterly as he shook his head, thinking, just a businessman doing business. Must he take such a roundabout way to convey this? Doesn't he get tired of that? Xia Fei stood up and shook hands with Newman and Barty. If there's nothing else, I'll bid you two elders farewell. Avril is still waiting for me in the pavilion by the lake. Barty smiled and waved at Xia Fei. Oh, then do hurry back. Don't let my niece wait too long. The lassie has been spoiled by us, so she has quite the temper. Newman stood up and sighed. Xia Fei, I hope you'll seriously consider what I said. Xia Fei smiled. There's nothing to consider. Saving Avril was something I did out of my own will. You can forego the gift, too. If I accept it, my peers would think that I did it for money. These were incredible words, declining Newman's plea yet maintaining each other's face, not putting the Jian family in a sticky situation. After saying that, Xia Fei turned around and went back, not even glancing back once. Newman sighed before returning to his seat, appearing incredibly sad. Do you think that he'll accept it if I give an even bigger offer? Barty shook his head. I think he's quite resolute. He wouldn't accept it even if he were offered a mountain of gold. Newman was left speechless. He did not hate Xia Fei. The latter risked his life on the line to save his daughter, after all, something that not everyone could do. It was just that his conservative mind believed that someone like Xia Fei was unfit for his daughter. He was convinced that this was all an impulsive decision and that Avril would surely regret it once she got older. As a father, he must stop all this from happening. At this moment, Barty suddenly laughed, muttering, I think anyone else in his position then wouldn't give, too. Is there a bigger mountain of gold in the world than Avril? Xia Fei's a smart kid. Of course, he knows the path that will lead to the most benefits. Back in the pavilion, Avril propped her chin on her hands, feeling bored out of her mind as she waited for Xia Fei's return. She could not help but be worried that her father and uncle had said something to anger him, and Avril's already smitten heart feared that Xia Fei would leave her again. Past actions clearly indicated that Xia Fei was someone who would disappear at any time. Avril was not worried about her second uncle as the latter was not in charge of the company due to his missing two legs. He spent his days living in luxury, traveling and playing, leading a life that was less rigid than her uptight father. She rarely had the opportunity to leave the house, so chatting with Xia Fei through the interplanetary internet, as well as listening to her second uncle about the world outside, had been her greatest sources of joy. To her, the two of them treated her extremely well, so she liked hanging out with her second uncle and Xia Fei. On the other hand, the word father was a blur in her memory. Because of his busy work, Newman left caring for Avril in the hands of Pang Hai. Although he was the one providing her with food, warmth, and a roof over her head, material objects were not enough for a child's development. Xia Fei followed the quiet path back, while Avril was imagining all sorts of things. "Do you think Avril's second uncle is a bit weird?" asked Xia Fei. "Why do you say that?" Phantom was confused. Xia Fei went quiet for a few moments before muttering, "Hopefully, I'm wrong." "You're back." Avril ran out of the pavilion, reattaching herself to Xia Fei's arm. The few minutes that they were separated may well be an entire year to this lady. "What did my father and second uncle say to you?" Avril carefully asked, deathly afraid that they had said things that were not too courteous to Xia Fei. Xia Fei smiled. "Nothing much. We merely exchanged greetings with each other." "Really? Really?" Sitting on the marble bench, Avril pressed her head onto Xia Fei's chest. The girl's unique scent permeated the air, stimulating all of Xia Fei's senses. The strands of golden hair dancing with the wind softly caressed his face. "It's all my father's fault. He forcibly cut off the communication between us, making you go through such troublesome things." Avril pouted. Xia Fei knew she was not someone who harbored hate. He had once made her cry, but she had never hated him for it. So her relationship with Newman would be restored over time. "You can't say that. If it hadn't been for me losing contact with you, I would have never made the effort to come here and would have gone straight to Black Abyss. This means that I wouldn't have been here when the kidnapping incident occurred, and you might really have been successfully kidnapped." Xia Fei jokingly teased Avril. Avril crooked her head after some thought. "Stop making excuses for him. He's at fault either way." All of a sudden, Avril stood up and looked at Xia Fei pitifully. "You're going to Black Abyss? That means you're still planning to leave." Xia Fei was left speechless, regretting his choice of words. For some reason, he, who had always been alert, would unknowingly let his guard down in front of Avril. "Yeah, I'm leaving in a few days. Remember old Porter from the warship graveyard? He needs my help, so," said Xia Fei bluntly, as there was no point in hiding it from her any longer. Based on how Avril had reacted previously, she would probably hit Xia Fei on his chest before throwing a fit and ripping apart some teddy bears. Surprisingly, Avril remained incredibly calm. She placed her head on his chest once again, saying incredibly softly, "Yeah, old Porter has treated you well. You should go since he needs your help." Xia Fei was lost for words. The Avril today was quite different from the one a year ago. She was kind and considerate. It was difficult to imagine the Avril he knew 1 year ago giving the care she had provided Xia Fei in the past few days. This princess-like lady always got what she wanted. When would she ever need to take care of someone else? She did not even put up a fight when Xia Fei said he was leaving, encouraging him instead. This was almost unbelievable and had completely exceeded his expectations. Xia Fei gently placed his hand on the lady's forehead. "Do you have a fever?" Avril pushed his hand away in a fluster. "No, why would I have a fever?" "Then, why are you talking nonsense?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Avril blushed. "When you disappeared, I began to consider if I had been too harsh to you. I always hoped that you would stay by my side, but I finally realized." "Realized what?" "That you're never someone to just sit and relax. So in the future, just do what you need to do. Only remember that I'm always here, waiting for you," Avril shyly whispered. Especially when she got to the waiting for you part, her voice was practically inaudible. Phantom, who was next to Xia Fei, made fun of him. "Xia Fei, you really have this young lady under your spell. She's only a few steps away from being completely in your control." Xia Fei curled his lips and ignored Phantom. Any ordinary man would feel emotions hearing any lady say this, and Xia Fei was no exception, feeling incredibly warm inside, obviously touched by the remark. "Avril seems to have matured," Xia Fei muttered to himself with a smile. It was now night, yet Xia Fei was tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His body inched ever closer to recovery as days went by, and it was almost time for him to leave, but Avril's recent kidnapping incident had made him quite uneasy. Especially after the girl showed him her tender and sensible side today, Xia Fei found it even harder to relax. He knew that from today onward, there would be someone who was always on his mind. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and put on his shirt, intending to have a walk in the garden. Just as he exited his room, he saw Pang Xing, who was wearing sunglasses, in the hallway with some bodyguards. He gave Pang Xing a smile and a nod before walking to the room next to him and looking through the window. Avril was incredibly cute as she slept like a cuddly, pink lamb. Xia Fei then turned and headed toward the lift. As he was about to pass Pang Xing, Xia Fei stopped and asked, "How about we have a small chat in the garden?" Although Pang Xing had stopped him from entering Sunset Villa, Xia Fei did not hate the other from doing so. Avril had mentioned, time and again, to Xia Fei how Pang Hai and Pang Xing were just like her father and grandfather. Anyone in the Jian family might backstab them, but definitely not the father-son duo. Pang Xing furrowed his eyebrows. "I can't leave the lady." Xia Fei laughed. "It'll be just downstairs. It won't be far." Pang Xing took a few seconds before signaling the guards around him. Then he followed Xia Fei to the grassy lawn downstairs. Xia Fei casually sat down on the grass with a cigarette between his lips, looking up at the moon as though he had something on his mind. Pang Xing stood next to him, picking an angle so that he could keep an eye on Avril's room. "You can't truly protect someone with just your eyes. You need to use your perception," Xia Fei said while smiling. "What if someone incredibly strong comes? By the time you see them, it'll already be too late." Pang Xing was shocked, nodding immediately. "My father mentioned that you have incredible perception. That day at the Sunset Villa, only you and father sensed danger, and you perceived it earlier than he did. You're really incredible just from that." Xia Fei did not say anything. Perception relied on detecting micro-changes in the surroundings to infer what might happen next. This ability was not something that could be trained. It was talent more than anything else. Only someone talented could possess incredible perception. A normal human being could train their entire lives and still be unable to detect danger that was freshly brewing. Obviously, Pang Xing's perception was not anything special. "Why isn't your father here?" asked Xia Fei. "My father is settling other matters back at the Sunset Villa. He mentioned that incident was incredibly suspicious, and everyone at the villa must be thoroughly investigated. Plus, you're by Avril's side. He wouldn't be of much help even if he were here," Pang Xing said honestly. Xia Fei said, "That makes sense. His thoughts are similar to mine. Do you know if he's made any progress in his investigation?" Pang Xing turned pale. "Nope, but if I found out who's behind all this, I'd never go easy on them." Xia Fei put out his cigarette before lighting a new one. Cigarette addiction was such a weird thing. If a smoker stopped smoking for a few days, their desire to smoke would be stronger the next time they resumed smoking. Moreover, Xia Fei was in the middle of a thought, needing the assistance of nicotine. If Avril died, who would benefit the most from it? Asked Xia Fei. "That's impossible. The lady, she would never die." Pang Xing was incredibly angry, clenching his fists as he spoke with a low rumble. Xia Fei laughed. "Heh, nobody would wish for Avril's death. I'm just presenting a hypothetical question just to better understand this situation." Pang Xing bit his lip with some force behind it. "Outside of the lady, there's the master and the second master. The old patriarch has been off the grid for a long time. If the lady died from that attack, it'd spell doom for the Jian family, and nobody would benefit from that." Xia Fei nodded. "Does Barty have any children of his own?" "No, the second master was involved in a car accident in his youth. He lost both his legs in the process, and even his." Pang Xing stopped there. "He was a servant of the Jian family. After all, it was not a good thing to be talking about his masters behind their back." "Is that so?" muttered Xia Fei. "Why do you want to know all this?" Pang Xing could not help but ask. "It's nothing." Xia Fei kept his hypothesis to himself, remaining vigilant before anything was set in stone. Pang Xing seemed a bit anxious, and Xia Fei's nonsensical questions had piqued his interest. "The lady mentioned that you're incredibly smart. If you've come to realize something, you can tell me about it. I know how to keep my mouth shut." Xia Fei shook his head. "This doesn't have to do with keeping your mouth shut. Rest assured, I'll let you know as soon as I find anything with evidence." Pang Xing could not help but sigh, crossing his arms as he continued looking at Avril's window. "The master probably wanted you to leave the lady when he met with you today, right? How did you respond?" asked Pang Xing. "What do you think I answered?" Xia Fei slyly turned the question around. "It's hard to say. It's quite a difficult situation to be in. It may not be a good thing for her future if you stick around. But if you leave, the lady will go back to being depressed like before. I finally got to see her being happy again, and I wish that she would never go back to how she was a year ago." Pang Xing said truthfully. Because of Avril, Pang Xing had started letting his guard down in front of Xia Fei, treating him as family. I understand what you're getting at, but have you considered that everybody has the right to choose? The one who decides whether I stay or leave shouldn't be Newman, but Avril herself, right? What do you mean? Pang Xing asked, confused. Simple. Is it certain that Avril's life will get better once I leave, or will she be worse off if I stay? Pang Xing shook his head. Who knows what will happen in the future? Exactly. These things can be left for Avril to decide. Nobody else gets that right. I'm staying not because I'm after the Jian family's riches, and most certainly not because I'm trying to climb the social ladder. To be honest, I don't care about any of that. For me, no amount of money can compare to Avril. What I truly care about is her, so I gave her the right to choose and respect her decisions. Pang Xing was taken away by the other's response. Incredibly touched by it, he spent a few moments in silence to take it in. Perhaps you're right, but regardless of anything, I can tell that you treat Avril well. Xia Fei stood up and patted him on the shoulder, saying in a serious tone, You may not know, but I'll be leaving soon. The thing that worries me the most is Avril. If you trust me, I hope that you can do one thing for me. Xia Fei and Pang Xing chatted until daylight. As he inched closer and closer to his departure to Black Abyss, Xia Fei could not help but pick up the pace so as to rid Avril of any danger she was under. By the looks of it, Avril might be his first girl and possibly his only one. There was no reason for a man to skimp out on treating their girl well. Although the future was filled with uncertainty, Xia Fei felt that it was worth his time just from how well Avril treated him. Pang Xing was just the first step in Xia Fei's plan. With this close bodyguard from the Jian family helping him, the next step in his plan would proceed even easier. After all, outside of the people of the Jians, nobody knew the family better than the Pang father-son pair. Pang Hai, who was different from the impulsive Pang Xing, was also an important piece of the puzzle. Be it his loyalty or ingenuity, the father was more impressive than the son in either aspect. Currently, Xia Fei was not confident enough that he could persuade Pang Hai to stand on his side. Thus, he had to wait for when he gathered enough evidence to try and do so. It took Xia Fei quite some effort just to convince Pang Xing. Luckily, the latter treated Avril as if she were his daughter, so he took the former seriously. Not only was Xia Fei logically and emotionally convincing, he would never hurt the young mistress, too. It was only under these circumstances that Pang Xing barely agreed to help him just once. After sleeping for a while, Xia Fei got up and cleaned himself, brushing his teeth and changing out of the hospital gown into a pure wool suit from his spatial ring. There were barely visible lines on the gray Zegna suit, a pure white charvet shirt, and shiny polished Berluti leather dress shoes. He even wore a delicate Hermes plaid scarf around his neck. He rotated in front of the mirror. The fitting shirt was a bit restrictive on his chest area, to which Xia Fei shook his head. It'll do. Xia Fei was not a particular person. Sportswear and combat clothing would always be at the top of his list, rarely wearing suits. This suit was given to him by Andre 2 years ago for formal occasions, and today was his first time wearing it. Why are you all dressed up today? This was the first time Phantom had seen Xia Fei dressing to the nines despite having known him for so long. Xia Fei did not respond to his question. Don't I look more spirited compared to yesterday? Phantom nodded. Didn't your ancestors say something along the lines on how clothes make the man? You look like you have your life figured out like this. After taking a deep breath, Xia Fei exited the room. There's still the ticking time bomb hovering around Avril that I must deal with. I need to give them confidence to gain their trust. Moreover, I'm meeting someone important later. Just as he left the room, he saw Pang Xing standing in the hallway outside. This man, who had probably not slept for an entire night, was slightly shocked to see Xia Fei with his new look. It had only been a few hours, yet Xia Fei looked like a completely new person, giving off a very unpretentious aura. Pang Xing was still quite hesitant. Although they did reach some sort of understanding last night, he felt unsure whether what he was doing was right or wrong. But Xia Fei appearing incredibly confident in front of him had thoroughly shocked him. He could clearly feel Xia Fei's powerful self-confidence, as if he already had it in the bag and nothing could stop him. That was how incredible human thoughts were. If someone's teammate always complained and gave up on themselves, they would also become depressed. If someone had a confident and energetic teammate, they would also feel more confident. Pang Xing suddenly felt that it was a good choice to work with Xia Fei, and all the doubts he had were washed away, exactly what Xia Fei was hoping to achieve. Xia Fei gave Pang Xing a nod before arriving in front of Avril's room. Girls always had a more troublesome morning routine, and Avril was still in the bathroom getting dressed. Xia Fei lit a cigarette by the window and quietly waited. A few moments later, Avril was finally done. She exited her bathroom in a pink dress with a bow on her head, looking pure and cute. Wow! Avril covered her mouth in shock as she saw Xia Fei. Her eyes sparkled as her cheeks grew red. Why are you all dressed like that? Avril excitedly ran towards Xia Fei as she took in Xia Fei's new look. What's wrong? Does it look bad? Asked Xia Fei. He was not used to wearing suits, so Avril's question made him even more uneasy. No. Avril shook her head, putting both hands on his shoulders and smiling. You're much more handsome than yesterday. I like it when you dress like this. Xia Fei was left speechless. Formal wear was not what someone his age would usually wear. Luckily, after a few experiences, Xia Fei looked much older than he did before. His salt and pepper hair, plus a well-defined body emanating the toughness a warrior should have, showed off his mature side. After having breakfast at a restaurant, Xia Fei and Avril took a stroll in the garden as they chatted. At this moment, the person Xia Fei was waiting for finally came. Serum greeted Xia Fei while he was still a distance away. I heard you were injured, but you look quite fine already by the looks of you. Is this your girlfriend? Avril was a young girl in love, after all. Although she had the thought inside her mind, she was still embarrassed when others brought it up, so at this moment, her pale face had turned red. Avril knew that Xia Fei had something to talk to Serum, hence found an excuse to leave the two of them. Serum's secretary also quietly departed, leaving Xia Fei and Serum alone in the garden. Boy, you're quite the lucky one, huh? By the looks of it, that girl from the Jin family likes you very much. When will I be invited to your wedding? Serum teased. Xia Fei smiled. All right, you'll be the first to know if I decide to have a wedding, as long as you don't decline it because you're too busy. That's settled. Then, Serum said with a hearty laugh. I'll be there even if you don't invite me. A few moments later, Serum quickly changed the topic. Anyway, why do you want to have me here? Xia Fei said deeply as he lit a cigarette. I need some manpower. Manpower? Yes, Xia Fei nodded. I haven't figured out Avril's case yet, so I'm still quite on edge. I'm not familiar with the capital ring, nor do I know the right people, so I'd like to ask you for help. Serum stroked his goatee. Did Qin Mang tell you to look for me? Yes, I spoke to the old man 2 days ago, and he said that I can ask you for help if there's anything. He even told me that you are the head instructor at the headquarters and have disciples everywhere, so anything you do will certainly be a success, admitted Xia Fei. In truth, Xia Fei was being quite flattering with his words. Qin Mang's original words were quite simple. If you have any problems, get that old bastard Serum. That guy still owes me his life many times, so there's no way he can decline to help you. Xia Fei did not dare to say what Qin Mang had said, word for word. Through his paraphrasing, it became something along the lines of him having disciples everywhere, and that anything he set out to do would surely succeed. Following in Xia Fei's steps, Serum lit a cigarette for himself. I heard that Qin Mang is also into this stuff. Xia Fei nodded. He knew that Serum had changed the topic to buy some thinking time. It was not a simple matter to lend manpower from the adjudicator union to Xia Fei. Since he used to teach martial arts to many of the elite adjudicators, it was not difficult for him to find someone. Moreover, he had been at the top of the adjudicator union, so there was no doubting that he had power in his hands. Xia Fei did not know what positions Serum had been in, nor had Qin Mang told him, but it was certainly higher than the head of weapons and equipment department. Cough. Serum choked on the smoke not long after he lit a cigarette, throwing it onto the ground and stamping it out viciously, scowling. What is this? Why did the crazy Qin Mang get into this when he's that old? Xia Fei was left embarrassed with that comment, inadvertently hit by the other's curses. After regaining his composure, Serum asked, Xia Fei, what are you planning? Xia Fei calmly replied, I'm asking you for help because I don't have any plan yet. I would have acted long ago if I had any plan. There's nothing to go off of. Right now, I need a large number of people to gather clues for me. I can't command those under the Jin family, and I'm unable to even if I was given some because they're not that reliable. I don't really have any choice other than asking you for help. Who do you want to investigate? Asked Serum. Everyone is suspicious, but I want to start from Avril's second uncle. Barty, You think Barty had a part in this? From what I know, he stopped caring about the family business ever since he got crippled. Now, he only cares about traveling and messing around, living carefree days. I don't think he's someone with much of an ambition. Plus, he's Avril's uncle, as you said. He'll gain nothing from his niece's death. Gently flicking the soot off his cigarette, Xia Fei said, "If you were Avril's father or elders, would you want to see me with her?" Thuram shook his head. "Obviously, if I were Avril's father, I wouldn't be too happy with it. I'd at least observe you for a few years to judge your sincerity. The gap in social standing between you and Avril is just that big." Xia Fei smiled, not minding what the other said. "I think so, too, but Barty is actually encouraging our relationship. Don't you think that it's weird? Plus, he's only seen me once." Thuram thought for a bit. "That is weird. Barty doesn't know you. Though he isn't Avril's father and doesn't care about his niece's future, he should at least remain neutral on neutral grounds, neither helping nor supporting you. You know that I'm heading to Black Abyss soon too. If this doesn't get sorted out, I will never be able to sleep peacefully at night," Xia Fei said sternly, eyeing Thuram with anticipation. Thuram lowered his head and thought for a few moments before slapping the table. "All right, I'll chalk this up as me repaying Qin Meng a favor. I'll get 3 people to come here in a bit. Those guys will be helping you privately as opposed to this being part of union business. You understand that, right?" Xia Fei nodded. "Understood. But isn't it a bit stingy to only provide me with 3 people despite having begged you for so long?" Thuram smiled mysteriously. "Trust me, 3 is enough." 3 people. Thuram did indeed provide Xia Fei with just 3 people. Moreover, these 3 looked identical. Be it their facial features or build, they looked like peas in a pod. It would be difficult for anyone outside of themselves to tell them apart. In a small meeting room in the hospital, Xia Fei met the 3 Ling brothers, who looked to be around 30. With incredibly serious, unsmiling faces and dark skin, the trio looked like 3 silent, wooden stakes, quiet and calm. Xia Fei smiled and pulled out 3 chairs. "Take a seat, older brothers." The 3 of them nodded at the same time and sat down in order. The oldest Ling Xiao sat closest to Xia Fei, the second eldest Ling Yun followed closely behind, and the youngest Ling Feng sat at the back. Even their movements were identical. Xia Fei wondered if the saying that twins could communicate with each other telepathically was applicable to this sibling trio. "Older brothers, would you like some tea? I brought these fantastic tea leaves from my hometown," Xia Fei said courteously. The 3 of them waved their hands at the same time. The eldest Ling Xiao said, "Mr. Thuram has already filled us in. You can skip the formalities and just order us as you please. The 3 of us will do as you say." Xia Fei nodded. They turned out to be quite the straightforward people. There was not much interpersonal work that had to be done with people like this, which was right in line with what Xia Fei preferred. "Older brothers, me, little old Xia Fei would first like to thank you for this help." Xia Fei stood up and bowed. The 3 brothers quickly helped Xia Fei up. Although they did not say anything, it could be inferred from their facial expressions that Xia Fei's humility gave them a good impression of him, and they subsequently became more relaxed. Courtesy was always important, and kindness should always be reciprocated. Xia Fei showing his respect the moment he saw the sibling trio would certainly make them view him in a different light. This was what it meant by a gentleman would die for their close friends. "Little brother, Thuram has already made clear to us the situation you are put in. The 3 of us didn't grow up in parents, relying on performing on the streets to make a living. If it hadn't been for Mr. Thuram taking us in 16 years ago and nurturing us, we wouldn't be where we are today. The 3 of us will never go against any of his orders, so you don't need to be so formal and courteous," the eldest Ling Xiao said in a serious tone. The eldest would more often than not make the decision for anything that the 3 of them had to deal with. The other 2 usually stayed silent, only exchanging looks once in a while. Xia Fei nodded. The people Thuram sent did look quite capable. At least, Xia Fei liked their personalities. It seemed that Thuram was not mocking him, but did actually send over his most capable men. After a few moments, Xia Fei asked, "Older brothers, what abilities do you have, and how high have they been cultivated? It'll be easier for me to plan things if I understand them better." Xia Fei wanted to understand their abilities to assign them jobs better. However, he was not being direct, instead asking under the guise of cooperation without the slightest bit of arrogance. The details of cooperation were incredibly important, and Xia Fei was one to pay attention to details anyway. Sure, my ability is hidden space. I can create a space anywhere where I can hide in and be undetectable to anyone. I recently got it to legendary rank. Ling Yun's ability is light attack, able to attack others using light, suitable for close or ranged combat, also at legendary primary rank. Ling Feng is a speed ability user, but his cultivation is a bit low, only advanced star domain rank. Ling Xiao quickly introduced his and his brother's abilities and cultivation. Xia Fei was utterly shocked upon hearing that. Outside of Ling Feng's more common speed ability, hidden space and light attack were top-tier abilities. Moreover, speed ability was known as one of the most difficult abilities to cultivate in the world. Being able to train it to advanced star domain rank was certainly not bad, and it could even be better than his brother's in certain aspects. This was something that Xia Fei, who was a speed ability user himself, knew. Space, light manipulation, and speed. Serum had basically sent him a top-tier investigation team. The space and speed abilities could be used for surveillance, and the light control ability could be used as a powerful response and the main offense of the team. This team was a match to the glorious 13 in terms of firepower, defense, and speed, which could only be described as incredible. Xia Fei asked after a few moments of thought. Older brothers, I heard that siblings born together can communicate telepathically. Are you guys? The three brothers smiled at the same time. Ling Xiao then replied, the rumors are a bit exaggerated, but the three of us do work together quite well, but we don't really know why. Xia Fei was glad that he was in good hands. Not only did they have a near-perfect combination of abilities, they could sense one another's thoughts and feelings. The sibling trio had greatly surpassed Xia Fei's expectations. It should be made known that it was easy to find a team with good ability combinations, but being able to understand one another's thoughts, to work together seamlessly, was an incredibly difficult thing to achieve. The three brothers had greatly surpassed any other combat team in terms of communications and cooperation. It seems that Serum wasn't lying. The three of them are really enough for what I need, thought Xia Fei. Xia Fei discussed his plans with the three brothers. The trio had plenty of experience as detectives. With them adding to Xia Fei's plans, a detailed investigation list was produced in no time. In order to show his sincerity, Xia Fei gifted them some items, such as the tea from Earth. Xia Fei treated gift-giving as a habit, handing some out wherever he went, almost trying to showcase Earth's culture. The three brothers accepted the gifts only because they should not decline them away anymore, and thought even better of Xia Fei. No matter how one looked at it, Xia Fei got the better end of the deal by handing out gifts that were not worth much to gain the goodwill of others. The three of them left the hospital to work on their respective tasks. Xia Fei then breathed a long sigh of relief, returning to the room to look for Avril. Things were finally starting to change. Although the results were still not known, at least things were progressing in a better direction. All that Xia Fei needed was a bit of luck and a bit of time. Avril lay on a windowsill with her hands propping her cheeks, as though she had something on her mind. Xia Fei placed his hand on Avril's hair and looked outside like what she was doing. Did you finish settling your affairs? I wanted to go out with you, but Pang Xing wouldn't let me. Avril pouted. Avril had always been a cheerful person. The recent, attempted kidnapping on her was already a thing of the past, and she was now itching to go out. In addition, Xia Fei was by her side, so she wished even more than before that she could freely visit that she had always wanted to. Xia Fei crossed his arms before his chest and said plainly, yeah, that day will come, I promise. Barty was a suave person with a cheerful nature. He liked messing around wherever he went. And because he was good-looking and nice with the girls, if it had not been for that car accident, there would certainly have been quite a few girls in the Capital Star cluster who would fall in love with him. However, the car accident changed everything, and the womanizer became disabled overnight. Although he still had the laughs and giggles with the girls, they still viewed him with a look of pity. Barty, who had a big ego, naturally could not accept this reality. From being a womanizer of a wealthy family to a piece of garbage that everyone pitied wherever he went, this massive change almost made Barty lose his mind, living a more resentful and ignorant life. Luckily, as he grew older, he slowly got over it. He mellowed down from his unreasonableness and craziness when he was younger, slowly developing a sense of maturity. When the older brother Newman saw these changes in him, he slowly allowed him to deal with the operations of the company, almost trying to get his brother to become a capable assistant, giving him more freedom as he looked over him. The two brothers had vastly different personalities. This was evident even when they were still young. Newman was genuine, resolute, and usually incredibly serious. Barty, on the other hand, was much cleverer, saying and doing things more smoothly, and possessed great business acumen. The patriarch of the Jian family previously said that Newman was only there to manage the business. It was unlikely that Starlink Corporation could improve under his management, only maintain its position at most. If it was put under Barty's leadership, on the other hand, the company was likely to become the top 10 company in the alliance, fulfilling the dreams of the Jian family of many generations. Before Barty's accident, the patriarch had wished to entrust the company to him. Alas, the accident did not just destroy his legs, but also made the patriarch give up on his favorite son. Apparently, it was this reason that had caused the Jian family's patriarch to disappear off the grid. Today, Newman had complete control over Starlink Corporation, while he gave it his all to help his fallen brother from the sidelines. Newman and Barty were brothers. After all, he felt that it was his responsibility to do that, and had never thought anything much of it. This was a good start, but he did not know that it was impossible to rid someone of their trauma completely. No matter how hard Barty tried to hide it, Xia Fei could tell that he had a distorted personality from his eyes and facial expressions, and this was also why Xia Fei suspected him. Anyone with experience knew that logic did not apply to someone with a twisted view of reality. Humans were filled with all sorts of deep and dark desires. Even the heavens could not tell what a very twisted person would do. There were many shocking events, including some tragic ones, in human history. These events could not be understood using logic. It must be said that there was no limit to how heartless humans could be. At night, a glamorous hovercar left Sunset Villa. Inside was Barty enjoying a glass of red wine alone. He was quite tired after a long day of work and was used to a 9-to-5 job after living a carefree life years upon years. The car took a turn toward the city. The driver, the guards, and Barty did realize that they were being watched from the shadows. Venal, 24, was brightly lit during the night, illuminated by countless projected screens. People filled the streets as various nightclubs and casinos opened their doors late at night, welcoming the more hormonal customers who were looking to spend their time and money in the red light district. With money, one could buy anything they wanted in the most glamorous capital ring. Legal or illegal, the only difference was how much cash one would take out from their pockets. The fancy, black hovercar drove around the city for a bit before arriving in a shady alleyway. There was no hustle and bustle here. In fact, it was exceedingly calm and quiet. In truth, the red light district was only there to accommodate patrons who wanted to release their bodily fluids, yet did not have much in their pockets to do so. Those with the money in society would never visit these kinds of places. The extremely rich and famous had specific places that they would patronize. After setting Barty down, the hovercar left the narrow alleyway and stopped at the corner of a parking lot near the end of the street, next to many other fancy hovercars. If anyone accidentally walked past this, they would most certainly be in shock. Silver Angel, Planet, White Dwarf. This place was filled with the most luxurious hovercars in the Alliance. The prices of these hovercars were sky high, not something the common folk could afford even if they saved money for a lifetime. All these rare and expensive hovercars were everywhere in this lot. It was evident that this seemingly normal alleyway was not as normal as it might seem. Barty did not have any guards. If one had to bring in security guards to enter Bliss Club, who knew if there would be anywhere else safe in the Alliance? After adjusting his clothes, Barty revealed a sinister smirk as he entered a normal-looking bar on his hover wheelchair. There was only a tiny sign outside the bar. The inside, which was less than 200 square meters, was completely empty. An old bartender at the bar was drinking beer by himself. Upon seeing Barty enter the bar, the bartender nodded at him. Barty then turned a corner to arrive at an alloy door in the bar. The door was about 3 meters tall and wide. There were 2 guards in suits stationed at the door. They let Barty in without any questions asked. Anyone who had never been to Bliss Club would be unable to imagine that this normal-looking bar had such incredible opulence hidden underneath. A melodious tune filled the air. The floor was made using the fanciest jade rabbit stones. The lights were dim, and there was a fragrant smell in the air. There were rows of what seemed to be a few hundred girls wearing clothes that left little to the imagination. As Barty entered the room, all the women went on their knees, raising their heads to acknowledge Barty's presence. Without question, these women were incredibly beautiful with perfect figures. If they were in school, they would most certainly be prom queens. One might not even see these many beautiful women in a beauty pageant. It was almost surreal how many there were here. However, the smiles on their faces looked quite forced, which made them appear like a group of walking corpses with beautiful yet soulless eyes. Barty approached these girls on his hover wheelchair. He then pointed at a tiny lady with dark hair. His face was expressionless as he made his choice, as if he was picking out an animal. This girl did not look any older than 14 as her body was still developing, a pert and smallish chest that withheld a still blossoming figure. Her incredibly dark hair extended all the way to her waist, but she had a deathly pallor behind her empty eyes. The girl, who was picked, stood up, awkwardly followed Barty deeper into the hall. The silence during this process would be deafening if it were not for the melodious music filling the still air. A fat woman in her 50s walked out of a dark corner. She did not have heavy makeup like one would have expected, but only light foundation to match her evening gown. She looked like someone from the upper class, especially with her incredibly expensive earrings. Your room has been prepared. As usual, everything you need is in there, the fat lady said with a smile. Barty nodded. Is she a virgin? The fat lady laughed. You must be kidding. Everyone knows that every lady in the Bliss Club is a virgin. Very well. A fierce smile formed over Barty as he led the tiny girl into the room rented to him all year round. Once Barty was out of earshot, the fat lady muttered, Democrat Minnesota cripple. There's no way you'll be able to tell if she's a virgin, anyways. Her words were filled with sarcasm and disdain. She turned around and returned to her dark corner. Still, that girl actually is a virgin. Whatever. He's rich, so he can do all he wants. I'll need to get the next batch of girls ready. We are going through them so quickly as of late. There were two burly men standing in Barty's room, waiting. Both were wearing black singlets, which exposed their muscular frame. The black masks they had on concealed their facial features except for their eyes. All in all, their get-ups made them seem like executioners. The girl had no idea what she was about to face, standing awkwardly there as she thought, I should probably be taking off my clothes now. The girl was filled with warmth when she thought of the food her parents and siblings would get at home and how spacious their house would become. She convinced herself that what she was about to do was worth it. What was a bit of sacrifice if she could give her family a better life? The girl bit down on her lower lip and stood up straight, causing her chest to bounce slightly. She appeared quite calm. Barty poured himself a glass of wine before saying softly, You may begin. Just as the last syllable left his lips, the two men lifted the girl off the ground like she was a weak and skinny little chicken. They violently threw the girl onto the bed before starting their round after round of horrific torture. The girl gritted her teeth as the pain broke her mind. She was a 14-year-old girl who had not faced the realities of the world. Even a 40-year-old would be unable to take the intensity of their actions, but the thought fixated in her heart made her incredibly strong. A harsh, crisp slap landed on her beautiful face, leaving behind a bloody handprint on her tender, pale skin. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips as two of her white teeth rolled under the bed. Keep beating her. Barty's arms were jittering as he gave his order in a deep voice. Beat this whore to death. About an hour later, Barty left the room looking invigorated. His face was flushed from the alcohol and the excitement. The fat lady left her dark corner and met with Barty again, telling him with a charming smile on her face, You look quite happy. Does the girl suit your taste? Yeah, not bad. It's just that she's a bit too old. Prepare a mother-daughter pair for me next time. The fat lady nodded as she maintained her smile. Don't worry. I'll get that ready in 3 days. How should we deal with the girl inside? Barty continued outside on this hover wheelchair without turning around. As usual, bury her in a nice cemetery. Don't worry about saving money. As for those two, feed them to the dogs. The fat lady bowed to Barty from a distance, sending that demon-like figure off. This was Bliss Club, satisfying the darkest desires in humans' hearts in indescribable ways. Everything that happened in the city did not escape the investigation of the Ling brothers. Xia Fei, who was sitting in a room, quietly listened to Ling Xiao's report. Through the projected screen, Ling Xiao could be seen gritting his teeth. He looked incredibly angry as his breathing was a bit abnormal and his voice was raspy. No human would feel well after witnessing such a horrendous event. That was if they could still be considered human. If it weren't for the task at hand, I'd storm in there and kill Barty before burning the place to the ground, Ling Xiao said through gnash's teeth. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he spent some time thinking. Just hearing about this had made him feel uneasy. Evil did not begin to describe how twisted Barty was, and Xia Fei could not think of a single word that would fit to describe that crippled man. If possible, Xia Fei wanted to kill that BSDRD without a second thought, too, but doing so would not change Avril's situation one bit. Even with all the rage he was feeling, he still had to endure and hold it in for the innocent and pure Avril. I plan to report this to Mr. Serum. We can't let that guy continue with what he's doing, said Ling Xiao in a deep voice as he grew pale. Xia Fei shook his head. That might not be a good idea. Why? This is the incredibly well-guarded capital ring. It takes someone with incredible power to create a shop like that in the Alliance capital. Judging by Mr. Thurum's personality, he won't leave this matter until he deals with it completely. If he keeps investigating deeper into it, he may get in hot waters with someone whom he can't afford to offend. If they really do have incredible power, Mr. Thurum might be dragged into this hot mess, said Xia Fei after some thought. Ling Xiao was shocked. What Xia Fei said made sense. The capital was no ordinary city. It took someone powerful to be able to toy with human lives without restraints or repercussions. If this was made known to Mr. Thurum, the knowledge might do harm to him. Then it would be like treating their benefactor as cannon fodder. Xia Fei, thank goodness you reminded me of that. It'd surely turn into a big mess if I told Mr. Thurum about this. It's just that us three brothers can't let this continue without doing anything, Ling Xiao complained. Xia Fei thought for a few moments. Let's do this. We'll secretly gather info on the Bliss Club toying with human lives, then we hand that information over to a broadcasting station. Once this is made known to the public, the great figure who owns that place will have no choice but to give it up. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, slapping his chin as he said, That's a great idea. If everybody finds out about their evil doings, we'll be able to defeat that great figure from behind the scenes. Not necessarily. Xia Fei was skeptical. Since there's some sort of a great figure, they probably have safeguard measures. At worst, they'll just give up what they have now. Plus, who knows how many other shops like that one exist in the Alliance. As long as humans exist, evil will also be present. Ling Xiao was left speechless, suddenly impressed by Xia Fei. This 19-year-old had demonstrated his ability to adopt a broad perspective, be it in his speech or his analysis, something that would puzzle anyone no matter their age. We need to investigate this thoroughly in order to get this result. We can't act rashly and alert Barty. Ling Xiao nodded. Understood. I'll continue to collect evidence. I'll also let you know before I act. All of a sudden, the microcommunicator in Ling Xiao's ear rang. He pet his ear for a few moments before saying in a confused tone, Barty didn't return to Sunset Villa, but went to another one in the city outskirts. According to third brother, there's a middle-aged woman and a boy in the villa. The boy addresses Barty as father. Xia Fei tensed up. What? Barty has a son. Blackwater Lake, Villa area. This place, which was only 50 kilometers away from the metropolis, was a very popular tourist destination on Venal 4. The water of Blackwater Lake was not actually black, but pristine blue. Instead, the lake was 1,000 meters deep, so light could not penetrate down to its depths. It only looked all black from afar because of fine, black sand by the shoreline, hence the name. This lake was like an air conditioner, warm in the winter and cool in the summer, especially when the water turned warm in winter. Layers of white mist would hung above the lake, shifting and drifting to create a fairy tale landscape. There were few people who could afford to buy a house in the capital ring, where the land itself was worth its weight in gold, and those who could buy an entire villa were even fewer. Billions of star coins were not something the average citizen could possess, which was why the people who could live by Blackwater Lake were exceptionally rich. Wearing a set of dark clothes, Xia Fei did not disturb anyone, merely informing Pang Xing as he came over all by himself to meet with the three brothers of the Ling family. Recently, the lass, Avril, had been revolving around Xia Fei, and his life was of course very comfortable with her taking care of him. It was just that she was not used to taking care of others, for she grew up spoiled, causing her to become very exhausted every day, falling asleep in no time once the sun set. Even if Avril was awake, Xia Fei would also not see fit to tell her about these things. There was no reason to let the innocent girl worry or be afraid because of this. A lady like her ought to live her life in the light, while this dark, scary, and nasty side should be left for Xia Fei to deal with. Within the villa area was a hidden forest road, and a hover van stopped under a copse of overgrown trees. Xia Fei walked over to the front of the vehicle and lightly knocked on the window. The door suddenly opened. It was the eldest of the Ling family, who opened it to let him get on. This hover van with a huge Noble Diary Company poster plastered on it was but a cover. In fact, it was a mobile station specifically used for reconnaissance and monitoring purposes. Xia Fei and Ling Yun squeezed in the small carriage, with dozens of large screens monitoring Villa 095 from different angles. Plenty of temporary observation cameras in the darkness were installed by the men of the Ling family around the perimeter. There were even cameras placed inside the villa, so they could see what was happening there from the relative safety of the hover van. Xia Fei reckoned that the eldest brother Ling Yun had been the one to infiltrate the villa. After all, he was a spatial ability user. There were no walls out there that could stop him. Ling Yun nodded at Xia Fei, then gave him an earpiece and pointed to one of the screens. Screen number 5 was the living room of the villa, where the drunk Barty was lying on a sofa set. Not too far away sat a seemingly dense-looking boy. Barty looked no different from before aside from the fact that his face was redder than usual due to the alcohol he had drunk. He was gasping quite gruffly, seemingly reliving the scene that had just happened. The extremely dark and bloody scene was like the spice of his life. Not only did he enjoy it, he would even often look back on his memories so that he could reminisce about the wondrous sensation. Of course, it was only wonderful in his perspective, and any other normal human being would be infuriated by it. Only someone with a twisted personality like his would find enjoyment in it. That boy sitting by the side was obviously very strange. Though he was called a child, there were actually quite a lot of wrinkles on his face, and he seemed too short to be called a teenager, barely 1.2 meters in height. He did not appear to weigh more than 50 kilograms. At the moment, he was clumsily playing with wooden blocks in his hands, the corners of his mouth drooling as a pair of glassy eyes moved very sluggishly. Ling Yun took out a paper-thin panel with some information displayed on it and handed it to Xia Fei. Taking it and looking at the information, it turned out that it was a description of the situation of the mother-son pair living in the villa. The boy's name was Pan, 25 this year. He only had an IQ of 10, which was very low, considering that goats had at least 40. His low intellect meant that he was essentially unable to do anything with his life, being medically diagnosed as an idiot. Furthermore, Pan was born with dwarfism, so he would never reach adult's height even if he were to live for 1,000 years, forever having the build of a child. Pan's full name in the Alliance Citizens Registrar was Pan Zhou, taking his mother's last name. If he was truly Barty's son, why would he have his mother's last name? Barty had become impotent when he was 16, so just where did this child come from? Xia Fei furrowed his brows and continued to read the information on Pan's mother, puzzled. The display screen showed a somewhat coquettish woman by the name of Zhou Yuqing, 39 years old. The information stated that she had not been married. A 39-year-old mother and a 25-year-old son meant that Zhou Yuqing had gotten pregnant at the age of 30, giving birth to her son when she was 14. Going back 26 years, Barty would only be 15, still a healthy youth back then. So the 15-year-old Barty had an invalid son with the 13-year-old Zhou Yuqing, and this has been kept a secret until now. Xia Fei thought to himself, if that was truly the case, there should be no reason why no one from the Jian family would have no knowledge of this. Considering the age of Barty and Zhou Yuqing back then, they would surely panic if such an incident occurred. So how had no one known of their son's existence for 25 years? Rereading the information about the mother and son, Xia Fei began to analyze each and every detail in his mind, re-examining everything. This was when a woman entered the living room on the screen. Xia Fei temporarily shelved his thoughts and observed what was happening there. Zhou Yuqing was holding a bowl of black liquid in one hand and a bag of ice in the other. The 39-year-old mother had maintained herself well, having the complexion of someone in her 20s, especially with that short black hair of hers. She barely wore any jewelry or accessory of any sort on her, looking fairly casual in her getup. Xia Fei paid attention to her eyes and noticed that they were like two round apricots, looking particularly charming. She walked with an air of lightness in her step, her body curvaceous. A single glance was all it took for him to tell that she was not the kind to be devoted. Arriving next to Barty, Zhou Yuqing helped the man. It was very inconvenient for Barty to sit upright since he did not have his lower limbs, so he needed someone's help to achieve this. "Drink this hangover soup and you'll feel better," Zhou Yuqing said gently. Xia Fei could hear her speak through the audio monitoring devices, her charming voice ringing clearly. This woman was a natural vixen, and every move she made was enticing. Helping Barty to drink the hangover soup, Zhou Yuqing placed a rubber bag filled with ice cubes over his forehead and helped him calm himself. "Pan, head back to your room." Zhou Yuqing turned to her son and said. Pan drooled as he gaped at his mother, only reacting after a long pause, a silly smile on his face as he got up to his feet and walked away. Zhou Yuqing stared at the child. "Pan, what did I usually teach you?" Pan blinked his eyes, not saying a word. His reaction time was terrible, making it very hard to interact with others. "Say good night," Zhou Yuqing ordered, her eyebrows knitted together. Pan foolishly used his hand to circle around his scalp for a good while before stammering. "Gee good. Night." Barty was evidently quite annoyed. "Forget it, just leave it. It's not like you don't know he's touched in the head." Though Zhou Yuqing was very strict with her son, she showed an air of complete obedience toward Barty. Anyone with a pair of eyes could easily tell that her tenderness was just an act. Any woman who was physiologically normal would not like a man who was physically impaired, especially when the man's impairment was fatal to a woman who was in her prime, unless she had ulterior motives. After banishing Pan back to his room, Zhou Yuqing nestled into Barty like a cat, using that soft yet alluring voice of hers to say, "It's precisely because I know that he isn't all that bright that I have to be stricter with him. Once I die in the future, and Pan is left without anyone to rely on, just what sort of life will he lead? Oh, that poor thing, to be nothing from the moment he was born." Xia Fei smirked. He suddenly felt that Zhou Yuqing ought to have been an actress. To act the part as vividly as she did, the acting skill she displayed was more than enough to win her an Oscar statuette. Any clever woman would know that the most powerful weapon they had was not what was between their legs, but their tenderness. Instead, evidently, Zhou Yuqing was a clever woman, and she was wielding her tenderness with such expertise that even the irritable Barty could not feel angry with her. "Haven't I already bought Pan a life fund? Enough for him to never worry about food or clothes for the rest of his life. There's even enough to hire a few helpers for his needs, so you needn't worry about that anymore," Barty said. Zhou Yuqing suddenly changed her act, a piteous look hanging on her face. "Sometimes, just having money isn't enough." "Then, what else do you want?" Barty asked, mildly irritated. Zhou Yuqing used her hand to stroke Barty's chest, furtively saying, "At the end of the day, Pan is someone from your Jian family. I don't mind. I'll be fine as long as I have you by my side. But are you willing to see Pan be nameless for the rest of his life? He doesn't even belong to a family." Zhou Yuqing's acting talent was being pushed to her fullest potential when she said this, her voice going hoarse while her lips quivered and her eyes watered, looking pitiful as if she had been wronged but dared not tell anyone about it. Barty was silent. Being unable to give Zhou Yuqing and her son a name had always been the hidden pain in his heart. It was a pain that intertwined with his handicapped state, forming this superficially beautiful scene that withheld an extreme degree of depression in his life. After being silent for quite some time, Barty sighed. "We can't rush this sort of thing. Let's discuss it another time." That was when Zhou Yuqing did another move that everyone had already expected. The tears in her eyes fell without a sound as she hugged Barty with a look of gratitude. "Yes, I'll listen to whatever you say. Just say the word, and I'll do whatever you ask. You're my man, the only person I will love my whole life." Any man would find it hard to receive such words from a woman. Though Barty was just half a man, he was still moved by what she had said. He placed a hand on Zhou Yuqing's back and spoke as though he was speaking to himself. "There's no hurry. I heard that father is coming back. We'll see how things are then. I'll be sure to mention this when he's happy." Zhou Yuqing's crying increased in intensity as if Barty's words had moved her until she became a mess. Xia Fei nearly got up in a standing ovation and cheered. Even the exchange of dialogues in this exciting show was worthy of praise. He felt that he had underestimated the woman. All the past winners of the Oscars ought to be gathered together and have Zhou Yuqing train them once again, for her acting had already surpassed the realms of acting and was already something transcendental. Suddenly, Ling Yun seemed to have sensed something off as he abruptly got up from his chair and squawked, "Oh no! Third brother's in danger." All of a sudden, Ling Yun seemed to have sensed something as he abruptly got up to his feet and squawked, "Oh no! Third brother is in danger." The twin brothers had this unexplainable link, the most amazing feeling that neither could explain clearly. As soon as Ling Feng, who was patrolling the periphery of the villa, met with danger, the Corps commander Ling Yun could immediately feel his heart shuddering. Without any time to think, Ling Yun and Xia Fei dashed out of the hover van and went straight for the southern shore of Blackwater Lake. "Where's third brother Ling?" Xia Fei anxiously asked. He was a speed ability user. Running together with Ling Yun would no doubt waste more time, so he figured that it was better if he just went ahead first. "There." Ling Yun pointed to a copse of trees dozens of kilometers away. "There are 3 of them there, currently locked up in combat." Ling Yun was already speaking louder than necessary at this time of the night. A tinge of uneasiness could be sensed in his voice. His brother had run into trouble, so it was only natural that he would be very anxious, being the big brother and all. Exerting strength on both his legs, Xia Fei dashed into the dark forest at his top speed, carefully listening for sounds in that direction. It was a good thing that Xia Fei was wearing a decent Star River grade night combat suit, something he borrowed at the last minute from Peng Xing. Though it was nowhere near Windshade Mark IV in terms of grade, nor was it a combat suit specifically made for speed ability users, it could at least ensure that Xia Fei would not feel any physical pain when it came to wind resistance. The dozen kilometers distance was traversed in a matter of seconds. Under the moonlight, Xia Fei went dashing through the forest like a flash of lightning, searching for any trace of Ling Feng. Over here. All of a sudden, Xia Fei heard a voice somewhere near him, and he did an abrupt about turn. He beelined for the voice's origin. After advancing about 200 meters ahead, Xia Fei spotted Ling Feng leaning against a crooked tree, and holding his shoulder, looking all pale. "You okay?" "I can manage, and though my arm suffered a bit, don't worry because it's just a scratch." Xia Fei moved away Ling Feng's arm and used the moonlight to examine the wound. A deep and curved cut was on his left shoulder. Another half an inch, and it would have dug into his bone. The wound looked very strange, shaped like a crescent moon. Xia Fei suddenly had this sense of familiarity overcome him, though he could not quite place it. "That's the plumagers." It was unknown when Phantom had popped out, but he was now standing beside Xia Fei. "Are you certain?" "Yes. That is a wound from a silver feather scimitar. There's no other weapon out there that can create such a strange wound aside from it." Phantom earnestly confirmed this after he inspected the wound. "Silver feather scimitar? You've seen it before. It's the same weapon that those men who tried to abduct Avril II are carrying. The weapon's called Silver Feather Scimitar, forged under a very special heat metal that only plumagers can use. Such a weapon is toxic. Open his mouth and see if red spots are growing in his tongue." Phantom urged him. Xia Fei got Ling Feng to open his mouth and examine the tongue under that clear moonlight. Sure enough, fiery red spots had grown on his tongue, and it appeared as if these spots were still spreading. "Yup, that's definitely the Silver Feather Scimitar. He's already poisoned, but the situation isn't too dire yet. Chew up a snake-eye berry and apply it on the wound, and get him to eat another 3. Xia Fei immediately took out the snake-eye berries and did as was instructed, handing 3 to Ling Feng at the same time. "Eat these first." The weapon was poisoned. Snake-eye berries were antitoxicants. Though it could not completely remove every trace of the poison, it would at least delay its spread. Ling Feng was a martial arts practitioner, so his knowledge of toxins was far stronger than the average human. Presently, he could already sense his body's abnormality, so he swallowed the berries without a second word. "What next?" Xia Fei asked. Phantom gave it some thought before answering. "First, cut off the outer layer of skin of the wound. Immediately send him to a hospital, and he must avoid any strenuous activity as best as he can. The speed of the toxin spread will become faster with increased blood flow. Xia Fei nodded. He pulled out a fine knife from his spatial ring, the knife that he usually used to pare apples and slice meat with. Though it was not exactly of high quality, it was sharp. Xia Fei broke a tree branch and got Ling Feng to chomp down on it. This is gonna hurt a bit. Ling Feng nodded, no longer saying a word. He could sense the danger he was in when he saw that anxious expression on Xia Fei's face, which was why he did not oppose what Xia Fei had instructed him to do. The sharp knife cut the skin around the wound, and the entire process was only 0.01 second. With a stable and precise cut, he shaved off a thin layer of skin, barely even touching the flesh beneath. Xia Fei had extraordinary nerve acuity, and adding the fact that he was a speed ability user, the treatment of the wound was like a professional surgeon, and he was much faster by comparison. Come, I'll carry you. There's no need. I'm a speed ability user too, so I can walk on my own. Besides, it's not as if the wound is on my leg, Ling Feng protested. It was quite embarrassing for a speed ability user like himself to need another speed ability user's aid. Don't give me that nonsense. You're poisoned. Xia Fei shouted with gravitas. Without waiting for a response, Xia Fei carried Ling Feng and sped off. He had yet to fully recover, so carrying a 160-kilogram man on his back left his muscles feeling quite strained, but Xia Fei ignored it all. Saving someone's life took precedence over momentary discomfort. Hospital, outside the operating room. In order to keep things under wraps, Xia Fei did not send Ling Feng to a hospital the Jian family owned, but just a normal public hospital. Instead, the fact that plumagers had actually appeared by the villa of Blackwater Lake only solidified his suspicions about Barty. There would be trouble if they sent Ling Feng to a Jian family hospital for treatment. Barty had a mentally handicapped son, as well as a woman who really wanted to be accepted into Jian family. He might very well have the ambition to snatch family assets. Even if Zhou Yuqing did not instigate him, Barry might very well have considered doing something like that. Ling Yun's blood needed to be detoxified immediately due to the poison, and he was presently undergoing a blood purification process in the operating room. Xia Fei and Ling Yun stood guard outside the door, with the latter pacing back and forth incessantly, a clear indication of his restlessness. How is he? The eldest Ling, Xiao, anxiously came striding over in a hurry. He's currently undergoing blood purification. It's all thanks to Brother Xia Fei for his emergency triage of our third bro and for sending him straight to the hospital himself. Otherwise, Ling Yun sighed. Ling Xiao was stunned. Then he performed a deep bow towards Xia Fei. The latter very quickly stopped him and helped him up. Big brother Ling, what are you doing? I'm the one who caused this to start with, and it's me who should be thanking you three for lending me a hand. How could you be the first to show courtesy? No, you can't say that. Ling Xiao became serious. These are two completely different matters altogether. It is our duty to do what Master Serum instructed us to do, but your timely rescue of our brother is a sincere display of amity. In any case, we, brothers, owe you a huge favor now. From today onward, no matter what you're up to, as long as you call, the three of us won't leave you hanging. That was when the doors to the operating room opened, and Ling Feng came walking out with a bandaged arm. Brother, are you okay? Ling Xiao and Ling Yun anxiously came to support him. I'm okay, merely some stitches on my wound. I'll be back to normal after a night's rest. Ling Feng extended his limbs as proof of this. The poison from Silver Feather Scimitar was powerful, but it was but a single wave. As long as they were able to prevent the initial assault of the poison, healing could swiftly begin, and it would be much easier to deal with than other chronic toxins that were slow and penetrative. The four of them found a secluded corner as Ling Xiao knitted his brows and asked, Third bro, just what exactly happened back there? Just who were those men? I was patrolling the outskirts of the Blackwater Lake Villa then to get a comprehensive understanding of the terrain, paving way for our future monitoring activities, but when I was doing reconnaissance in that forest, I suddenly sensed something strange occurring among the trees, so I got curious and went over to take a closer look. From afar, I spotted three figures hiding as if they were discussing something. It was deep into the night then, so there's no doubt they're up to no good gathering together so sneakily like that. Thus, I hid myself in the darkness and tried to get closer, hoping to eavesdrop on what they're discussing. But before I even got anywhere near them, I was spotted by the three, and one of them cried the name Natasha. The trio came pouncing toward me the moment this word was uttered. Each was a speed ability user much faster than me. In the process of our fighting, one of them managed to land a blow on me, and not long after, Xia Fei rushed over to where I was with our second bro. Once they realized that they couldn't kill me, and that reinforcements were near, those three fled. I originally wanted to give chase, but that was when I felt my mind going blank, with not a bit of strength left, as I felt my body burning up. All I could do after was lean against a tree and rest, which was when Brother Xia Fei came to help me deal with my wound and send me to the hospital. I've completely got no clue just who those people were, though. Ling Feng slowly narrated to the others. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun both heaved a long sigh after they finished hearing his account. The situation had been very dire back then. No one could have possibly done anything to help Ling Feng if they were even later by a moment and the poison in his body were to finish acting its course. It was all thanks to Xia Fei's speed ability that those enemies retreated in time, or else the consequences would have been catastrophic. After realizing this, the Ling brothers were of course even more grateful towards Xia Fei's timely intervention. Xia Fei spoke after having talked to Phantom via his consciousness. Those people are plumagers, the very same people who tried to kidnap Avril that day. Plumagers. The three brothers were astonished. Just who are the plumagers? Where did they come from? Ling Xiao gruffly asked. Plumagers are members of a professional organization of hitmen in the underworld, a sort of secret existence within the alliance. They can also be considered as warriors, though their style and actions taken are overly vicious. As long as someone is willing to pay the price, they even dare to target the present president of the Adjudicator Union. You can say that they are machines that exist to kill, lacking in any emotions whatsoever. The rumor goes that the founder of the Plumager organization came from the Red Rock Empire. The empire itself is very strange, with every single one of its sovereigns being female, and the next in line must also be a woman. As such, the Plumagers will use the names of their past empresses as codes. The word that third brother Ling heard, Natasha, that's the code for eliminate the enemy of the Plumager organization. Additionally, given how third bro received injury from the silver feather scimitar, a weapon uniquely theirs, the appearance of the wound, and the symptoms of being poisoned, we can easily determine that they're the ones behind this attack. Ling Xiao contemplated for quite some time before he could no longer hold back himself from asking, Brother Xia Fei, how do you know all this, considering your age? No one could fathom just how Xia Fei had acquired such deep knowledge of assassinations at his age. He managed to claim that he had once met a retired assassin when he was in the Wild Star region, who had talked to him about the things he had gotten into when he was younger. Though the three brothers from the Ling family were still skeptical over the veracity of his claim, they had no way of disproving it. After all, none of them knew anything about the Wild Star region. Xia Fei thought about this for a while and ultimately decided to inform Serum about how Ling Feng had gotten injured. The sibling trio was still his men at the end of the day, and he ought to show due respect by keeping Serum in the loop of what had just happened. Serum did not say a word. Aside from giving Ling Feng a few days off, he got another speed ability user by the name of Philip to take over his work. Additionally, he told Xia Fei to contact him whenever he needed more people. It was apparent that Serum was paying greater attention to the situation with the reappearance of assassins. It was already late into the night after sending off the Ling brothers. Xia Fei returned to the hospital owned by the Jian family and immediately spotted an old man standing straight-backed next to an acacia tree by the roadside. Xia Fei flashed a slight smile as he walked over. Were you waiting for me? Pang Hai nodded and gestured the way forward. Xia Fei knowingly walked along with Pang Hai. The road was devoid of any pedestrians this early in the morning. The lighting was dim and a stirring, slight breeze sent the yellow leaves flying. Neither man said a word as they continued to walk onward. Turning a corner into a stall that was selling supper, the business of this food kiosk looked bleak, with not even a single patron in sight. Pang Hai ordered a few sticks of barbecued fish and 2 bowls of porridge to go along with it. Xia Fei was already famished after everything that had happened this past night, eating 5 bowls of porridge and 7 sticks of barbecued fish at one sitting before stopping. Xia Fei then lit a cigarette and took a few puffs with satisfaction, awaiting Pang Hai to get to the topic. Indubitably, the butler of the Jian family would not simply be looking to treat him to a meal this late at night. Pang Hai ate very slowly, a stark contrast from Xia Fei, who was gorging himself. He used a metal spoon and took small mouthfuls of the food, chewing each bite carefully. He did not look like he was eating a bowl of porridge, but more like he was tasting some delicacy. Barty had quite the appetite when he was younger as well, though he would always add citrus sugar and meat floss to his porridge. The two of you are different in this aspect. You're not picky with your food. Peng Hai used a napkin and dabbed his mouth clean as he spoke. Xia Fei pursed his lips. I was born poor, so I don't have any right to be picky with my food. Just being able to eat my fill is already good enough for me. Besides, there's nothing else we have in common. Xia Fei was quite surprised to hear Peng Hai mention Barty from the get-go, but he did not show it outwardly. There was no way Xia Fei would agree with being compared to the twisted Barty, which was why he had calmly refuted it. Peng Hai stood up and left with Xia Fei, continuing down the road, not returning to the hospital yet. Barty was actually a very decent person in his youth. I watched him grow up, so I am very certain of this fact, Peng Hai said. Perhaps, but I'm not interested in the past. To me, it is the present and the future that matter the most. Xia Fei managed to figure out what Peng Hai was driving at from his words so far, so he chose to express his stance carefully. Avril's a good girl, and there's no reason for her to be harmed. No matter what I end up uncovering, the result will just be the same. Peng Hai sighed. Do you know about Zhou Yuqing? Xia Fei nodded. Yes, I did learn about her. No wonder you were nowhere to be found these last few days. Seems like you didn't waste any time. What do you plan to do? Xia Fei chuckled. Some things can't be decided by me. You should ask Barty what he plans to do. Peng Hai's turbid eyes shifted onto Xia Fei. Barty's not the one doing it. Xia Fei came to an abrupt halt, gravely saying, Since our conversation has gotten to this point, why don't you come clean about what you know? There's no need to beat around the bush anymore. Were those men who appeared at Blackwater Lake yours? Some were. Some weren't. How did you know? Protecting every member of the family is my responsibility. You have your men, and I have mine, too. It's only a pity that this butler here didn't manage to do a good job about it. Hearing Peng Hai's self-depreciating words, it was evident that he felt guilty about Avril nearly getting abducted. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he continued to listen silently. 27 years ago, Barty followed some of his friends to whore around, and he got to know Zhou Yuqing, who was 2 years younger than him, from a brothel. Barty felt it was quite pitiful for someone of her young age to be in that line of work, so he bought Zhou Yuqing and brought her to his newly acquired property outside. Every day, Barty would head over to find her. The two spent over a year living the life of a married couple without any incident. However, one day, Zhou Yuqing suddenly disappeared, and Barty could not find her no matter how hard he searched. Barty was depressed for a long time as a result. He began clubbing, partying, all night. It was during one night of such drunken revelry when he found himself getting into a hovercar to take part in a midnight racing, which caused him to forever lose his lower limbs. When Peng Hai got to the part about Barty losing both his legs as a result of the racing, Xia Fei could see his eyes redden ever so slightly, and his tone became filled with self-blame. Xia Fei had not imagined that the relationship between Zhou Yuqing and Barty could be so complicated. A rich young master pitying a young lady trapped in a brothel, taking her in to be his companion, but as feelings gradually blossomed between the two, Zhou Yuqing disappeared suddenly. Such an old-fashioned story was usually reserved for a romance novel rather than real life. Since Zhou Yuqing chose to leave, why did she end up coming back? Xia Fei wondered out loud. Peng Hai furrowed his brows. I don't get it either. There hadn't been a word or message from Zhou Yuqing for over 2 decades before she suddenly resurfaced 7 months ago, and she even brought a mentally disabled child in tow. She claimed that the boy is Barty's flesh and blood, but unfortunately, the boy isn't just mentally disabled, but also has dwarfism. Despite this, Barty still cares a great deal about his son. After all, having a child of his own used to be only an elusive dream to his. I got someone to investigate where Zhou Yuqing had been all those years, but there hasn't yet been any update. Even the customs records showed nothing. Xia Fei shook his head. Customs records aren't the end, all be all. Not having a record only proves that she hasn't gone to any of the civilized planets over the past 20 years. From what I gathered, there are plenty of extremely backward planets in the Alliance. As such, the lack of records can also mean that she ended up on some primitive planets instead. Thinking about this for some time, Xia Fei then asked, Have you done a paternity test on Pan yet? We did, and the results we got showed a 99.9999% match that Pan is Barty's child. Pang Hai replied. You've always known about Barty and Zhou Yuqing, so why didn't you try and stop them? Pang Hai sighed. The young master of a major family is different from that of a normal household. Having one or two ladies squirreled away for such clandestine affairs isn't out of the ordinary. As long as he didn't engage in anything too outrageous, I'd normally not intervene. What Pang Hai said was not without reason. Though young masters of major families received great education and upbringing, looking like they were well-read and reasonable, possessing greater insights greater than the average person, they would actually often find themselves picking up fairly repulsive habits. So what would having dalliances with women be in a household like the Jian family? It was just that Barty's habits presently were no longer limited to playing around with women. At this point, his mental state had become completely warped that even savage beasts would be daunted by the cruelty and darkness in him. How could he still be considered human? To say that he was a beast would instead be an insult to beasts. Xia Fei suddenly chuckled. Something I couldn't make sense of is why you're defending Barty, even though Barty is without a doubt the most suspicious of orchestrating the attempted kidnapping on Avery. Don't tell me that your concern for Barty exceeds your care for Avril? The moment Avril was mentioned, Xia Fei's tone very obviously lost all politeness, sounding somewhat cold. Furthermore, a shade of killing intent could be detected in his words. Not only did he plan to slay the person who had ill intentions toward Avril, he also wanted his accomplices to share the same fate. This was the fundamental concept that Xia Fei's belief stemmed from. Though Pang Hai had indeed toiled hard and given his all in taking care of Avril for 16 years, Xia Fei would still not hesitate to kill the old man where he stood if proven to be an enemy. There was no room for negotiation in this matter. Xia Fei firmly believed that the friend of an enemy was an enemy of his as well. Pang Hai dismissed this with a wave of his hand. I'm not trying to exonerate anyone here. I've been taking care of Avril since the day she was born, and I consider her as my granddaughter. I won't hesitate to deal with anyone mercilessly if they try to do harm on Avril. I came here looking for you today solely to speak about a simple truth. Barty wasn't the one behind that incident. Give me proof. Xia Fei extended one hand out. He had always been a skeptic, and he would not believe a word of Pang Hai without any tangible evidence. Unexpectedly, Pang Hai brushed a finger on his spatial ring and retrieved a microcomputer, handing it over to Xia Fei. Listed inside are all of Barton's activities for this whole year. The time he woke up every day, the time he had his breakfast, what he ate, where he went, who he met. Everything was recorded inside without leaving out even the tiniest detail. Take your time to read through it, and when you're done, you'll know that Barty truly took no part in the attempted kidnapping of Avril. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows into a frown. You had someone follow Barty? Pang Hai looked slightly guilty as he spoke frankly. It's fine if you think I had someone follow him. If you must know, the Jian family is one of the wealthiest families in the entire alliance. The things such a household gets into aren't something commoners can easily understand. They live in a completely different world from you and your kind. Xia Fei's hand trembled slightly as he took that microcomputer. This was what it meant to be the wealthiest. Now he truly understood what the saying, "The rich and powerful families are as deep as the sea," meant. Even eating and sleeping were under heavy supervision. Just where would the freedom in that? Without a doubt, Pang Hai was actually able to pull out a whole year's worth of Barty's activity log, which meant that Newman and Avril's every move and word would also be under Pang Hai's watchful eyes. For someone's life to be in the palm of another's hands, it was a very frightening thought. Xia Fei kept that microcomputer into his spatial ring as he began to make his way back. I'll of course personally verify the truth of this information you've just given me. What you said just now rings true. I do indeed live in a completely different world compared to Avril. There are plenty of things I don't understand, but none of that will hinder my decision to befriend her. Pang Hai's face revealed a look of approval. You're very clever to have caught on to what I was trying to convey by reading between the lines. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said in a grave tone, In fact, I've even managed to pick up something else from your words. In the world of the wealthy and powerful, toying with human lives isn't a big deal, and you're hoping that I will let Barty PFF regarding this. Pang Hai's eyes shone. Correct. Xia Fei suddenly laughed uproariously. You don't have to worry. Even if it has nothing to do with Avril and Barty, I will most definitely not let him off. It's just as you said. I come from a different world to you people, so I don't care about your rules and mentality, even the slightest. He had not heard any news from Blackwater Lakeside over the last 2 days. As usual, Barty would circle around Sunset Villa once every day after he knocked off work and returned to the home he shared with Zhou Yuqing, not even visiting Bliss Club. Everything looked like it was business as usual. The second team that Serum had sent was already in position, working with the Ling brothers on this operation. Ling Feng was back to join his two brothers after a night's rest, and no one could stop him from doing so. The bonds they shared in life would be all the more reinforced in fights, which was why this sibling trio could tap onto their fullest potential when they were together. Presently, Xia Fei had 7 powerful warriors at his beck and call, and all of them were very accustomed to fighting together in a team. Additionally were the veterans with considerable combat experience and Pang Xing's men. Their overall strength was impressive. As long as they discovered any trace of clues, all these people would immediately follow down the trail and kill what needed to be killed. They definitely had the strength to go head-to-head with the mysterious plumagers. Avril knocked on the door to Xia Fei's room, bringing in a pot of tea. Xia Fei, who had been lying in bed these past 2 days, poring over the activity logs and details of Barty's past year, hoping to find any useful clue, had not slept a wink as he speed-read everything that he was given. "Come on in." Xia Fei turned off the microcomputer and called in the door's direction. Avril came in holding a tray. The curtains were shut, making the room unusually gloomy, including the countless cigarettes that Xia Fei had smoked. The moment Avril opened the door, she was assaulted by a thick billow of smoke and started coughing. Xia Fei hurriedly came over to take the pot of tea and placed it to the side before escorting Avril back to the corridor. "Sorry about that. The smell of cigarettes in the room is too stifling." Xia Fei lightly patted Avril back as he apologized. Avril was on the verge of tears as she placed her hand on her chest, coughing several times. "It's fine. I saw how busy you were, so I decided to brew a pot of tea for you. Do you want to have dinner with us together?" Xia Fei shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't. I haven't got the time." Avril managed to eke out a smile, though her eyes gave away hints of loneliness. Xia Fei had very clearly been a lot more distant these past few days, locking himself in the room, not even taking a step out. Even if he occasionally exchanged a few words with her, it would only be the simplest of conversation. It was very obvious that Xia Fei had hardly been paying any attention to her. Girls like being taken care of, and Xia Fei's attitude made Avril feel very uneasy. This was her first time dealing with affairs of the heart, and all she hoped was for Xia Fei to be able to spend every moment accompanying her, not even taking a step apart from each other. Yet he was so busy that Avril was actively beginning to worry about Xia Fei forgetting her existence. Nonetheless, she knew very well that Xia Fei was busy all for her sake, so feelings of gratitude filled her heart. In this man, who was only a few years older than her, Avril had found a sense of security that she had never felt before with anyone, and it was a feeling that she had not once received from her parents. "Okay then, I'll let you get back to your work. I'll wait for you," Avril very considerately said. Xia Fei nodded and went back inside his own room, not even saying a word. Avril sighed, slowly making her way back to her room. Her head was downcast, all alone by herself. This one scene was of course seen by the bodyguards who were positioned in that corridor, and they suddenly felt a strong urge to beat Xia Fei to death. "That rascal's too cocky, actually treating our young mistress so coldly." "That's right. Just what kind of joke is this? Our young mistress is practically royalty. Just who does he think he is? What right does he have to act like that?" Once Avril returned to her room, these bodyguards could no longer stand it and privately discussed what they had witnessed in hushed voices, most of them throwing words of their dissatisfaction towards Xia Fei. "All of you shut it." Pang Xing's eyes swept across everyone dispassionately. Though he was wearing shades, that chilling sensation he gave easily penetrated the very bones of these men. Clenching his jaw, Pang Xing continued to stand guard by that corridor. He knew better than anyone else that Xia Fei was working so hard all for Avril's sake, so he found it especially grating seeing these bodyguards misunderstand Xia Fei's actions. "There are still no problems." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and crumpled into the sofa, accepting that heavy cloud of smoke in the room wreath himself. Phantom curled his lips. Perhaps we've truly misunderstood Barty. Xia Fei got up to his feet and began pacing in the room. Even though all the evidence points away from Barty, my intuition is still telling me that I can't totally dismiss him. He is the most suspicious, so is there some problem elsewhere? The information Pang Hai had given to Xia Fei was very detailed, including the surveillance camera and audio recording of what had happened then, as well as the report from the man who was responsible for monitoring Barty's every movement. After comparing everything, there was no doubt that all the evidence was real. It must be stated that only a handful of hours had passed from the time Pang Hai discovered that Xia Fei was tailing Barty to when he met up with him to hand over the information. Unless this information had already existed beforehand, there was simply no way Pang Hai could create a whole set of evidence that would prove Barty's innocence in such a short time. Or is it that our focus has been in the wrong direction from the start? Phantom shook his head and muttered. Xia Fei was silent. He remained sprawled on that sofa with his both eyes shut. He was playing all the information in his head as if he were watching a movie, taking in all the clues and re-examining everything. Just like how it was easy to miss a tree in a forest, Xia Fei had been busy delving into the evidence given to him in these last few days that everything else had taken the back seat in his mind. Though this made things more efficient, it was also somewhat limiting, such that once Xia Fei had affirmed that there was nothing suspicious of Barty, he was left bereft of any other leads to follow. Now that Xia Fei had thrown Barty's name to the side, he trailed his way back to the origin and began deliberating, and only then did the suspicious points in his mind finally cleared up. That's right. Xia Fei abruptly leaped off the sofa, appearing to be very excited. Barty won't be the one to benefit from getting Avril killed. Phantom asked, puzzled. What have you come up with? Xia Fei did not answer him, but immediately tried to get in touch with Ling Xiao, who was tasked with monitoring Barty, instead. Something the matter, Xia Fei? Ling Xiao asked through the screen. Dark circles were visible under his eyes. It was evident that Xia Fei had not been the only one who had gone without any sleep these past few days. Any movement on Barty's end? Xia Fei asked. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly. Nothing at all. Everything is as per normal, and I can't tell if there's anything off. Xia Fei smiled. Brother Xiao, get the others to keep their eyes on Barty. We've got a more pressing matter to do. What matter? This bastard is the most suspicious, so we definitely can't let him go, Ling Xiao insisted. He was extremely disgusted by Barty's behavior, taking pleasure from murdering others. That was why his entire focus had been on Barty, never giving up on seeing his end. I know you really hate Barty, and so do I, and this caused our eyes to be clouded by the hate, not realizing that there's someone else who's even more suspicious than Barty, Xia Fei very emotionlessly stated. Ling Xiao's expression changed. What Xia Fei had said was right on the money. Everyone had all been circling around Barty, so none of them had managed to investigate much of anyone else. If there was truly another suspect, that person would be able to use this time to plan another attack on Avril. I guess we've made a mistake with our investigation angle, Xia Fei said with a gloomy look on his face. Morning, somewhere at Blackwater Lake Villa. Barty, who was dressed, navigated his hoverchair out of the villa, while Zhou Yuqing handed him his briefcase and escorted him into the hovercar waiting outside. Barton's hovercar had already been specially modified so that its door was much wider than the average hovercar out there. The back seat was also removed to make it more convenient for him to ride his hoverchair. Handing the briefcase to Barty, Zhou Yuqing smiled and asked, I'll head over to the pier by the lake to buy some fresh fish and prawns. Are you coming back for dinner? Barty gave it some thought. That's nice. The white prawns of Blackwater Lake are very delicious. Buy some more, and we can share a drink or two tonight. Zhou Yuqing seemed overjoyed, smiling as she watched Barty leave. However, she did not immediately head back into the house, but stood by the front yard and looked at a small path far away. A small minivan bearing the logo of Noble Lotion Incorporated followed Barty's hovercar as it drove to the city, which was precisely the one the Ling brothers were using to monitor Barty. The corner of Zhou Yuqing's mouth curled, revealing a satisfied smirk. Heading back into the house, Zhou Yuqing went to her son's bedroom. Presently, Pan was sprawled on the bed zoning out, his two hands propping his chin as he drooled all over his pillow. Seeing Zhou Yuqing walk into the room, Pan dully turned to grin foolishly at her. The lady emotionlessly reached out to shut the door and locked him in the room. It was as if she did not care about Pan one bit, not at all concerned if her son had eaten breakfast or any such things. Changing into her housewife getup, Zhou Yuqing wore a hat and sunglasses. She then found a basket in the kitchen to straddle on her arm, opened the back door, and began to make her way to the Blackwater lakeside. The villa was built near the lake, and there was a small jetty behind it. A small hovercraft was docked at this jetty, and it seemed like all the villas had a similar hovercraft so that it would be convenient for the wealthy gentries to go to the middle of the lake and fish or play whenever they got bored. Untying the cable, Zhou Yuqing hopped aboard the hovercraft and headed toward the pier on the opposite side of Blackwater Lake. There was a seafood market there, where fishermen would hawk their harvests in the early morning. The many wives would all do their purchases in this pier, while the morning catch was still fresh, so there were plenty of similar hovercrafts floating on the surface of the lake. Zhou Yuqing was dressed very plainly, and the hovercraft she drove was the most common sort. Nobody paid any attention to her as she made her way across the lake. The hovercrafts were being driven very slowly, hardly in a rush at all since everyone wished to enjoy the beautiful morning scenery and have fun. The hovercrafts were all automatic, not requiring anyone to manually drive them. Zhou Yuqing set down her basket and sat at the side of the boat, with one hand reaching into the crystal-clear water. If nobody came near, nobody would discover that Zhou Yuqing was actually rhythmically creating ripples with her thin and supple fingers, stirring the lake water quite rapidly. Water resistance still existed, so if someone had not had any training, there was simply no way they would be able to move their finger at such a fast rate in the water. The average human would completely be unable to sense this signal because it was created by a finger touching the lake water as it slowly transmitted a message through it. The lake water was so deep that no light penetrated to the bottom. A single black shadow was lying at the bottom as it slowly neared Zhou Yuqing's hovercraft like a ghost. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.